Looking at a resume, someone mentioned that considering Mr. Han's education and work experience, he doesn't quite meet the requirements for that position. However, since he is an old friend of Mr. Du, they will make sure to keep an eye out for him if there is a suitable position. Mr. Han nervously agreed. The man remarked that if there is a suitable opportunity in the future, he will definitely get in touch with him, but he has something to do at the moment, so they should continue without him, while the woman apologized to Mr. Han for letting him go and asked if she could call a car for him. Mr. Han got up from the chair and politely declined the woman's offer. As they exited the room, the man commented that he heard that Mr. Han and Mr. Du went to the same high school, but Mr. Han ended up at a mediocre university and that he was cheated on by his girlfriend and lost all his savings. Mr. Han heard them as the man inquired how he could have the audacity to ask Mr. Du for help in his current state, and mentioned that it was just that Mr. Du values old friendships, but he wouldn't have the face to ask for help if he wasn't able to. Mr. Han looked depressed as he expressed that it was his last chance. He declared that caring and helping were just a farce for appearances, as he had simply become a failure. Mr. Han went to the train station. He was standing by the platform waiting for the train, and he muttered that his life was nothing but failure. Mr. Han was just standing there by himself, and a train started approaching. As the train passed by in front of him at an incredible speed, Mr. Han lamented that it would be better if his life were just over. Suddenly, the train made a loud screeching sound as its wheels stopped abruptly. Mr. Han was alarmed as everything went dark. As he noted that it was the electricity, he wondered if there was a blackout. Mr. Han frantically looked around, and as he wondered where everybody was, he heard a dinging sound. His eyes went wide in surprise when he saw something. It was a cube that was exuding a very strong energy, and it called itself the consumer system and announced that a newbie gift pack was activated. Mr. Han was both confused and astonished as the system instructed that he should use all previously accumulated consumer points to fulfill one wish. The system requested that Mr. Han make a wish, and he was looking up at it intently. Mr. Han exclaimed that if it were real, he would wish to go back in time, and he clicked on the wish button. He confessed that he wanted to start over and become a winner in life. Mr. Han closed his eyes, and he covered his face as he got transported. Suddenly, the screeching sound of the wheels of the train could be heard. Mr. Han opened his eyes to check his surroundings, and he was surprised when he saw a train, but in a different location. The train was traveling in a mountainous area. Mr. Han looked through the window, and he was astonished when he saw his reflection. He touched his face, and he wondered how he got younger. Mr. Han looked around him as he wondered if he could have regressed back in time. He saw a beautiful lady sitting across from him, quietly listening to some music. Mr. Han's eyes went wide in surprise, and he was blushing as he wondered how it could be. He recognized the lady as Chen Yanfei. Mr. Han was startled when Chen Yanfei removed her earphone and asked him if he was talking to her. He quickly replied no and that he just wanted to ask where they were while he wondered why their high school goddess was sitting across from him. Mr. Han wondered if it could be the day. He looked so horrified when he remembered the date, August 30th, 2013. Mr. Han recalled how he called Chen Yanfei beautiful and asked her if she remembered him. Chen Yanfei politely remarked that they went to the same school and asked to confirm if she was right. Mr. Han responded affirmatively, and he inquired if Chen Yanfei also went to register for college, and Chen Yanfei confirmed that it was right, but Mr. Han lamented that she went the wrong way. Chen Yanfei was immediately troubled when she heard Mr. Han mention that it was the wrong way, and she asked if the train wasn't going to Jiaxing. Mr. Han sat back on his seat and dramatically fixed his eyeglasses. He explained that what he meant was that Chen Yanfei went and entered his heart. Chen Yanfei was speechless, and she looked so disgusted by what Mr. Han just stated. Mr. Han quickly moved to the seat beside Chen Yanfei, leaned towards her, and inquired if she thought their meeting was fate. But Chen Yanfei got scared, and she warned that he shouldn't come any closer. As Chen Yanfei called someone named Pan Shaihang and reported there was a pervert, a man was standing behind Mr. Han, and he had a grim expression on his face. It was Pan Shaihang, and he was very pissed as he demanded that Mr. Han should hurry up and scram off. Back into the present, Mr. Han looked so embarrassed as he recalled that the embarrassing memory from before was just too unbearable to even think about, and that was how he was like over 10 years ago. Mr. Han mentioned that he just needed to eat some instant noodles and calm down, and as he stood up, Pan Shaihang asked why he should brag about a bowl of instant noodles. Mr. Han nervously glanced at Pan Shaihang, and he observed that the young master of the Pan family was just as arrogant as ever, and if it were the old him, he would probably argue with him. He happily walked away as he commented that he was not the same as before. A few moments later, Mr. Han was pouring water into his instant noodles. Mr. Han was startled when the system notified him that the wish function was permanently disabled. The system notified Mr. Han that the consumer system was officially activated, and when he saw the system screen, he wondered what the hell was all that and if the system couldn't give him some kind of artifact, Looking at his stats, Han Lai, Mr. Han's real name, he noted that the 18-year-old him was so outdated, and he could tell that he was a loner. The system gave Han Lai a hint that its core was to gain experience through consumption, thus making it possible to upgrade all attributes and skills, and he appreciated that those simple and crude rules were so refreshing. Looking at his skills, Han Lai was confused, and he wondered why driving appeared to be both a level 1 and level 3 skill. Han Lai suddenly realized something. He recalled how he grabbed a roll of toilet paper like a genius craftsman, and he blushed as he acknowledged that it must refer to that type of driving skill. Han Lai grinned as he thought about earning money and upgrading through consumption. He speculated that if he could upgrade all attributes to level 5, he would become an elite. Han Lai imagined himself being worshipped, and he laughed as he remarked that before, he was just an ordinary member of the masses, but at the moment, he will eventually leave them all behind to become the third kind of person. Suddenly, Han Lai was pulled back to reality when a man who was waiting to use the hot water machine called him brother and asked him if he was done yet. As Han Lai walked away with his instant noodles, he mused that spending money was certainly not a problem, as the problem was that he didn't have any money at hand that he could spend, so he needed to figure out how to make that first bucket of gold. Han Lai was about to reach his seat when he heard Pan Shaoheng ask Chen Yanfei if she would like him to take her to the dining car for a nice fancy meal, and Chen Yanfei replied that she would just have instant noodles. But Pan Shaoheng responded that Auntie didn't approve of him bringing her such things. Chen Yanfei argued with Pan Shaoheng and retorted that she is her, he is he, and her mom is her mom, so he doesn't have to worry about that, which rendered Pan Shaoheng speechless. Han Lai tried to stifle his laughter, but Pan Shaoheng still noticed it. Pan Shaoheng asked Han Lai if he just laughed, but Han Lai denied it. But Pan Shaoheng continued and remarked that she is Chen Yanfei's boyfriend, so he has no business laughing at what they do. Chen Yanfei chimed in, and she looked disappointed as she asked Pan Shaoheng if he couldn't just let her enjoy some noodles. Chen Yanfei insisted that Pan Shaoheng should move aside as she was going to the dining car to buy snacks, and as Pan Shaoheng nervously muttered that she shouldn't be angry, Han Lai was just slurping his noodles, but in his mind, he was laughing and thinking that any untimely simping behavior only helps out the opponent, and it looked like Pan Shaoheng was following his old path. A few minutes later, Han Lai finished his instant noodles. Chen Yanfei came back, and she looked so dejected as she lamented that she was too late because the snacks were all sold out. Han Lai offered that if Chen Yanfei didn't mind, he still had a pack of duck legs there, and he handed it to her. Chen Yanfei asked Han Lai how much they were and proposed that she would buy them from him, and Han Lai stated that it was 2 yuan and 50 cents, the original price, fair and square. Chen Yanfei mentioned that she doesn't have any change, so she would give 3 yuan and no change was needed, and Han Lai acknowledged that it was very kind of her. Handing out an orange, Han Lai suggested that if Chen Yanfei didn't mind, he would request that she take half of that orange as compensation, and with a bright smile on her face, Chen Yanfei accepted that it was perfect. Chen Yanfei admitted that she didn't expect Han Lai to be so thoughtful. Han Lai remarked that they were both foodies and laughed while blushing and thinking that Chen Yanfei looks so beautiful when she smiles. Suddenly, someone slammed a thick bundle of money. It was Pan Shaoheng, and he declared that he got money, so if Chen Yanfei wanted to eat, he could have brought the whole dining car for her, yet he actually accepted the chump's half-eaten orange, and Chen Yanfei told him that he shouldn't be rude. Pan Shaoheng was so pissed, and as he asked Chen Yanfei if selling a broken duck leg was her idea of thoughtfulness, he reminded that he offered to take her to the dining car, and she refused. Chen Yanfei stood up and sternly called Pan Shaoheng's name. While Chen Yanfei asked Pan Shaoheng if he considered her feelings and advised that he should mind his own business, Han Lai hid behind the paper he was reading and commented that girl was one tough cookie. Everyone was listening as Chen Yanfei declared that they were simply not compatible, and that Pan Shaoheng shouldn't bother her anymore. Pan Shaoheng looked so crestfallen as he asked Chen Yanfei where she was going, and she replied that she was taking out the trash. Han Lai was startled when Pan Shaoheng suddenly turned and glared at him. As Pan Shaoheng grabbed Han Lai's collar and demanded that he should get up, Han Lai asked him what he was doing. Pan Shaoheng threw Han Lai to the ground. He declared that it was Han Lai's fault. Pan Shaoheng kicked Han Lai in the gut and called him a four-eyed chump. Everyone on the train looked so worried, while Pan Shaoheng was still fuming and commanded that Han Lai should get lost. A drop of blood smeared on the floor, and Han Lai cursed Pan Shaoheng. Han Lai spit more blood, and he muttered that he didn't expect his 18-year-old body to be so weak. He was trembling as he stood up, and he called Pan Shaoheng. Han Lai grinned evilly as he remarked that he was still worried about where his first bucket of gold would come from and that Pan Shaoheng was really his benefactor. The train was traveling through a tunnel under the starry sky. A doctor was checking on Han Lai, and as Chen Yanfei asked him how Han Lai was, the doctor stated that the pupillary light reflex is completely gone, so Han Lai is in a deep coma. He mentioned that it was possible that Han Lai's brain had been severely damaged. Someone declared that it was a critical situation and asked what the next destination was because they must get the child, Han Lai, to a hospital while Han Lai was looking at his status on the system screen, which says that his left arm and thigh have large contusions, fractured nasal cartilage, bleeding from the mouth, one tooth knocked out, and several abrasions to the face. Han Lai muttered that the idiot, Pan Shaohang, didn't hold back, and it really hurts like hell. Earlier, when Han Lai was thrown to the ground and the other passengers looked at him with concern, Pan Shaohang commanded that he should shut up because if not for him, he wouldn't have been disrespected. But with a malicious look on his face, Han Lai sneered that Pan Shaohang was useless, and he remarked that Pan Shaohang, just like in his previous life, only knew how to solve problems with his fists. Pan Shaohang grabbed Han Lai by the collar and asked him what the hell he just uttered. Han Lai smiled sinisterly, and he repeated useless again while, in his mind, he was asking Pan Shaohang if he wanted to play tough. Pan Shaohang was enraged by what Han Lai expressed. Han Lai proclaimed that he would show Pan Shaohang real toughness, and he asserted that if it wasn't for his help, he would have never thought of how to deal with Chen Yanfei. He thanked Pan Shaohang. Pan Shaohang looked so pissed, and veins were popping out of his face as he cursed Han Lai. He punched Han Lai across the face, and everyone screamed. One of the passengers mentioned that Pan Shaohang was punching Han Lai, while another asked where the transit police were. Pan Shaohang threatened that he would kill Han Lai that day, but as he was about to punch him again, another passenger grabbed his arm and insisted that he should stop it. Pan Shaohang tried to wriggle out of the passenger's grasp and demanded that he should get lost. As he was about to deliver another punch, someone yelled Pan Shaohang's name. It was Chen Yanfei, and as she asked Pan Shaohang what he was doing, she urged that he should stop it immediately. Pan Shaohang stuttered when he saw Chen Yanfei, and he pleaded that she should listen to him. He quickly turned his attention to Han Lai, grabbed him by his shirt, and called him a bastard. Han Lai just smiled and scoffed at Pan Shaohang. He spelled out the word loser for Pan Shaohang. Pan Shaohang's expression turned dark, but Chen Yanfei came in between them and pushed Pan Shaohang away. Chen Yanfei looked so worried as she asked Han Lai if he was okay. She began asking where the doctor was and if there was a doctor on the train, and she exclaimed that someone was injured over there. Han Lai tried to reach out to Chen Yanfei with his trembling hand and assured that she shouldn't worry because he was fine. But Han Lai suddenly collapsed, and his soul left his body. Chen Yanfei panicked, and she screamed as she called for a doctor. A few moments later, someone was claiming that the person mocked him first. It was Pan Shaohang, but someone pointed at him, accused that it was nonsense, called the train attendant, and insisted that he saw the whole thing. The man called Pan Shaohang an assailant and revealed that he tried flirting with Chen Yanfei, but the girl didn't like it and started to argue with him. And later, when the girl went to throw some trash away, he suddenly started assaulting the young man, Han Lai. The other passengers agreed and declared that Pan Shaohang couldn't even be stopped. Another affirmed that they saw it too, and the victim, Han Lai, didn't even fight back. And when Chen Yanfei heard those, she lamented that it was all her fault and Han Lai got involved because of her. Chen Yanfei looked so worried, and she stated that Han Lai must not get into trouble. Pan Shaohang admitted that it was right that he was the one who hit first. But Han Lai mocked him on purpose, and the train attendant declared that it was enough. The train attendant noted that the facts have all been laid out, and as he asked Pan Shaohang if he never considered the consequences before assaulting Han Lai, he warned that Pan Shaohang shouldn't think that having some money allows him to casually bully others, and if something happens to Han Lai, he can't escape responsibility. As the train attendant explained that what Pan Shaohang had done was illegal and if he knew that he would end up in jail, Pan Shaohang was horrified as he imagined the train attendant putting him in handcuffs. Pan Shaohang quickly turned to Chen Yanfei and begged that she should help him say something because she knew that he was not that kind of person. But with tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, Chen Yanfei pushed Pan Shaohang's hand away. Pan Shaohang was crestfallen, and he stuttered as he called Chen Yanfei's name. He quickly turned to dial on his phone when he recalled that he should call his father because his parents love him so much, so they will definitely find a way. When Pan Shaohang's father picked up the phone, he greeted Pan Shaohang as his dear son, asked him where he and Chen Yanfei were, and if he had eaten yet. Pan Shaohang called his dad and started wailing on the phone, which made the other passengers feel awkward. Suddenly, Han Lai regained consciousness and exclaimed that his mouth hurt, and he was startled when he saw Chen Yanfei quickly run towards him. Chen Yanfei touched Han Lai's hand and asked him how he felt and where it hurt, and Han Lai's face turned very red when he saw Chen Yanfei up close. Blood suddenly spurted out of Han Lai's nose. That worried Chen Yanfei, and as she called Han Lai, a classmate, she asked him why his nose was bleeding and asked him if he was okay, which made Han Lai cough as he replied he was fine. Han Lai remarked that, indeed, Chen Yanfei was truly a goddess, so there was no one who could resist her. Chen Yanfei mentioned that Han Lai scared her and that they were almost at the station where they would get off the train and go to the hospital together. Han Lai insisted that he was actually fine, and Chen Yanfei looked so horrified as she observed that he lost a tooth. Han Lai commented that losing a tooth was nothing because he would be more worried if it was only a scrape. While still on his phone, Pan Shaohang noticed that Han Lai was already up. Han Lai was hiding a smile on his face as he called Pan Shaohang a punk. He claimed that Pan Shaohang suddenly attacked and assaulted him so one-sidedly that he is going to have a medical examination and report all of that to the authorities. It was already morning, and the train was emerging out of a tunnel. Chen Yanfei exclaimed that Pan Shaohang was a lunatic, and she wondered how he could violently attack a stranger like that. She looked so worried as she thought about the possibilities if something bad happened. Suddenly, someone came out of the door behind her. It was Han Lai, and when he lost his balance, Chen Yanfei quickly helped him up and urged that he should be careful not to fall again. Chen Yanfei was surprised when Han Lai thanked her and remarked that indeed, she is the goddess of their second high school because she is both beautiful and kind. She quickly asked Han Lai if he was also from second high school and noted that it was no wonder he looked so familiar. Han Lai laughed and acknowledged that he was doubly honored because the goddess actually remembers him, and Chen Yanfei teased that he was really still being cheeky even in that state. Chen Yanfei was puzzled when Han Lai mentioned that she reminded him that he should exercise more in the future. Han Lai commented that it would be fine if he took a beating if he was by himself, but he should at least have the ability to protect the girl next to him. He flexed his arm and declared that he is a tough guy, which made Chen Yanfei smile, and as she slapped his arm, she advised that he has a great mindset, but based on the current situation, he should still focus on protecting himself first. Han Lai expressed his pain and requested that Chen Yanfei should take it easy because he was still the one injured there. Pan Shaohang was crying as he came out of the train in handcuffs, and Han Lai commented that one reaps what they sow, and the little loser, Pan Shaohang, might actually get detained for a day or two that time because a single tooth escalated the matter into a criminal case. And he added that if one often walks by the river, their shoes will get wet eventually, so he hopes that Pan Shaohang will change his violent temper in the future. A few moments later, Han Lai suddenly woke up. He was inside the hospital room, and with Chen Yanfei by his side. He asked the nurse if he was in heaven, which made the nurse stifle a laugh. The nurse informed that it was a specially arranged private room for Han Lai, provided with the best medicine and treatments, so he could rest assured that he would get well. Chen Yanfei laughed when Han Lai gave the nurse a thumbs up, thanked her for all her hard work, and observed that Mr. Pan was really spending a lot of money. Later, the system showed Han Lai that his experience was currently 12/50th and his current assets were worth 20,000. Han Lai wondered if he had gained more experience points and noted that although he didn't pay for the transportation and medical expenses earlier, they were still counted as his expenses. He was lying on his bed, looking up at the system screen, and he wondered if the hospitalization fees for those days would also turn into experience points. Han Lai smiled as he remarked that if that were the case, it would be so awesome. A few hours later, morning came, and Han Lai was startled when he got woken up by someone carrying a bouquet of flowers who announced that they were coming in. It was Chen Yanfei, and with a bright smile on her face, she asked Han Lai how it was going. As Chen Yanfei placed the flowers beside Han Lai, he suggested that they should change the way they address each other because calling him friend Han all the time feels awkward to him, and Chen Yanfei agreed that he was right. Chen Yanfei asked Han Lai what he thought about tough guy Lai Ji. Han Lai inquired if she was intentionally making fun of him because Lai Ji was going to be so sad. Chen Yanfei started calling Han Lai Lai Ji and mentioned that she brought his glasses for him, and as Han Lai reached out for them, he thanked her. Han Lai watched Chen Yanfei as she arranged the flowers beside him. He mentioned that in his previous life, he had very little interaction with the beauty, Chen Yanfei, and as he put on his glasses, he remembered her in a wedding dress, and he remarked that he only heard that her wedding was quite a grand affair. Han Lai blushed as he continued to look at Chen Yanfei, and he noted that she was so pretty with a good personality to match, so he had to thank Pan Shaohang for giving him such a good opportunity. Chen Yanfei suddenly mentioned that her dad would be there soon, and while Han Lai was still confused, she inquired why they didn't exchange contact information. She hesitantly asked Han Lai if he uses WeChat, and in response, Han Lai jokingly asked her if she uses WeChat. The two of them fell silent, and Chen Yanfei smiled as she observed that it seems like Han Lai does. Han Lai mentioned that he had sent the request when someone knocked on the door, called Han Lai Mr. Han, and announced that they were coming in immediately. The nurse came in, and she ushered in a group of people. Chen Yanfei suddenly called one of the men his dad, and as she went in for a guy, the man called him Sweetie, asked her if she was not hurt, and requested that she should let him take a look. Han Lai was puzzled when someone was standing at the end of his bed and was facing him. The man's head was shining as he bowed in front of Han Lai. Han Lai was startled as the old man apologized to him while calling him a young fellow and explaining that he is Pan Shaohang's father and he didn't discipline his child properly. Mr. Pan stated that he and Pan Shaohang's mother have come to apologize to him, and Han Lai called him uncle as he explained that he is the younger one, so there was no need. Han Lai tried to get off the bed, but Mr. Pan quickly grabbed him and insisted that he shouldn't move, and when he got a closer look at Han Lai, he commented that it was a terrible thing to do to a child and warned that Han Lai shouldn't move around so much with that injury because he doesn't know what they will do if that gets worse. Mrs. Pan expressed that apologizing is only appropriate because their son has been spoiled by her, so Han Lai must not stoop to his level. They mentioned that they would compensate Han Lai, but Han Lai acted shy, and as he called them Uncle and Aunt Pan, he admitted that the incident was also partly his fault. Han Lai explained that Pan Shaohang kicked and hit him out of nowhere, so he got upset and called him a loser, and that much was true, so he shouldn't have done that. Mr. Pan acknowledged that she knew, as he had heard it all, that it was all the troublemaker's fault, Pan Shaohang, and that he recommended that Han Lai consider his proposal because all the compensation he is offering is the highest amount. Han Lai was listening intently as Mr. Pan was inquiring what he thought about the settlement fee. Mr. Pan asked Han Lai if 800,000 yuan in compensation would be acceptable, and Han Lai's eyes immediately turned to yuan. Han Lai was trying his best to suppress his excitement when he heard that the amount was 800,000. Imagining the stack of money amounting to 800,000 yuan, Han Lai wondered how many attributes he could add with that much money. Mr. Pan mentioned that if Han Lai suggested that it was not enough, they could add some more, and Mrs. Pan agreed, and Han Lai remarked that, as expected of a tycoon, Mr. Pan is really generous when it comes to spending money on his son. Han Lai thanked Mr. Pan. He noted that it was no wonder Chen Yanfei kept telling him earlier that Mr. Pan is a reasonable person, and that caught Chen Yanfei's attention. But Han Lai was about to say something more, and that worried both Mr. and Mrs. Pan. Han Lai explained that if he could settle that matter with money, it would only prove that he is a responsible and caring father. However, he thinks that it is more important to make Pan Shaohang understand that if his behavior isn't corrected, it could lead to him ruining his entire life. Mr. Pan stuttered as he acknowledged that Han Lai was right. He bowed down to Han Lai and promised that he would go back and educate Pan Shaohang properly so that he wouldn't get into trouble again in the future. And Han Lai clarified that he didn't really need the money and that he wanted Pan Shaohang to understand that his terrible behavior could cause great harm to his family. Han Lai confirmed that it was Mr. Pan's attitude and sincerity that convinced him to agree to resolve that matter. However, if such an incident happens again, he shouldn't blame him for not warning him. With tears in his eyes, Mr. Pan understood, so once Pan Shaohang is released, he will immediately bring the troublemaker to apologize to Han Lai, and Han Lai observed that he was such a sensible guy. Mrs. Pan called Mr. Pan honey and urged that he should take it easy and let Han Lai rest for a while. Mr. Pan quickly apologized, and while he ushered Mrs. Pan to walk ahead of him, he requested that Han Lai rest, and he advised that he should take care of himself as he wouldn't bother him anymore. Han Lai smiled as he waved them goodbye. A few moments later, Chen Yanfei, her father, and Mr. and Mrs. Pan were walking in the hospital corridor. Suddenly, someone called Chen Yanfei's father, Mr. Chen, and they grabbed his hand. It was Mr. Pan, and he apologized that his troublesome child has caused him so much trouble, so if Pan Shaohang keeps bothering Chen Yanfei in the future, he will send him away. But he requested that Mr. Chen didn't let that incident affect the long-standing relationship between their families. Mr. Chen smiled as he assured that it wouldn't, but in the back of his mind, he thought that if the brat, Pan Shaohang, dares to bother Chen Yanfei again, he will personally beat him up. Mr. Chen mentioned that everyone rushed over right away, and Mr. Pan must be tired too, so they should concentrate on the main matter first. And Mr. Pan agreed and confirmed that he would take care of his business first and contact Mr. Chen when he returned to Dream City. A few moments later, it was just Chen Yanfei and Mr. Chen walking together. Mr. Chen suddenly asked Chen Yanfei what was wrong. Looking so disappointed, Chen Yanfei complained that Pan Shaohang was completely unreasonable. As the two of them got out of the hospital, Mr. Chen expressed that he was glad that Chen Yanfei was okay and that Pan Shaohang probably wouldn't bother her anymore, but it was surprising that her mom even suggested looking after him on the trip. Chen Yanfei resolved that she will definitely talk to her mom about that later, and that if Pan Shaohang had half the maturity and rationality of Han Lai, things wouldn't have escalated like that. Mr. Chen remarked that Chen Yanfei seemed to have a favorable opinion of Han Lai and asked her if they had known each other for a day, which startled Chen Yanfei. Chen Yanfei mentioned that they actually have quite a connection because Han Lai is from the same school as her, second high school, and besides, he got beaten up because of her. She remarked that she thinks Han Lai is nice and easy to get along with and asked Mr. Chen what he thinks. Mr. Chen thought about it and commented that Han Lai was very mature and sensible, which disappointed Chen Yanfei, and she grumbled that she shouldn't have even asked. Calling Chen Yanfei his dear daughter, Mr. Chen explained that at her age, boys who have matured to that extent are usually shaped by the circumstances of their lives, and such individuals tend to prioritize success over personal feelings. Mr. Chen added that if Chen Yanfei were to ask him if Han Lai will have a promising future, his answer is most likely he will, because Han Lai is indeed a very outstanding young man for being persistent, adaptable, open-minded, and determined. Teasing Mr. Chen, Chen Yanfei joked that he was not underestimating Han Lai, which surprised him. Mr. Chen stated that he must remind Chen Yanfei of something. In the back of Mr. Chen's mind, he was crying and pleading that his daughter don't fall in love, as he cautioned that being in a relationship with such a young man could be quite exhausting, and Chen Yanfei agreed. Chen Yanfei assured that Mr. Chen shouldn't worry because she was not really interested in dating. On the other hand, Han Lai was looking at his asset, which has a value of 387,561, and he observed that it seemed that the previous deduction was correct. It was already evening, and as he studied his stats, Han Lai noted that the money spent on him by others became experience points too, as the examination fee, the hospitalization fee, and the cost of the nurse giving him his medication over the last 2 days had all been added as experience points. Han Lai remembered that Mr. Pan mentioned that he had also prepared 200,000 yuan for medical expenses, but he could only receive the points after the process was finished. He laid back on the bed, and he reflected that, at the moment, there were only so many usable experience points. Han Lai adjusted his glasses, and he wondered what he should do with those experience points. When he noticed what he did with his hand, Han Lai realized something. Han Lai looked at the system's screen, and as he remarked that the injuries to his face and tooth were still there, he asked if it wouldn't get discovered if he secretly fixed his eyes. The system showed Han Lai that his left eye has 300 degrees of myopia. Han Lai recalled that in his previous life, he asked his grandfather if he was taking his grandson out to play, but his grandfather responded that it would be way too tragic, and he recounted that in his previous life, he was often the butt of jokes because of his short-sightedness. He clicked on the yes button and expressed that he was counting on the system. Han Lai closed his eyes while the system was doing its work. He slowly opened his eyes. The system informed that his eyes had been restored and the status was healthy, and Han Lai exclaimed that it was so clear. Han Lai quickly got out of bed. He walked into the bathroom. Han Lai slowly removed his glasses. He stood in front of the mirror and ran his fingers through his hair to push it aside. Han Lai smiled as he asked if the mesmerizing appearance was what his eyes actually looked like. Looking into his eyes, Han Lai thought about how eyes are also called the mirrors of their souls. Han Lai also recalled that a wise master once mentioned that alluring eyes have a layered structure, a clear texture, and a colorful beauty. He was engrossed looking at himself, as he never would have admitted that a simple eye fix could even transform one's personality so much. Han Lai confirmed the changes in the system, as he noted that the attractiveness rating went up by 3 points, so it shows that different features could influence each other, and focusing on improving only one aspect could optimize the overall result. Suddenly, Han Lai's phone notification rang. He went and picked it up from the bedside table. Chen Yanfei sent Han Lai a picture of the food they were eating. She mentioned that she appreciated his support earlier and that she was at the Temple of Confucius at the moment, so she asked if she could get him some snacks. Han Lai expressed his pain as he replied and reminded Chen Yanfei that his tooth was still missing, so she should have gotten him a book instead. Chen Yanfei smiled as she replied and admitted that it was her bad, as it slipped her mind that his mouth was even hurt, so she would just get him a book later. That made Han Lai smile as well, and as he sent a smiling emoji to Chen Yanfei, he insisted that she shouldn't mention it because she had nothing to do with it anyway. Han Lai asked Chen Yanfei what would have happened if he went too far, put the blame on her, and came after her, and he pointed out that Dream City is such a small place that it would suck to be the talk of the town. Chen Yanfei raised her phone, and when Mr. Chen saw that, he wondered why he sensed some trouble ahead. The next day, at the hospital, Han Lai was looking at a book with a revolting look on his face, and he was speechless. Han Lai remarked that he did ask for a book but asked Chen Yanfei if that one wasn't a bit too fancy, so Chen Yanfei asked him if he didn't like it. Enraged, Han Lai exclaimed that it feels like someone is making fun of him, but he will keep quiet and Chen Yanfei should go off, and he will pay for her ride, so she should just take the trigger book and go on, which made Chen Yanfei stifle a laugh. Handing another book to Han Lai, Chen Yanfei revealed that she was joking as she got him a novel as well, and Han Lai cleared his throat as he accepted the novel. Han Lai proclaimed that he knew Chen Yanfei had to be a heroine, and there was no way she could ever disappoint his expectations. Chen Yanfei looked flattered, but she still teased Han Lai and remarked that he sure knew how to change his tune real quick, but she is no heroine, so he should just call her sister. She opened one of her eyes to take a peek. Suddenly, she noticed something, and she immediately leaned towards Han Lai, which startled him. Han Lai quickly backed away from her, completely red, and he declared that whatever she was, heroine or sister, he was all about sharpening his skills and not selling his body. Chen Yanfei immediately insisted that nobody was demanding a body sale there, and she mentioned that ditching those glasses really leveled up his charm. Han Lai started posing, and as he asked Chen Yanfei if she really meant that, he promised that when he recovered from his injuries, he would be even more charming. Chen Yanfei teased Han Lai if he was already claiming to be quite the handsome fellow, and his glasses just sealed all that allure, and Han Lai responded that it was bingo. Taking the first book, Chen Yanfei suggested that Han Lai should go ahead and lift that seal. Chen Yanfei winked at Han Lai as she gave him the peace sign, and she promised that she would leave him alone for the time being, although she would still be visiting him before departing the next day. Han Lai asked Chen Yanfei if she did not enjoy his compliments, but instead of answering his question, Chen Yanfei replied that the next day, he better have prepared a speech to impress her dad. As he waved Chen Yanfei goodbye, Han Lai was nervously wondering why Chen Yanfei suddenly mentioned her dad. The next day, Pan Shaiheng was vigorously bowing in front of Han Lai as he apologized and admitted that he shouldn't have taken his frustrations out on him, that he was too rash, and that he didn't manage his emotions well. Mr. and Mrs. Pan were both on the verge of tears as Pan Shaiheng explained that he was currently sincerely apologizing to Han Lai and that he hoped that he would accept his apology. Han Lai proudly acknowledged that he accepted Pan Shaiheng's apology and that Pan Shaiheng has really loving parents, so he shouldn't make them worry about him anymore. But as a man was handing a document to Han Lai, Pan Shaiheng complained that it was infuriating, and he was so mad. Han Lai had a lawyer review the content of the settled agreement, and he found out that Mr. Pan was careful and there was no issue with the agreement. Mr. Pan handed a red envelope to Han Lai and explained that it was taken from Pan Shaiheng's living expenses as if he were footing the bill for his wedding. He mentioned that he was very grateful and Han Lai should rest assured that that kind of thing will never happen again, and as he accepted the envelope, Han Lai remarked that Mr. Pan was too courteous, and besides the 800,000 yuan compensation, Mr. Pan spent about 200,000 yuan on the hospital account and other bills, which made a total of 1.15 million yuan. Looking at his stats, Han Lai noted that since he had the money, the priority was to get all the basic attributes up to 69. Han Lai was thinking about spending $500,000 in half a month, but he observed that 500,000 yuan is an awkward amount and he would need more cash for future upgrades, so if he just splurged it aimlessly, it would all be pointless. Lying on his bed, Han Lai was thinking of blowing all the 1 million yuan and buying a cozy flat in a school zone in Dream City with the cash. But he started to tear up as he realized that he might have to live on ramen for a year in college. Suddenly, Han Lai heard knocking on the door. Someone called him, and Han Lai immediately responded that he was there. Chen Yanfei came in with Mr. Chen, and as she greeted that they were there to see him, she asked him how his recovery was going. Han Lai was about to get up from his bed to greet Mr. Chen, but Mr. Chen stopped him and instructed that he should just stay in bed and relax. Mr. Chen mentioned that he and Chen Yanfei are going on a flight soon, but they wanted to drop by before they go, and as he grabbed something from his pocket, he explained that it was a little token from him. Han Lai was astonished and was lost for words when Mr. Chen handed him a red envelope and encouraged that he should take it. Mr. Chen placed the envelope on the bedside table and remarked that he never got to say it before because, after all, that matter was also caused by Chen Yanfei's failure to handle her emotional issues properly, so he was also there to apologize and compensate him. Han Lai immediately and strongly refused that he couldn't accept that money, and as he asked what Chen Yanfei had to do with Pan Shaiheng's craziness, he insisted that from where he stood, Chen Yanfei was also a victim. Chen Yanfei and Mr. Chen were surprised when Han Lai clarified that, as far as he was concerned, Chen Yanfei was not at fault and he didn't hold any of it against her, and even if it were someone else, he would still feel the same way. Mr. Chen tapped Han Lai on the shoulder, gave him a thumbs up, and remarked that he was truly a prodigy among the youth, and he gets it, so when he returns to Dream City for the holidays, he must come over to his place as a guest. Han Lai timidly thanked Mr. Chen for the offer. Mr. Chen remembered to ask Han Lai to confirm if his grades must be good, and he mentioned that if his school was near Chen Yanfei, he would have to ask him to look after her more. Han Lai was stunned and surprised by what he heard. Seeing how excited Chen Yanfei was, Han Lai gestured his hand to dismiss the idea, and replied that he was at Shanghai International Studies University. Han Lai bashfully stated that it was just the School of Humanities at Shanghai International Studies University. Chen Yanfei was taken aback when she heard what Han Lai uttered, and she asked him to confirm if what he meant was Tier 3 universities. There was an awkward silence in the room. Han Lai awkwardly confessed that in his youth, he was reckless and admitted that grades didn't mean anything, so he took some crooked paths, and he regretted them only after his grades came out. Chen Yanfei observed how Mr. Chen listened carefully as Han Lai explained that later, he learned the lesson from his mistakes, and it took him a long time to stabilize and adjust his mindset. Han Lai lamented that the grades are already hopeless and beyond salvaging. He acknowledged that he could only begin the next stage of intensive effort in college, and Mr. Chen agreed that it was absolutely right because the past cannot be changed, so grasping the future is what matters most. Mr. Chen asked Han Lai if he was planning to start his own business with the substantial compensation he received, and Han Lai replied that not right away as he plans to focus on studying and training first, but in the future he would think of some kind of entrepreneurship, which made Mr. Chen laugh, and he commented that he has high expectations for him because in a few years it will be the world of the young like him. Han Lai reassured that even if it were 20 years later, Mr. Chen would still be a cornerstone, and moreover, Chen Yanfei has been well educated by him, so she will definitely inherit his will, continue his approach, and become even more outstanding in the future. Mr. Chen expressed that Han Lai's kind words have touched his heart, and as he thanked him, he waved goodbye and advised that he should take care of his injuries as they already had to head out to catch their flight. Chen Yanfei waved at Han Lai and promised that she would see him next time. Han Lai waved back and wished them a safe journey, while in his mind, he thought that Chen Yanfei was so cute. He clenched his fist as he declared that it was time for the real beginning. The nurse asked Han Lai if he was ready to be discharged from the hospital, and as Han Lai confirmed, the nurse asked him if he wanted to add each other as friends, and Han Lai agreed. As he got out of the hospital, Han Lai recalled that in the next few years, the country will also develop rapidly, and in 2 years, housing prices will surge, and those who seize that opportunity will likely become wealthy overnight. After he got on a bus and took a seat, Han Lai looked out the window and remarked that it had been a long time since he had ridden a bus like that. A few moments later, at Dream City, someone presented their card and mentioned something about small units ranging from 40 to 60 square meters that were built within the last 20 years. It was Han Lai, and as he specified that he wanted it within school district registration, and that he would pay the full amount directly if suitable, everyone who heard him was surprised. The lady assisting Han Lai presented a unit and noted that it has a good orientation, right next to a school, and compared to a few others she had seen before, the price was reasonable. Han Lai immediately decided that it was the one, as he noted that it was cheaper than he thought it would be because he remembered that his parents have been saving a down payment for him to buy a house. As he signed the document, Han Lai planned that he would rent out those 2 units to cover the monthly payments and sell them at the highest point of property prices for a profit. Han Lai looked a bit nervous, but he thought of his parents and how brave and fearless he was with them forever by his side. A few moments later, someone pushed a door open. It was Han Lai, and as he entered the deluxe presidential suite, he observed that there was something more important currently. Han Lai began to cry as he wondered if it was not too much to sacrifice a bit of money for something that important, and he recalled that in his previous life, he could only afford a regular economy room. Standing by the window, Han Lai announced that he has over 1 million experience points. So the time for a full makeover has come. Han Lai noticed that he was missing a tooth. He energetically declared that the system should replace his tooth, and a powerful aura surged around him. But Han Lai got embarrassed and confused when he observed that nothing happened. Han Lai looked at the system screen and explained that since the overall experience cost of tooth replacement exceeds the current level, the command was unable to be executed. He mentioned that he could see that the first level's limit was 69 and that the tooth replacement would result in an appearance rating surpassing that number. Han Lai remarked that it seemed necessary to first reach the second level, and as he chose to max out attributes and knowledge skills, he noted that luckily, he bought a house. Otherwise, handling that million in expenses would have been difficult. Suddenly, a bright light shone from the system screen, and Han Lai was blinded by it. Han Lai's hands started glowing, and he exclaimed that it was the feeling of power. His eyes went wide open as he realized that his brain had become clearer. Han Lai was astonished when he realized that he could think faster as well. Suddenly, he noticed that his brain was bursting with theories, and he was in awe. But Han Lai was alarmed as everything was happening so fast, and he urged that the system should wait a moment. Han Lai was starting to lose his consciousness. As he collapsed on the floor, Han Lai muttered that he should have known that he should just take them one by one. A few moments later, Han Lai woke up, and he wondered if he was still alive. Han Lai asked himself if there was an interview that day, but he immediately sat up when he remembered that he had regressed. Han Lai seemed to be having a headache, and he lamented that if only he had known, he would have upgraded his knowledge and skills later, and that it was no wonder why old folks say that one shouldn't eat too much at once. Looking at his stats, Han Lai observed that it seemed like it was not just his speed of thinking that had changed. His accounting, finance, marketing, and literature were all level 3, and Han Lai acknowledged that he saw what it was. Han Lai realized that the difference between people wasn't just in their thinking style, but also in their knowledge accumulation, because some knowledge might seem useless, but it becomes an essential part of shaping their thought process, and the two influence each other, so neither could be lacking. He concluded that, in other words, as long as he had enough time and experience, he would also become a top-tier elite. Han Lai was lost in his thoughts when his phone suddenly rang. As soon as he picked up the call, the person on the other line asked if he was student Han Lai, and as they mentioned that he previously took a 15-day leave and it was the last day, they inquired if he was considering repeating the year or if he was not planning to come. As the person added that the military training was about to end and his teacher was very concerned about him, Han Lai replied that his injury truly hasn't healed yet, but in a couple of days when it's a bit better, he would report immediately. But in his mind, he confessed that he had been busy with housing matters those days that he completely forgot about returning to school. As Han Lai ended the call, the system immediately informed that he had met all the upgrade conditions and that the consumption system had been upgraded to level 2. Han Lai was speechless when he read that the changes include the attribute points function for the excellent level being unlocked, so he could use experience points to add attribute points between 79 at any time, and each attribute point requires 200,000 experience points. When he saw that it cost 200,000, Han Lai cried because he realized that to max out a single attribute would require 2 million. The system announced that the maximum level of professional knowledge and skills was raised to level 4 with an upper limit level of level 4 and 9,999,999 experience points. And Han Lai was amazed as he exclaimed that reaching level 4 only requires 200,000 but reaching level 5 actually needs 10 million. Han Lai was a bit annoyed, and as he was about to close the system screen, he muttered that he should just forget it because he wouldn't even dare think about reaching level 5. But suddenly, he noticed something. Han Lai read that there was a new feature activated, Consumer Gifts, where there is a low probability of receiving gifts related to consumption behavior every time he spends money, and the system explained that the gifts will be directly stored in the item bar. Han Lai inquired if the system could be a bit more precise, but he decided that he would just disregard it and check it later. The next day, someone was rolling their luggage. The lady's attention was all focused on the same person, and as one of them commented that he was so tall, another asked if he was a new student. They were all looking at Han Lai, and he replied that he was back attending SISU, College of Humanities. While Han Lai walked with his luggage, he was thinking about how he raised the bridge of the nose, making his nostrils smaller and lowered his eyes a bit. All the ladies who saw him were captivated by his handsomeness, and a guy was even alarmed that the girl who was with him also turned her head. Han Lai smiled as he explained that none of that was done in vain for all the experience he had gained in facial adjustments because, in a society that judges based on appearances, facial adjustments were also necessary investments. A few moments later, someone knocked on an office door and asked if Mr. Liu was there. It was Han Lai, and as he entered the office, he introduced himself as Han Lai from the finance class of the School of Business, and he had come to report that day, which Mr. Liu confirmed. Mr. Liu invited Han Lai to come over and have a seat, and Han Lai immediately apologized to him for the trouble and mentioned that he had been in the hospital for a few days, but he was mostly fine at the moment, just some lingering effects from a mild concussion were left. Han Lai handed Dream City's hospital record to Mr. Liu, and informed him that it was the hospital report. Mr. Liu looked surprised as he remarked that Han Lai actually stayed in the hospital and that he was glad that he was fine, and he asked Han Lai if he had brought all of his documents, and Han Lai confirmed. Mr. Liu suggested that they should take care of the procedures and pay the fees, and he would show Han Lai around, after which Han Lai nonchalantly agreed. Han Lai knew that Mr. Liu Pangzi, has never been a good person, but he's simple-minded and not very capable, so he is easy to deal with. He thanked Liu Pangzi for his hard work and inquired about the dormitory environment in their class. Liu Pangzi mentioned that the dormitory Han Lai was assigned to was quite lively, and Han Lai stood up and acknowledged that he understood. Liu Pangzi was startled when he saw that Han Lai was handing him a red envelope and explained that the doctor specifically advised to rest quietly, so he is not able to tolerate much commotion. With a bright smile on his face, Han Lai politely handed the envelope and mentioned that it was a local specialty from his hometown. Liu Pangzi cleared his throat as he pocketed the red envelope, and he suggested that he could try to help Han Lai apply for a 4-person dorm. But the cost would be higher. Han Lai recalled that in his previous life, he was assigned to a dorm with 5 lunatics, and they nearly drove him crazy, so he didn't want to experience that again in this life. He pulled out his card and indicated that it's okay if it's more expensive as long as it's quiet, and Liu Pangzi immediately agreed and promised that he would write Han Lai the approval slip. A few moments later, someone's phone notification rang. It was Chen Yanfei's phone, and Han Lai messaged her a photo of his dorm and suggested that she should check it. Chen Yanfei replied and noted that it was very nice. She mentioned that her roommate invited her to have a meal, so she would have to go, and advised that Han Lai should remember to eat as well to be strong. And when Han Lai read it, he commented that not only for being strong but also for being handsome. Looking at his stats, Han Lai observed that he had also rented out 2 houses, so he wondered if he could raise his appearance attribute to 79 before winter vacation, and he pondered how he could explain all that to his mom. Han Lai decided to disregard the matter, and he remarked that there was still over 40,000 yuan left, so he would go buy his daily necessities first. A few moments later, someone requested a person take his belongings and welcomed them to visit again, and the person expressed their gratitude. The person was Han Lai. He was buying stuff, and as he walked out of the store, he began wondering where his phone was. When he pulled out his phone, Han Lai mentioned that he would replace it with a new phone in the next couple of days. Suddenly, Han Lai noticed something. Han Lai recognized the guy selling books on the sidewalk as Xiao Luo, and as he remembered that his family was in difficult circumstances and that he paid for his own tuition, he pointed at one of the books and asked Xiao Luo how much the set of books cost. He was pointing at a book titled Life's Manual, 66 Ways to Change Yourself, and Xiao Luo replied that that set costs 168 yuan. Han Lai asked Xiao Luo if he was still selling those second-hand books at the original price, and Xiao Luo immediately responded that it would be 100 yuan, and he would also give Han Lai a set of magazines, which is a rare collector's edition. As Xiao Luo was about to hand a men's magazine to Han Lai advised that he better keep his rare collector's edition beauty magazine safe. Suddenly, Han Lai was surprised when the system appeared and announced that he had purchased a set of Life's Manual, so he triggered the consumer gift feature and received an additional gift. Han Lai was speechless when he saw that the system had summoned a book. As he stared at the book shining in front of him, Han Lai wondered if it was implying that he should focus on self-cultivation. Han Lai remarked that it was a rather ordinary scripture, but if he read it with sincerity, every level could add a bit of intelligence. So considering the current situation, it seems that after reaching the level of genius, each attribute increase comes with a huge expenditure of experience. He raised the book in the air with both his hands while his eyes twinkled as he exclaimed that it was really a great thing. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo couldn't see what Han Lai was holding, and as he asked Han Lai what the matter was, Han Lai was startled and was immediately pulled back to reality. A few moments later, a class was noisy as it was filled with students talking to each other. Han Lai entered the room just before the teacher did, and when the students saw them, they announced that the teacher was there. As Han Lai walked up to his seat, the teacher requested that the students be quiet, and informed that their class's last student had arrived. Han Lai was startled when the teacher declared that they would have their new student come up and introduce himself to everyone, and he requested that everyone applaud. As the students clapped, Han Lai made his way back to the front, and he was recalling what happened in his previous life due to a lack of confidence. Han Lai climbed up the podium and remembered that the whole class laughed at him after he introduced himself. But as he placed his hand on the table, he smiled confidently and proclaimed that his profound transformation had swept over every facet of his existence. Han Lai greeted everyone and introduced that his name was Han Lai. Han is a surname and Lai of flame, which was suggesting intensity and fervor, and his hometown is Dream City. He looked so charming as he explained that due to a hospitalization, he couldn't join them all for military training, which is something he regrets, but he hopes to have a chance to make up for it in the future. The ladies were blushing and paying attention as Han Lai expressed that he was honored to be classmates with all of them and that the reason for him studying finance was because he wanted to carve out a place for himself in that vast and dynamic market and become a famous yet kind wealthy person. Han Lai acknowledged that he knew that it was challenging, but he would strive toward that goal, so he hoped to make friends in the future whose personalities align and interests match. But one of the guys in the class clicked his tongue and remarked that Han Lai just loves to show off. Han Lai declared that with a dying noble dream of 1,000 coins, he can't change the wind of a young man, and one of the ladies whispered to her seatmate and commented that Han Lai seems quite eloquent. He raised his hand and declared that they may all rise to the grandeur of their promises and aspirations. The teacher clapped and announced that it was great. One of the ladies whispered to her seatmate, called her Ting Ting, and asked what she thought of Han Lai. Suddenly, Han Lai stated that he had 2 final things to mention. The first was that he inquired who the class monitor was and requested that they come find him later as he needed to pay his class dues. The second thing Han Lai inquired was if there were any single fairy in the class who would like someone like him. The girl named Ting Ting looked intrigued when Han Lai mentioned that he is young and has never been in a relationship, so he is easy to fool and easy to tease. Han Lai confidently urged that they should just add him to the group and chat privately afterward because, just so they know, he doesn't accept public teasing. As Han Lai waved and walked down the podium, a student questioned what he was pretending for or if it was just because he looked a bit handsome. The guy confirmed if there was still a spot in their class's dormitory, but he hadn't seen Han Lai in the afternoon either, and his seatmate agreed. Han Lai recognized those 2 as Lu Zhai and Duan Xiaoyi, and he remarked that he didn't expect that even though they were not in the same dorm at that time, those bunch of folks would still keep an eye on him. but he clarified that his target wasn't them, and as he was about to sit on his chair, he requested if the class monitor could come find him for a moment. When he saw Ting Ting coming up towards him, Han Lai acknowledged that he was there. A few ladies immediately surrounded his seat, called him classmate Han, and asked him if he would like to join their group. They were asking Han Lai if he used QQ, and he looked surprised. Suddenly, Ting Ting tapped one of the ladies by the shoulder and suggested that they should give her a moment. She placed a paper on Han Lai's desk as she greeted and introduced herself as their class monitor. She informed that her name was Zai Lu Ting and that first, she was collecting class fees from Han Lai, and second, she would add him to the group. Han Lai mentioned that Zai Lu Ting, who is the first of the three goddesses, held the title of the most beautiful goddess for 3 consecutive terms. As Han Lai playfully remarked that Zai Lu Ting learned to talk like him and she playfully questioned him about it, he recalled that while Zai Lu Ting is beautiful, he was once tricked by her to the point of almost dropping out of school. Everyone looked surprised when they saw Zai Lu Ting playfully lean towards Han Lai's desk and query why she couldn't do it when he could talk about 2 things, and Han Lai responded that maybe they could be friends in that lifetime. Han Lai mentioned that there were 3 matters. He asked what the connection was between joining the class group and finding a partner. Zai Lu Ting looked embarrassed when Han Lai pointed out that she didn't catch the main point. She chose to say nothing as she composed herself. Zai Lu Ting changed her demeanor, coldly looked down at Han Lai, and asked if there may be a possibility that she couldn't grasp the main point, but she could simply not care about his second matter. Han Lai agreed and politely inquired Zai Lu Ting how much the class fee was. Zai Lu Ting noticed that Han Lai's demeanor has changed, and as she wondered if they were of the same kind, she informed that the class fee is 200 yuan. Handing the money, Han Lai remembered to inquire if there would be advance notice for any activities. Zai Lu Ting confirmed, of course, that they were at least 3 days in advance. Suddenly, Zai Lu Ting was startled when her seatmate hugged her from behind while calling Han Lai a handsome guy and asking him if she should add him to the class group. Without paying her any mind, Han Lai responded that he would trouble her then. Han Lai was surprised when the lady sat beside him. She introduced herself as Yu Yun and her hometown is in Jiangnan. Han Lai remarked that her name, Yu Yun, has a lingering charm and is a nice name. Yu Yun commented that Han Lai's name was also very nice to hear and that she wondered if it was the fiery lie of dry firewood or the lie of 3 chaste virtues and 9 severe loyalties. Han Lai did not respond, and his attention was completely on his phone. Yu Yun got worried, and she wondered if she took the joke too far. She inquired about Han Lai's phone brand because she didn't think she had seen it before, and Han Lai explained that it was a knockoff Xiaomi 1. Yu Yun observed that Han Lai's demeanor looked like that of a well-off young man from a wealthy family, so she was confused, and she asked Han Lai if it was because of some special sentiment, but Han Lai simply admitted that he was poor. Yu Yun was disgusted when she heard what Han Lai revealed. She quickly jumped out of her seat. Yu Yun stormed off, and she was fuming mad as she murmured and muttered that if Han Lai didn't want to talk, she should just forget it because no one cares, and when Han Lai saw that, he clarified that it was not that he didn't want to talk to her, it was that he didn't want to experience the feeling of being treated like a meal ticket again. Recalling how he gave Yu Yun a gift and how she apologized to have cost him so much while in her mind she was clicking her tongue and noted that Han Lai actually dared to give her a gift worth 400 to 500. Han Lai stated that after all, in Yu Yun's fish pond from his previous life, he was the one who had been wronged. When Han Lai stood up, one of the ladies asked him if he didn't like Yu Yun and observed that she was so pretty, and another lady agreed and added that the class monitor was also very pretty. Zai Lu Ting overheard them when Han Lai mentioned that one couldn't determine whether they liked someone or not right after they met them and that, of course, the class monitor is pretty, but that doesn't mean he has to only focus on the prettiest one. Han Lai continued that, moreover, he values inner beauty and compatibility more, and Zai Lu Ting frowned and was speechless when she heard that. A few hours later, it was already evening, and the crescent moon was lighting up the night sky. Classes have ended, and the students have flocked towards the elevators. One of Han Lai's classmates noticed him walking in the opposite direction, so he called him and asked if he wasn't waiting for the elevator. Han Lai responded that there was no need because his dorm was on a lower floor, so taking the stairs would be faster. As it got late in the evening, the lights in every room in the buildings were lit. In one of the rooms, a guy called the attention of his roommates, asked if they had any cigarettes left, and requested that they give him one. Suddenly, the guy noticed something. He saw Han Lai just standing by the door. The guy immediately kicked the chair that he was using as a footstool away. He looked so pissed as he ordered Han Lai to get out of there, and he asked him why he was standing there like some door god. The chair was flipped on the floor, and there was a moment of silence. Han Lai looked at the chair sprawled on the floor in front of him with disdain, but he remained silent. Seeing Han Lai's expression, the 3 students glared at him, and one of them voiced their displeasure. The blonde guy, who kicked the chair, was startled when Han Lai inquired if he could get off his desk. Han Lai also requested the blonde guy if he could also pick up his chair. The blonde guy simply blew out the smoke of his cigarette and challenged Han Lai, asking what he would do if he refused. Han Lai stayed silent, and he calmly picked the chair up. He inquired the blonde guy which bed was his, and the guy kicked the chair he was holding and suggested that he should sleep in the bed next to his. The blonde guy was puzzled when Han Lai simply climbed up to his bed and remarked that it was good. Seeing that Han Lai was ignoring him, the blonde guy looked pissed, and the black-haired guy commented that Han Lai was a little douche who was kind of interesting. The blonde guy laughed and asked Han Lai if he was looking for trouble. Han Lai just opened his bag without paying them any mind. He was even humming when he was taking his things out, which made the black-haired guy uncomfortable. Han Lai suddenly pulled out a hammer from his bag. The brunette guy who was sitting across the room was startled when he saw what Han Lai just pulled out. He looked so surprised that his mouth was agape while he was looking up at Han Lai. Han Lai smirked sinisterly while his eyes glimmered. The brunette guy couldn't speak, and he was simply pointing at Han Lai, which the blonde guy noticed. The blonde guy immediately looked up at Han Lai. He saw that Han Lai was holding a book, but he was unaware that there was a hammer hidden behind it. The brunette guy was petrified when he saw what Han Lai did, while the blonde guy got pissed. The blonde guy clenched his fist and called Han Lai a bastard. But before he could attack Han Lai, he was surprised when the brunette guy grabbed him and urged that he should wait. The brunette guy advised that the blonde guy should calm down because he just saw Han Lai take out a claw hammer from their bag. He asked why a normal person would carry such a thing in their bag and noted that the way Han Lai looked at him, the gaze was like looking at a dead person. And he cautioned that the blonde guy should endure it for a while, just keep calm, and he reminded him of the case from back then. The black-haired guy slowly got down his bed, and he looked anxious as he wondered what the other guys were talking about. Was it whipping or punishment, and if Han Lai would try to kill them? Han Lai suddenly put down the book. He saw that the guys were slowly getting out of the room, and with a horrifying glare, he demanded where they were going, and they were startled. The black-haired guy panicked, and he explained that the blonde guy's girlfriend was there, calling them to hang out together. Han Lai looked at them with a deadpan expression. He smiled sinisterly, and as he questioned the blonde guy if he had a girlfriend, the blonde guy was so terrified that he turned pale and started sweating. The three of them swiftly got out of the room and slammed the door behind them. Seeing what happened, Han Lai wondered if he scared those kids too much. Han Lai let out a sigh, and the system screen appeared beside him. He remarked that although the system helps him, he still shouldn't rely on it too much because knowledge could be boosted, but thoughts cannot. Han Lai noted that intelligence could be raised, but wisdom could not, so he had to work even harder and level up. The next day, in the cafeteria, someone was eating a sandwich and was asking another person what they thought. A lady was asking Yu Yun if Han Lai was a rich young master from a wealthy family. A guy heard her and remarked that although they were both students in the business school's finance class, Han Lai lived on the lower floor of the International Exchange College while they were squeezing in the elevators with hardship, and he asked how unfair that was. Yu Yun asked the guy if his family wasn't wealthy too and how many properties his family had. The guy was startled, and as he glared at Yu Yun, the guy across from him responded to the question and replied that they only have a few properties. Meanwhile, Zai Lu Ting was just silently sipping her milk. Suddenly, she noticed something. Zai Lu Ting noticed a sweaty guy in a jersey who was wiping himself with a towel. It was Han Lai, who was holding a bun in his hand while stretching, and as he mentioned that he ran 5 kilometers early in the morning, he exclaimed that the feeling of youth was really great. Han Lai was about to bite into his bun when someone suddenly called him. It was the lady that was with Yu Yun, and she was smiling brightly while she waved at him and greeted good morning. Han Lai waved back, and with a smile on his face, he also greeted good morning. A few moments later, Han Lai was standing by the elevator when someone called him. It was Yu Yun, and as she noted that she heard that Han Lai was living on the lower floor, she asked him how he managed to get that spot and commented that it was amazing. While the people behind them were complaining about what was wrong with the business law teacher, Han Lai explained that he just had good luck and grabbed the opportunity. Suddenly, the blonde guy marched through the hallway with his cigarette, and he looked so irritated as he ranted that the other teacher doesn't do any roll calls, yet a teacher was the only one who gives a care and makes a fuss. And when he noticed the other students staring, he commanded that they should get out of his way while asking if they haven't ever seen a handsome man, and insulted that they all look like idiots. A student approached Han Lai, and he looked so worried as he advised that Han Lai should move aside quickly because they couldn't handle that group of people. The blonde guy glared and demanded who was the one with no common sense who still wouldn't give way, but he suddenly trailed off. He looked so surprised and horrified when he saw Han Lai that he dropped his cigarette on the floor and cursed. The people standing near the elevator froze, and one of them announced that it was over. A lady asked why there was a group of people, and the lady who was with her mentioned that Han Lai was probably going to be in trouble. Han Lai remained silent, but his expression looked dark. The blonde guy started sweating buckets and laughed awkwardly. He was startled when the brunette guy suddenly appeared beside him, called Hanlai big brother, and greeted him, and when the black-haired guy asked Hanlai if he had breakfast, Hanlai just waved at them and greeted them as well. The blonde guy quickly walked away and was preparing to escape. But he was startled when Hanlai inquired if he was coming back to sleep early that day. He nervously turned to look at Hanlai and explained that he was still going to stay outside to accompany his girlfriend that day. Yuyun couldn't help but ask Zai Luting if those guys knew each other, but Zai Luting remained silent. The blonde guy also called Hanlai big brother, and as he apologized, he pointed at the other guys and suggested that he should let Zio Dongbei and Will Ding Ding pick him up first. The elevator rang, and Hanlai responded that there was no need. Pressing the up arrow on the elevator, Hanlai asked them if they weren't coming up with a threatening look on his face. But he was caught off guard when the guys started pushing everyone on the elevator and requested that Hanlai and his friends should go up first because there were too many of them, so they would wait for the next round. The elevator was so cramped, and Hanlai was trapped in a corner. Hanlai was surprised when he noticed Zai Luting in front of him. Zai Luting looked so embarrassed, and as she sparkled in Hanlai's eyes, he commented that she was truly the future Super S-class body. Hanlai was looking at Zai Luting intently, and he was constantly apologizing in his mind. The elevator suddenly beeped, and it caught Hanlai's attention. Everyone started leaving the elevator, and only Hanlai and Zai Luting seemed to be left behind. But someone suddenly put their arm around Hanlai and remarked that he was an impressive and awe-inspiring brother. It was the guy from before, and as he mentioned that brother Huang, the blonde guy, and the others seemed to be quite afraid of Hanlai, he asked him if they knew each other from before. Hanlai quickly removed the guy's arm around his shoulder. With a threatening look on his face, he instructed that the guy should kindly refrain from obstructing his route because he hates that, and the guy nervously called Hanlai Brother Lai. The guy was startled when Hanlai showed a wallet, and he immediately looked in his pocket to see where his wallet was missing. Still having that threatening look on his face, Hanlai tapped the guy on the shoulder, thanked him for helping him keep his wallet safe, and advised that he should keep his hands clean in the future, and the guy nervously apologized. As the guy immediately fled in a panic and bid farewell to Hanlai, Hanlai remarked that soft violence was quite effective as well. Suddenly, someone called Hanlai. It was Zai Luting, and as Hanlai inquired what the matter was while calling her class monitor, she asked him if he didn't mention that he wanted to be friends with everyone and why he was being so rude to Zhang Taishu. Hanlai asserted that he never stated that he wanted to be friends with everyone and asked Zai Luting to confirm if he had. Inside the classroom, Yuyun started waving aggressively at them and repeatedly called out that she was over there. Hanlai was startled when Zai Luting quickly walked past him. Zai Luting calmly sat beside Yuyun. She commented that Hanlai was right because it was quality over quantity when it came to friends. Zai Luting asked Hanlai what kind of friends he wanted to make. Hanlai mentioned that he probably wanted friends who don't ask too many questions. Yuyun suddenly burst out laughing. She immediately apologized and remarked that Hanlai was so amazing that she couldn't help it. Yuyun noted that she had very few questions and asked Hanlai if he would consider adding her on WeChat. Hanlai scratched his nose bridge and replied that he would send it to Yuyun later. But Hanlai explained that he doesn't chat much and he usually keeps his phone muted, so his response time might be late. Zai Luting asked Hanlai if that was the reason why he hadn't replied to her messages until that moment, and she commented that he really didn't take her, his class monitor, seriously. Hanlai stated that, after all, he was busy chatting with the spirit guardian beast, which was his nickname for Chen Yanfei that she seemed to like, last night. He apologized to Zai Luting and admitted that he was a bit busy last night and didn't get a chance to reply. Zai Luting looked embarrassed, and as she started reading a novel while sulking, she wondered what was so great about it and muttered that she was not ashamed. She buried her face in the book, and as she imagined Hanlai being surrounded by ladies that had vegetable heads, she observed that Hanlai did look pretty good. But Zai Luting remarked that Hanlai's personality was too arrogant, so it was minus points. Zai Luting commented that for someone with such a deep scheming mind, she better keep some distance, and she glanced over Hanlai. She was horrified by what she saw. Someone was flipping through pages and was also writing at an incredible speed. It was Hanlai, and Zai Luting looked so startled when she saw what he was doing. Hanlai stated that even though his accounting skill has reached level 3, the boundaries are still quite vague. Looking at the book, Hanlai mentioned that although those problems are not difficult, they require clear organization to better apply them to making money. Hanlai remarked that acquiring knowledge was one thing, but mastering that knowledge was another. He noted that the more knowledge he crammed in, the harder it became to organize. Hanlai explained that, if unable to accurately extract the necessary information at critical times, the knowledge could become a burden instead. He grabbed another book, thinking that he should seize the opportunity to grasp that knowledge at that moment to avoid future problems. Hanlai stacked the books on his desk. He suggested that he should first establish an organization plan and proceed to handle them in order of priority. Meanwhile, Zai Luting continued to observe Han Lai, and she was wondering what he was doing and if he was solving a question at such a fast pace. Zai Luting called Han Lai and mentioned that the teacher hadn't covered that part yet, and Han Lai asked her if they couldn't learn it on their own. She looked so pissed as she retorted that Han Lai could, and in her mind, he thought that if Han Lai had that kind of self-learning ability, there would be no reason for him to be there in the first place. Han Lai suddenly revealed that, first of all, he suddenly had a breakthrough after summer vacation. He continued that secondly, he got into a fight with someone, causing him to get hospitalized, and he missed the exam opportunity right before the college entrance exam. And thirdly, he was actually a genius, but he lacked motivation in the past, and he was finally turning things around. Han Lai asserted that with those three possibilities, Zai Luting could believe whichever she wanted, and Zai Luting was surprised while Yu Yun looked intrigued. Zai Luting asked Han Lai if he was trying to bluff with her and exclaimed that she didn't believe any of them. Yu Yun chimed in and decided that she chose the third one. Han Lai was speechless for a moment. Yu Yun added and declared that Han Lai was definitely a genius because, the moment she saw him, she felt that he was different from other guys. Han Lai just stared at Yu Yun, and he complimented that she was smart as well. He recalled that in his previous life, Yu Yun played around with a bunch of naive boys and finally married some wealthy kid as she desired, so currently, the purpose of getting close to him has become self-evident. Han Lai called Zai Luting. He challenged that since Zai Luting doesn't believe any of them, she should try guessing herself. Zai Luting stood up as she agreed with Han Lai. Han Lai looked disappointed when Zai Luting pointed at him and affirmed that, first of all, he was indeed a genius, but she insisted that, due to his rebellious personality in high school, he was unwilling to study hard. Zai Luting recounted that on the eve of the college entrance examination, Han Lai's girlfriend cheated on him with a wealthy guy, causing him to underperform and not even qualify for second-tier universities. She detailed that Han Lai couldn't accept it, so he went to seek revenge on them, but he ended up getting seriously injured by their lackeys, had to be hospitalized, and only recently recovered. Zai Luting concluded that Han Lai was not content, so he decided to make them pay for it and started to study hard with determination. She added that Han Lai kept the knockoff phone his ex-girlfriend gave him in order to motivate and remind himself. Zai Luting disclosed that Han Lai warned himself to stay away from attractive girls in order not to repeat the same mistakes, and that was the reason why he had been keeping his distance from her all along. She hypothesized that Han Lai mentioned wanting to find a girlfriend in his self-introduction because he wanted to forget his ex-girlfriend, but he hasn't taken any action or responded because he has been hurt and is afraid of a new relationship. Zai Luting proudly asked Han Lai about what she mentioned and if it made more sense. Han Lai let out a sigh as he called Zai Luting and pointed at her. He asked if Zai Luting wouldn't happen to be moonlighting as a novelist on some online platform, and Zai Luting immediately turned red due to embarrassment and shock. Han Lai was surprised when he observed Zai Luting's reaction. Zai Luting replied that she had to study, manage the class, and handle student council tasks, so there was no way she could find time to create novels. But Han Lai grew more suspicious of her reaction, and he commented that that feigned reaction had convinced him that Zai Luting had written novels before. Han Lai remarked that it was interesting. He mentioned that in his previous life, he had never heard about that kind of thing. Han Lai recalled his past with Zai Luting, and he noted that even though he was miserably deceived before, there was no doubt that Zai Luting was excellent in all aspects. He was admiring Zai Luting from a distance as she forced herself to run another lap, and he observed that she was strong-willed, disciplined, and outstanding to the point that ordinary people find it hard to approach. Recalling how she got married, Han Lai reflected that Zai Luting would be doing well after graduation. But he heard that it was not the case. Han Lai admitted that he didn't expect Zai Luting to have such a side. He remembered that no one mentioned Zai Luting writing novels in her past life, which proves that she was cautious about that matter, and she did a good job of keeping it a secret. Suddenly, Han Lai remembered something. Han Lai recalled how, back then, he went to Zai Luting's office to borrow a printer, and she responded that she had something urgent, so he should figure it out on his own and not rummage through her files. The notification on Zai Luting's computer suddenly rang, and Han Lai thought of the message he accidentally saw at that time. Someone messaged Zai Luting, but they were calling her Mr. Huanghua, and they mentioned that the monthly ticket had been casted, so it was time for an update. Han Lai smiled as he remarked that if he was not guessing wrong, that should be Zai Luting's alternate account specifically for signing contracts for writing novels. He glanced at Zai Luting and observed that it was interesting. Observing Zai Luting, Han Lai remarked that he should unlock the enigmas veiled beneath her facade. Zai Luting was looking intently at the book that she was reading, but she looked anxious. She grabbed her pen and started biting on it to calm herself while she was thinking about something. In Zai Lu Ting's mind, she was throwing a tantrum, and she was wondering what was wrong with her, and why she was getting distracted by Han Lai. She glanced at Han Lai, and as she recalled what he mentioned, she wondered if he didn't notice. Suddenly, the school bell rang. Yun quickly stood up, called Han Lai, and asked if he wanted to join them for lunch at the cafeteria. Han Lai declined, as he had something to do, so they should go ahead. Yun quickly turned towards Zai Lu Ting for comfort, and she remarked that Han Lai doesn't know what's good for him as no one has ever rejected her. But Zai Lu Ting stated that Yun was just trying to catch Han Lai's attention. Zai Lu Ting flicked Yun's forehead and commented that straight guys are like that, so she shouldn't worry about it. Evening had already come, and as Han Lai walked on campus, he noted that, taking advantage of no classes the next afternoon, he would go buy a computer first and also replace his old phone and SIM card. As he reached his room, Han Lai remarked that roaming fees were so expensive. Tears filled Han Lai's eyes as he admitted that even though he lacks experience, he is in greater need of money at the moment. As he turned the doorknob, Han Lai seemed puzzled. The room was quiet when he opened the door and everyone was sleeping. The blonde guy woke up, and he was puzzled when he saw a silhouette behind him. But he got horrified when he realized what he was looking at. Han Lai came into the room with a dark aura looming around him, and he looked like he was feeling overwhelmed. He placed his bag with a loud thud. The blonde guy shivered and quickly turned around, while the black-haired guy woke up and checked what the noise was. Han Lai quickly came out of the room after that, and when he was walking in the hallway, he heard that someone in the room cursed and exclaimed that he was going to move out because it was really scary. He smiled and remarked that scaring kids was quite entertaining. The next day, Han Lai looked around the electronics shop, and while the salesperson was asking him what he needed, Han Lai recalled that in 2013, offline electronics markets boomed, but unfortunately, that prosperous scene will rapidly decline within a few short years, ultimately turning into waves crashing onto the beach. As Han Lai pointed at a phone and decided he would take that one, he remembered and asked the salesperson which floor the Apple store was on. A few moments later, at the Apple store, the salesperson was handing a bag to Han Lai, and as they asked if it was for credit card or cash, Han Lai responded that it would be credit card. And he noted that although it was a bit expensive, within the next year and a half, the overall cost effectiveness of the iPhone 5 seconds is the highest. Han Lai looked at the bag and commented that Apple's phones could be used for work and also for daily use. As he got out of the store, he noticed a man leisurely sitting while trying to pick a booger off his nose. Han Lai remembered that there were computers, and when he saw the man rolling the booger on his fingers, he looked so disgusted and remarked that it would be better to buy a laptop because some custom-built desktop vendors are really good at ripping people off. A few moments later, someone was handing out Coca-Cola and mentioned that it was $2.50, but the bottle could be returned for 50 cents. Han Lai was the one who brought the Coca-Cola, and he immediately gulped it down. He let out a sigh of contentment, and he remarked that it was nice. Han Lai paid for the drink, and as he mentioned that the vendor should keep the $2, he explained that after buying the phone and computer, there were only 15,000 left, and later, registering for driving school would cost a few thousand more, so he couldn't be careless anymore. A few moments later, Han Lai walked past some lucky numbers listed on a board, which caught his attention. Looking at the numbers, Han Lai remarked that no matter how he saves, for essential things like a phone card, he can't really save on those. Han Lai brought a phone card, and as the salesperson handed it to him and requested that he check it, Han Lai agreed and thanked them. Suddenly, the system notified Han Lai that he had purchased a phone card and triggered the consumer gift function, so he was receiving an additional gift. Han Lai looked disappointed, as he complained that he didn't get any gifts for the 3 major items he brought before, but currently, the system is giving him something for getting a phone card. As he clicked on the confirm button, Han Lai wondered what good thing the system would give him at that time. The system gave Han Lai a description that it was just an ordinary phone card where he could choose his own number, and real name registration automatically gained top-level access with the system, so he cannot be monitored or queried. He could input the other party's information to obtain their communication. He could bypass all interception, and he could dial any number at will. Han Lai was so surprised that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the last part of the description. He looked at the phone card, and as he wondered if it was considered ordinary, he exclaimed that the value of those last 3 attributes was simply immeasurable. Han Lai immediately inserted the card into his phone, and he stated that as long as he used it properly, that card could definitely provide him with tremendous assistance. He declared that he had to use it as the main card. Meanwhile, at the dorms, someone yelled. It was Yun, and as she asked Zai Lu Ting what she thought about Han Lai, Zai Lu Ting inquired why she was asking about Han Lai again. Yu Yun noted that Han Lai lives in the international dorm, so his family background should be good. But Du and Xiaoyi and the others were also wealthy. However, when it comes to personality, they can't compare to Han Lai at all. When Yu Yun mentioned something about Han Lai being a bit indifferent to others, Zai Luting observed that maybe that was just his personality. Suddenly, Zai Luting was puzzled when her phone vibrated. It was Han Lai who was giving out a number that ended in 6666 and informed that it was the class monitor's phone number and WeChat ID, so they should try not to spread it. Zai Luting looked surprised when she saw the message, and it seemed like she recognized the phone number. Phone numbers are categorized into various levels, and the highest level numbers are usually held by high-ranking individuals and could only be obtained through official auctions or applications. So in the eyes of those who understand, those numbers represent more than just wealth. Han Lai explained that 139 was the first batch of mobile number ranges opened in 1995, and 6666 holds a value just below that of numbers like 1111 and 8888. He remarked that people who understand the number rules will automatically realize, so using it for showing off is like a perfect score, and he was right because Zai Luting recognized the number and she looked worried. Zai Luting was startled when someone suddenly screamed. It was Yu Yun, and when Zai Luting asked her what was wrong, she replied that it was nothing as she just saw a scary post, and she remembered to ask Zai Luting if she added Han Lai on WeChat. Zai Luting looked concerned, and she commented that Han Lai was an asshole who promised to keep it a secret but ended up telling everyone. Meanwhile, someone was typing on their keyboard. It was Han Lai, and he looked so disappointed as there was a group he couldn't find. He typed something on his laptop again. Han Lai was searching for the Gathering of Cucumbers group, and when the group was not found on the internet, he wondered if that wasn't the name. He wondered if Zai Luting hadn't created that group during her freshman year. Han Lai mentioned that Zai Luting should have started writing a novel in her sophomore or junior year and established a fan group. He noted that since there was a fan group, it proved that she must have had popular work at that time. Han Lai knew that soon a golden era of online literature would come, and many excellent works would be discovered and adapted into movies and TV shows. He saw that his literature and writing were both at level 3. Han Lai mentioned that even though he didn't have time and hadn't written a novel, he knew the future trends and what was coming. He asserted that with Zai Luting's talent and his foresight of the future, he was sure that they were going to make a big profit. Han Lai typed on his laptop again and declared that he would try again. This time, he searched for the loneliness of a radiant cucumber, and when he found a user with that name, he exclaimed that he got it. Han Lai observed that it was fortunate that Zai Luting's alt account was already named that. When Han Lai tried to add the account as a friend, he was asked to answer a few verification questions, like who the owner of the account was, who Han Lai was, and what he wanted by adding her. Han Lai looked disheartened when he saw that, and he asked himself if Zai Luting was writing a novel or doing some underground work. He looked so troubled, as he noted that it seemed that directly friending Zai Luting was out of the question. But suddenly, Han Lai recalled something, and he got an idea. He quickly scrolled with his mouse and typed on the keyboard. Han Lai was trying to search for the author of The Loneliness of a Radiant Cucumber, but there were no relevant authors found. He looked annoyed, and he expressed that he just couldn't believe it. Han Lai looked so frustrated as he stared at his laptop and muttered that one was uploaded after the end of the college entrance examination on June 7, 2013. Another was before the start of school on September 1st. And there were about 6 works that were either discontinued or completed. He started typing on his keyboard again as he suggested that based on Zai Luting's personality, it was normal to have 1 or 2 abandoned works, but to abandon 3 or 4 in a row without giving up, she doesn't have the mentality or ability for that. Han Lai concluded that after excluding various factors, among the authors who met all the conditions, there were only 2, and he hit enter. A few moments later, Han Lai came into the classroom, and when he entered, Yu Yun called and waved at him. Yu Yun told him that he should come over to her. Han Lai looked wary about the situation. As he walked past some ladies, one of them asked if Yu Yun was trying to pursue Han Lai, and as her seatmate mentioned that Yu Yun is able to get along with anyone, the other lady commented that Yu Yun was just a flirt. Yu Yun smiled brightly at Han Lai as she requested that he have a seat, and as he took a seat beside her, Han Lai remarked that he didn't expect Yu Yun to be so interested that she would be taking the initiative to show interest in a guy, which doesn't seem like her style. Yu Yun turned to Zai Luting and informed her that Han Lai was there, but Zai Luting just agreed without looking up from her phone. When Han Lai saw that Zai Luting was ignoring people, he warned that she should treasure her last moments of arrogance because the bait had already been laid and it was just waiting for the fish to bite. Looking at the people seated around him, Han Lai observed that the relationships between those characters were also very interesting. Han Lai noted that although Du and Xiaoyi, the long-haired guy, was getting closer to Fang Feifei at the moment, he actually liked Zai Luting the most. However, in the end, he ended up with Yu Yun, but after marriage, he got cheated on. He He recalled that initially, Fang Feifei had a crush on Lu Zhai, but Lu Zhai was the captain of Yu Yun's fan club. Han Lai also remembered that Yu Yun and Fang Feifei don't get along, and while Zai Lu Ting and Yu Yun appear to have a good relationship, they are actually just superficial friends. He smirked as he commented that the exciting college life had just begun. Suddenly, Yu Yun called Han Lai, and as she asked him what he was so busy with that afternoon that he didn't reply to her messages, Han Lai explained that he was reading in the dormitory, so he didn't notice. Lu Zhai suddenly reacted when he heard what Han Lai mentioned. Dun Zhao immediately asked Lu Zhai what he was yelling about and to look at Han Lai and look at them. He clicked his tongue and remarked that there was really no comparison, and when Han Lai heard that, he responded that, as expected of Dun Zhao, he seizes every opportunity to mess with people. Suddenly, Yu Yun reacted like she had just realized something. Yu Yun called Han Lai and asked him if he was not thinking of taking the transfer student exam, which caught Zai Lu Ting's attention, but she didn't say anything. Fang Feifei, Dun Zhao, and Lu Zhai also looked at Han Lai with worry written on their faces. Han Lai looked horrified as he asked why everyone was looking at him, and he mentioned that the transfer student exam is in May next year, so there was still plenty of time. Yu Yun agreed and noted that it was still early, but she thinks that with Han Lai's effort, if he prepares in advance, he definitely has a chance to pass. Dun Zhao nudged Lu Zhai and playfully asked him if he didn't want to give the transfer student exam a try, and Lu Zhai responded that there was no reason for him to want to because just thinking about it wouldn't help, and he was talking as if he could definitely pass. While glancing over to Han Lai, Dun Zhao suggested that they should give it a try because there was still more than half a year left and taking it doesn't cost a thing, so they should do their best. Lu Zhai remarked that boasting is easy, but if he can't pass the exam, it would be embarrassing, and Dun Zhao agreed that it was true. Dun Zhao noted that unlike him, he doesn't have to go to work after graduation, so taking that exam wouldn't be of any use, and Fang Feifei added that she envies him because not having to work must be so nice. Zhang Taishu chimed in and asked to confirm if Dun Zhao's family was rumored to have 4 properties, and they were all within the inner ring road. Dun Zhao proudly asked Zhang Taishu, who claimed that his family has 4 properties. He corrected Zhang Taishu and stated that it was 4 apartment units. One of the students asked if Dun Zhao's family was really that wealthy, and another one remarked that having 4 apartment units within the inner city of Shanghai was at least being a millionaire or even a billionaire. A lady asked Dun Zhao which district his house was located in. Yu Yun chimed in and inquired to confirm if just renting them out could bring in a significant amount of money. Han Lai joined in and questioned Dun Zhao to confirm if there were 4 apartment units, and Dun Zhao proudly responded that it was not that expensive because, after working for about 2 years, he could afford to rent a single room in his house. Han Lai commented that Dun Zhao was indeed a second-generation teardown, and the developer provided their entire family with 4 apartment units. But he knew that it was joint compensation obtained by pooling together all the relatives in the village. Han Lai also knew that what truly belonged to Dun Zhao's family was just 8 units of small and medium-sized residential houses and a small shop because his parents took the opportunity to open a small supermarket and collect rent when there was nothing else to do, so they are living quite well. He let out a sigh as he expressed that Dun Zhao's family's social status was just average, so there was no way he could be as impressive and glamorous as he claimed. Han Lai glanced over at Zai Lu Ting, and he observed that, compared to those people, it was still her who could arouse his interest more. Meanwhile, Zai Lu Ting was analyzing Dun Zhao's stats, and she commented that although his family is wealthy, considering other aspects, his overall score was still low. She noted that, however, he could be considered a worthless person with some utility. Zai Lu Ting glanced to her side. She was looking at Han Lai, and as she analyzed his stats, she remarked that, on the contrary, Han Lai was excellent in every aspect, and he appeared completely different from them in every aspect despite being the same age. Zai Lu Ting stated that for Han Lai's steady and composed personality, she would add 0.5 points. She blushed as she added that she would also add 0.5 points for good looks. Suddenly, someone called Han Lai and noted that it seemed that he was studying so hard. It was Dun Zhao, and he asked Han Lai what it was for and if he was really thinking about taking the transfer student exam. Han Lai suggested that they should just talk about it later, but Fang Feifei asked him which school he was planning to apply to. Both Yu Yun and Zai Lu Ting quickly looked at Han Lai and were eagerly waiting for his response. Meanwhile, Fang Feifei remarked that she knew it because Han Lai was acting so differently from the entire finance class, and he doesn't seem interested in classmates either, so maybe he never intended to stay in the humanities department for long. Han Lai put down the book he was reading and mentioned that he hadn't really decided yet. He thanked Fang Feifei for her concern but noted that she asked too early when Yuyun saw what he was reading and observed that she saw that he was almost done with calculus. Yuyun acted surprised, and as she questioned why Han Lai was studying math if he didn't want to take the transfer student exam, she remarked that their school doesn't require it, so it was no wonder he doesn't pay attention to others. Han Lai looked anxious, and as he turned to look at Yuyun, he remarked that she was truly living up to the title of a princess in the field, and he wondered if she was trying to make enemies out of him. He commented that it was quite interesting to watch those kids play around, so he wondered if he should join them for a bit of acting too. Lu Jai suddenly repeated what Han Lai remarked about how he hadn't really decided on anything and questioned him if it could be that he was hesitating to say something. Duan Xiaoyi chimed in and remarked that Lu Jai was just talking nonsense because no one knows that maybe their brother Han Lai has lofty ambitions, which is why he doesn't want to tell everyone in advance, and he asked Han Lai if he was right and if he was planning to take the entrance exam for Fudan University or Jiaodong University. Han Lai responded that he needed to think about the specifics more. Fang Feifei was about to comment to Han Lai, but Duan Xiaoyi suddenly interjected that Han Lai was just good at bragging. Lu Jai was already nervously sweating, but he still bragged and declared that if Han Lai could get admitted, he would eat a pound of Yuyun's trash. Yuyun got embarrassed, so she quickly stood up and questioned why Lu Jai was so vulgar, but Han Lai replied that Lu Jai's thoughts were quite fanciful. With a straight face, Han Lai stated that Lu Jai was just talking to deceive for food and drinks and asked him why he didn't ask Yuyun first if she would feed him. Zai Luting tried to hold in her laughter, but she couldn't. On the other hand, Yuyun repeatedly hit Han Lai's arm while calling his name. Han Lai acted distressed, and as he explained that Lu Jai was the one who bragged, he asked Yuyun why she hit him. Yuyun averted her gaze and commented that Han Lai couldn't be like Lu Jai, so he was not allowed to imitate his disgusting behavior. Another classmate agreed and requested Lu Jai to not act so low, while another classmate noted that Han Lai was really funny. Covering his face, Lu Jai cursed and questioned that when he spoke, it was considered lowly, but when Han Lai spoke, it was funny. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaoyi was wondering what was going on, and he noted that it was understandable that Yuyun suddenly acted so coy. But he turned to Duan Xiaoyi, and when he saw her face, he wondered when she had ever laughed so happily. Duan Xiaoyi mentioned that he couldn't let Han Lai outshine him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend. He bragged and remarked that his home wasn't far from Fudan University, so when Han Lai passes the exam, not to mention other things, he will take care of finding off-campus housing. Duan Xiaoyi commented that when the time comes and Han Lai stays at his place, he will waive 3 years' worth of rent for him, but he really needs to work hard, so he shouldn't tell him that he will be too afraid to even sign up. Han Lai wondered if Duan Xiaoyi was trying to provoke him, so he calmly replied that they would talk about it when the time came, and besides, the 12 universities don't offer finance-related majors, so it was quite boring. There was a moment of silence in the classroom, and everyone looked at the oblivious Han Lai. Zai Luting wondered if Han Lai didn't detect the malice in Duan Xiaoyi's words, but she commented that it was impossible. She noted that there was no way Han Lai didn't notice, so he just didn't pay attention. The other students started whispering amongst themselves. One of them remarked that where Han Lai chose to take the exam wasn't related to Duan Xiaoyi, and another noted that it was just that they couldn't stand seeing others outshine them. Suddenly, someone called Han Lai. It was Zai Luting, and she mentioned that with Han Lai's level of math, as long as he doesn't aim high, he should have a good chance. Zai Luting stated that Han Lai possesses a commendable character coupled with remarkable learning aptitude, and given his proficiency in mathematics, she anticipated that the exam would be a minimal challenge for him. Han Lai looked so uncomfortable, and he wondered if Zai Luting genuinely offered a compliment along with words of praise and motivation and if the enigmatic beauty's demeanor had truly shifted. Duan Xiaoyi chimed in, and he remarked that if even the class monitor was praising Han Lai like that, he wondered how high Han Lai's math level was, and in his mind, he pondered that he was actually curious to see the extent of Han Lai's capabilities. Someone suddenly grabbed the stack of papers Han Lai was writing on. It was Duan Xiaoyi, and he looked so intimidated when he looked at the papers, and he inquired if he was merely filling in the answers and if it could be that he was relying solely on mental calculations without using any written work. He commented that filling in solutions haphazardly with eyes closed was an endeavor that doesn't seem beyond his capabilities either. But Zai Luting chimed in, and as she asked Duan Xiaoyi if Han Lai randomly filled in the answers, she observed that if it was Duan Xiaoyi's task, he would likely struggle to even grasp the formulas correctly. Duan Xiaoyi was lost for words, so he simply clicked his tongue, unaware that a hand behind him was about to grab the stack of papers from him. the person managed to snatch the papers from Duan Zhaoyi's hand. It was Fang Feifei, and as she raised them up and inspected them, she queried how there was an absence of any written calculations or any visible process. Fang Feifei was startled when Han Lai snatched the papers from her hand and explained that the questions were so simple that solving them mentally was enough. She remarked that Han Lai's abilities were truly astonishing, as she couldn't even understand the initial chapter, while Yu Yun asked Han Lai if it was correct that he had exerted unbelievable effort. Han Lai confirmed that indeed, he did invest substantial effort and the outcomes justify it, and in his mind, he thought that achieving a level 3 proficiency in mathematics was tantamount to a sophomore in the mathematics department of Tsinghua or Peking University, so compared to that, those questions were of an elementary nature. Duan Zhaoyi was startled when he heard that Yu Yun noted that she had no doubt and that Han Lai's diligence was truly remarkable, and Fang Feifei added that it was an inspiration to them all, while Zai Lu Ting remarked that those two were acting like fangirls. A lady approached Han Lai and requested if he would consider tutoring her sometime in the future. Another one mentioned that she has also been thinking about transferring. But sadly, her learning capacity might not suffice, which would lower her chances. Another asked Han Lai if he could tell them the approach he used for self-studying. Duan Zhaoyi clenched his fist, and he was trembling in anger as he questioned himself how an individual from such a low background acts like some kind of top achiever. Seeing the girls gathering around Han Lai, Duan Zhaoyi remarked that, moreover, Han Lai was just pretending, yet they were all changing sides. Duan Zhaoyi saw the smiling Zai Lu Ting, and he noted that the change had happened so fast that even Zai Lu Ting had come to Han Lai's defense. He pointed out what Han Lai mentioned about the calculations being all in his head and observed that Han Lai's adeptness was truly exceptional. Duan Zhaoyi expressed that in that case, he will extend his well wishes for his successful admission to Fudan University, and that he will get a good job quickly. He commented that with hard work, along with family support, he was sure that in a decade, Han Lai might accumulate a house down payment akin to his. When Duan Zhaoyi remarked that although right after graduation, Han Lai's income might be limited, Han Lai responded that Duan Zhaoyi was a naive kid. Duan Zhaoyi mentioned that the cost of rent and utilities might substantially deplete Han Lai's earnings, but he should not worry because his family's housing could be at his disposal for rental. And considering that they were classmates, he was willing to offer Han Lai a discounted rate if he liked, and he inquired how that sounded to Han Lai. Lu Zhai chimed in, and he remarked that Han Lai was already situated in an international dormitory and asked Duan Zhaoyi if he really claimed that Han Lai needed one of his rentals. Duan Zhaoyi dismissed Lu Zhai and stated that with 3,500 annually versus 100,000, there would clearly be a significant difference. He explained that his family's properties were all located within the inner city, so without an income ranging from 10 to 20,000, securing accommodation might prove challenging. And when Yu Yun heard that, she glanced at Han Lai and expressed her curiosity about Han Lai's family background, if it could rival that of Duan Zhaoyi. Meanwhile, someone smiled and remarked that the bait had already been taken. It was Zai Lu Ting, and she looked so pleased, as she declared that it would be best if they ended up fighting because she really wanted to see how Han Lai looked when defeated. Zai Lu Ting added that when the moment arises, she shall intervene so they shall discern whether Han Lai persists with his cunning tactics. She was the master of strategic incitement, and she commented that it was going to drive Han Lai crazy. But Duan Zhaoyi was surprised when Han Lai suddenly stifled a laugh. Han Lai smiled and inquired which house of Duan Zhaoyi's family was so expensive. Duan Zhaoyi looked embarrassed, and he explained that each of their houses could be deemed lavish. Han Lai laughed, and as he called Duan Zhaoyi a kid, he noted that he should listen because surely he doesn't consider the collective contribution of his entire village toward those 4 units as their family's properties. Duan Zhaoyi was startled, and he started sweating while Han Lai asked if he was possibly correct in his deduction and noted that it should be unlikely. Duan Zhaoyi's mouth was trembling, but he suddenly stood up and demanded what nonsense Han Lai was spouting. One of the students who were listening to the commotion asked if someone could explain what was going on, and another student remarked that he was uncertain himself. Han Lai revealed that he was familiar with building number 4 in Yangpu district. Duan Zhaoyi looked so horrified when Han Lai described that it was a low-rise structure featuring a single elevator and 4 apartments per floor, a 1-bedroom apartment that spans around 42 square meters, while a 2-bedroom apartment encompasses approximately 64 square meters. Han Lai disclosed that Duan Zhaoyi's family, spanning 3 generations, has acquired 8 apartments on the 10th and 11th floors of Block 1, and Duan Zhaoyi resides in 2 of them while leasing the remaining 6. He acted like he just remembered something and disclosed that Duan Zhaoyi's parents also procured an additional 48 square meter commercial unit on the ground floor to be used as a small supermarket. Han Lai remarked that, speaking of which, he inquired if someone could recall that year's average valuation for relocated properties in Yangpu district because his memory falters. Dun Xiaoyi's expression looked so grim, and he was lost for words. Han Lai noted that, as of the moment, he would give Dun Xiaoyi an opportunity to reconsider his claim from before. He inquired which one was characterized as exorbitantly expensive among the real estate properties owned by Dun Xiaoyi's family. Dun Xiaoyi looked so embarrassed, and he was pointing at Han Lai as he was about to confront him. On the other hand, Zai Luting was wondering what exactly the background of Han Lai was. Meanwhile, Han Lai remarked that there were locals uniting to put pressure on developers. He explained that they eventually achieved a complete relocation, which was indeed quite impressive. However, Dun Xiaoyi's family was not at the forefront of that matter, nor did they orchestrate the success. Dun Xiaoyi was so stunned when Han Lai clarified that the matter had no real connection to Dun Xiaoyi's family. It was merely a matter of being in the right place at the right time. Han Lai stated that Dun Xiaoyi was just benefiting from good luck, and while he could flaunt his wealth at him, he should not attribute the entirety of his riches to his own efforts. Everyone looked uneasy when Han Lai asserted that it was the wave of urban development that brought prosperity to Dun Xiaoyi's doorstep, which is a fact that he should appreciate. Han Lai emphasized that first and foremost, Dun Xiaoyi's family's grandeur wasn't as substantial as his claims suggest, and furthermore, even if his family possesses some wealth, that has nothing to do with him. He insisted that it was vital for Dun Xiaoyi to remember those two facts. Dun Xiaoyi should avoid approaching him, and he should try to mask his ignorance and contradictions. Han Lai declared that Dun Xiaoyi's current standing was nothing at all as he lacked any real qualifications, and as he asked Dun Xiaoyi if he finally got it, Dun Xiaoyi was so shocked that he could only ask Han Lai how he found out all of that. Dun Xiaoyi looked terrified when Han Lai revealed that hidden potentials do exist. Han Lai mentioned that he was there to pursue his education, and his family doesn't wish for him to attract trouble. He noted that his family also wouldn't want to hear that he had been bullied in a class of 64 students. While Zai Luting looked conflicted, Yu Yun looked fascinated when Han Lai shared that he must preemptively ascertain whom he could engage with and whom he should avoid. Han Lai commented that, as for Dun Xiaoyi's true level, that was something he ought to recognize within himself, and Dun Xiaoyi looked shaken. Calling Dun Xiaoyi a kid, Han Lai advised that he shouldn't ever let such a situation take place again. Han Lai inquired if anything he expressed made it through Dun Xiaoyi's thick skull. The entire classroom was silenced. Dun Xiaoyi swallowed a lump in his throat. He meekly sat back on his seat and responded that he understood. Suddenly, the bell rang. The professor entered the classroom, called the students, announced that it was time for the lecture, and after he mentioned that they would delve into microeconomics that day, he immediately started discussing it. Zai Luting was thinking about Dun Xiaoyi's reaction as she observed how he looked so embarrassed in his seat. She remarked that Dun Xiaoyi was a loser and questioned how he couldn't even make a comeback. Zai Luting commented that although they didn't witness Han Lai getting humiliated, his performance earlier was truly impressive. She mentioned that someone needed to set people like Dun Xiaoyi, who were just brainless douchebags, straight. But by doing so, she might have just become a villain for no reason, so perhaps she should write another novel about a domineering CEO falling for her, using Han Lai as the male lead. Zai Luting turned extremely red, and when she noticed that, she slapped herself and muttered that losing control of her emotions was not good, so she should calm down first and think about other matters. When she calmed herself down, Zai Luting recalled that someone once stated that they should speak softly but act boldly, as being able to be gentle and tough makes a true man, and Han Lai's behavior earlier was even more perfect than she could have imagined. Zai Luting thought about showing grace when tolerance was needed and sharpness when firmness was required, so for people like that, she had to do her best to get along with them. A few moments later, the class ended, and the students started leaving the room. Yu Yun called Han Lai and asked where he was going to have lunch and if he wanted to join them because she and Zai Luting were going to the cafeteria. Han Lai replied that the cafeteria was too expensive and he couldn't afford it. Suddenly, Han Lai's phone rang and notified him that a friend request had been sent. When Yu Yun saw Han Lai looking at his phone, she exclaimed that she couldn't believe that Han Lai couldn't afford cafeteria food yet could afford the newly released 5 seconds. But Han Lai was paying her no mind as he looked so happy when he saw that the notification was from Chen Yanfei. While he was busy replying, Han Lai admitted that Yu Yun was right because he used all his savings on the 5 seconds, so currently he has to eat cheap. Yu Yun glared at Han Lai and she looked so frustrated. She offered that Han Lai shouldn't worry because it would be on her, but Han Lai questioned her if it was real and confessed that he didn't have the money to pay her back. Yu Yun looked so pissed as she asked herself if she expected Han Lai to pay her back and what was up with that clueless guy. Although she was fuming mad, he assured that Han Lai doesn't have to pay her back because she has enough allowance, so inviting him a few times won't hurt. Han Lai hesitated, and he explained that he got too caught up with the online gaming news that he didn't know what was currently happening. Looking at Han Lai, he wondered if he had unintentionally flipped the script on the phishing attempt. Han Lai smiled discreetly as he commented that it was fascinating. He acted coy and asked Yu-Yun if that wasn't a bit awkward, which startled her. Someone suddenly caught Han Lai's wrist. It was Yu-Yun, and she repeatedly insisted that Han Lai should come and stop pretending and just give her a little face. So Han Lai agreed and mentioned that he wouldn't be polite because, in that era of living off others, he has never been afraid of anyone. Fang Feifei suddenly stifled a laugh. Yu-Yun heard that, and when Zai Lu Ting did the same, she asked them what they were laughing at. Zai Lu Ting laughed and remarked that the two of them were so funny. Zai Lu Ting mentioned that Han Lai claimed he was living off others, and she continued laughing, which startled Yu-Yun. Yu-Yun looked embarrassed when she realized what Han Lai had stated. She pinched Han Lai's arms. Yu-Yun challenged Han Lai to repeat himself and asked him if he did that on purpose, but Han Lai couldn't answer because all he could do was express his pain and exclaim that it hurts. When Yu-Yun let go, Han Lai asked her what he did on purpose and if she implied that he was low-minded and stated that he only eats at the regular cafeteria, but Yu-Yun looked annoyed and looked away from him. In her mind, Yu-Yun was troubled, and she was wondering what was wrong with her, how she ended up making such a move, and if Han Lai thinks that she's frivolous. Fang Feifei suddenly called Han Lai and remarked that it was disgusting to eat and drink Yu-Yun, so she would pay for him instead. Fang Feifei looked embarrassed when Han Lai declared that he was just a soft food eater, so as long as it's delicious and soft, he doesn't mind anyone paying for him, so she should discuss it with Yu-Yun. While looking at Fang Feifei and Yu-Yun, who were discussing, Han Lai commented that, thanks to Duan Xiaoyi's dumbness, those two seemed to be more interested in him, but he just wanted to make money properly. Han Lai stated that, even though they were all beauties, he would rather not get into a serious relationship with any of them. He remarked that one wants all pure love and the other wants to marry a rich second generation, so he can't handle them. While Han Lai packed his things, Yu-Yun was thinking about his reaction, and she was wondering if he was not interested in both of them. Yu-Yun observed that, considering Han Lai's previous behavior, he probably has a significant background and might have met all kinds of beautiful women. She noted that for a guy like Han Lai, being hard to chase is normal, but as long as his family is well off, enduring a bit of hardship temporarily shouldn't be a big deal. Yu-Yun was about to talk to Han Lai, but Fang Feifei intercepted her and asked her if she had just bought a set of skincare products. Fang Feifei inquired if Yu-Yun didn't have much to live on and suggested that she should let her pay for Han Lai at that time, which took Yu-Yun by surprise. Yu-Yun explained that she didn't buy that skincare product as it was clearly a gift from a devoted admirer, but she just asserted that she could still afford a meal in the cafeteria, so Fang Feifei didn't have to worry about it. Fang Feifei agreed, but she warned that Yu-Yun shouldn't come crying poor to her later. There was suddenly a moment of silence and tension between the two ladies. Han Lai looked uncomfortable as he observed those two. He decided to break the tension, and he asked them if they weren't hungry. A few moments later, they were lining up in the cafeteria when Yu-Yun remembered to ask Han Lai something. Yu-Yun inquired why Han Lai suddenly changed his phone. Han Lai responded that it was because he was afraid that the class monitor would make up stories about him. Zai Lu Ting was startled when she heard that Han Lai explained that if he kept using his old phone for a couple more days, the whole school might start gossiping that he was not over his ex-girlfriend and that he was heartbroken. Zai Lu Ting quickly defended herself and insisted that, of course, she hadn't spread that rumor before. Fang Feifei approached Han Lai and questioned him if he had really never had a girlfriend before, and Han Lai confirmed that he never had one. Han Lai explained that his high school was just too uneventful for him, so he was never noticed, and Lu Zhai, who heard what he revealed, looked at him with disgust. Lu Zhai declared that Han Lai was a liar, and Duan Xiaoyi looked nervous. Duan Xiaoyi was startled when Han Lai looked at them and inquired what Lu Zhai mentioned because he couldn't hear him. Duan Xiaoyi quickly covered Lu Zhai's mouth and replied that it was nothing, as Lu Zhai was just stating that Han Lai was being too modest. Han Lai was startled when he turned back and saw Yu-Yun in front of him, and she commented that he was indeed modest. Fang Feifei chimed in, and she questioned Han Lai about what kind of girl he likes. Meanwhile, Zai Lu Ting was intently listening to them while the ladies suggested that Han Lai should share his type with them. Han Lai thought about what kind of girl he likes, and he responded that they should let him think. He gave it some serious thought. Han Lai thought of a beautiful lady, and he explained that it would probably be someone who doesn't need to be exceptionally beautiful but is gentle, understanding, shares similar values, and is comfortable to be around. Yu-Yun awkwardly remarked that it was no wonder Han Lai hasn't had a girlfriend because he's so traditional. She assured that it was okay because a good guy like Han Lai surely deserves the best. Han Lai asked them what qualities make someone the best, and the two ladies were taken aback. Yuyun looked uneasy as she clarified that, of course, Han Lai gets to answer that question himself, and in her mind, she thought that she's an E-cup after all and wondered if men shouldn't like bigger ones. Fang Feifei agreed that Yuyun was right because what Han Lai likes is the most important, and in her mind, she thought that Cai Luting is so beautiful and Yuyun has a great figure, so she should find another way. On the other hand, Cai Luting noted that even though she didn't have any romantic feelings for Han Lai, it was really annoying to become the imaginary rival, and besides, if she were to compete, she wouldn't lose either. Looking at them, Cai Luting remarked that they were childish for always comparing and competing. Suddenly, someone grabbed Han Lai's arm and assured it was alright. It was Yuyun, and Cai Luting watched as Yuyun held on to Han Lai and suggested that they should go because they were heading to get food, so if they wait too long, all the good food will be gone. A lot of warm food was served on the table, and Yuyun excitedly came back while carrying a bag and exclaimed that she had also bought some fruits. Yuyun called Han Lai and was about to say something, but she trailed off. She saw that Han Lai was no longer in his seat, so she asked the others where he was and if he had run away. Han Lai appeared behind Yuyun and announced that he was there. As Yuyun turned to look at him, Han Lai declared that there was no way he could just eat her food for free and handed her a slice of cake. Han Lai mentioned that he was not sure about her taste, but he assumed that everyone likes desserts, so he bought several kinds. Yuyun and Fang Feifei looked excited when Han Lai informed them that they could pick their own, while Cai Luting just looked indifferent. They unpacked the cakes, and Fang Feifei immediately stated that she wants strawberries, so the others reassured her that no one will take them from her, and Han Lai, who was observing them, remarked that those kids were so easy to please. Han Lai noticed something. He saw that Cai Luting was intently looking at a strawberry cake, so he asked her if she didn't want to eat one. Han Lai explained that it is premium animal cream, so it was healthy, and as he asked Cai Luting if she didn't want one, he suggested that if she was not eating, she should give it to him as it was pretty expensive. Cai Luting just laughed as she pulled out the chair to sit in front of the cake. She started eating and questioned Han Lai why she should give it to him, which made Han Lai snicker and think that that trick still works. Yuyun asked Han Lai how he knew she wanted cake from that place and mentioned that the shop was not cheap, so she thanked him. Han Lai responded, "You're welcome." However, he pointed out that the dishes on the table in front of him weren't cheap either. Fang Feifei agreed and noted that there were 2 big chicken legs too, so the standards are high. Yuyun affirmed absolutely because, as her guest, there was no way she could let Han Lai eat ordinary stuff, and in her mind, she was wondering why Fang Feifei was already starting to find faults. Fang Feifei expressed that she was worried Yuyun might eat herself out of poverty, but Yuyun assured that as long as Han Lai needs it, she could support him until he has living expenses. Han Lai chimed in and insisted that that wouldn't be appropriate. He joked that at the rate of what he ate that day, he would have her bankrupt in a week, which pissed Yuyun. Fang Feifei was startled when Han Lai suggested that to prevent Yuyun from going broke, he would mooch off of Fang Feifei's food the next day. Fang Feifei agreed that it sounds good, so the next day she will invite Han Lai for something delicious. Han Lai acknowledged that Fang Feifei was a true heroine, and as Fang Feifei reminded Han Lai to make sure to come, they gave each other a high five. Yuyun remarked that Fang Feifei could invite Han Lai if she wanted because she wouldn't compete with her and she wouldn't invite Han Lai again. Fang Feifei asserted that she didn't have to, and in his mind, Han Lai was laughing as he reflected that it was like the wheel of fortune was turning. Han Lai observed that the way those ladies were at the moment was just like him in his last life. He concluded that people only truly grow when they have crossed certain thresholds. As Han Lai was about to peel an orange, he reflected that only then could one rationally evaluate the foolish things they had done in the past. Han Lai continued to peel the orange. Meanwhile, Cai Luting was silently observing Han Lai, and she noted that although Yuyun and Fang Feifei were almost getting into a fight, Han Lai hadn't reacted yet. Cai Luting mentioned that, judging by Han Lai's demeanor, he probably wasn't interested in their type when Han Lai seemed to have noticed her. She immediately turned red, as she was caught off guard when Han Lai called out to her. To subtly point out that he knew that she was staring at him, Han Lai asked Cai Luting if she wanted some oranges and remarked that there was only that one piece left. Although embarrassed, Cai Luting acted dismissive and responded that whoever wants it could have it, so Han Lai should keep it for himself. Han Lai replied that if Cai Luting didn't want it, that was fine, and he added that compared to Yuyun and Fang Feifei, Little Cucumber was more interesting. He ate the last piece of orange, and as he observed the ladies, Han Lai commented that Cai Luting really messed with him in the past, so there was no way he could not pay her back, so the interesting days were still ahead. A few moments later, at the dorms, someone was surprised to see Han Lai and remarked that he was back while he was shutting his phone down. It was the black-haired guy, and as Han Lai greeted him good afternoon, he asked him if he had lunch, and the guy replied not yet, but they were going out to eat in a bit. Han Lai looked concerned as he asked the guy what time it was already. The guy nervously asked Han Lai if he had eaten and suggested that they should eat together because it's a perfect opportunity to welcome him. Han Lai turned away and declined, saying that there was no need as he just ate. He glanced back at the guy with his sharp eyes as he remembered something. Han Lai asked the guy if they were going to stay out all night again that night, and the guy looked so terrified that he struggled to find his words. The guy explained that the campus was tiny, so apart from going online, there was really nothing much to do. Han Lai just laughed, and he thought about how those rich kids pass their time and that he knew that so well. He knew that at the moment, it was just online, but after a while, they would discover a new way to do it in life under the guidance of their seniors, as many of the city's clubs boast exclusive VIP sections. As Han Lai observed his roommates, he pondered that he once wondered about the source of their wealth, but his curiosity has since waned. Han Lai stated that there was no need to fret. He assured that there will be more than enough opportunities ahead, and he concluded that, after all, in the foreseeable future, he will surpass their wealth by a substantial margin. The black-haired guy mentioned that his name is Kai Xiangbei, but Han Lai could call him Xiao Bei or Xiao Dongbei. He explained he is from the northeast region, his hometown is a small county, and his family deals with timber. And he added that if Han Lai ever needed to build a house or get some solid wood furniture, he should just tell him. The brunette guy introduced himself as Ding Yu, but everyone calls him Ding Ding, and he's from the Jiangsu Zhejiang province, and as he stated that his family runs a factory, he nervously asked Han Lai if he wanted a cigarette. Han Lai replied that he doesn't smoke, so they should go ahead. Ding Yu was terrified that he dropped the cigarette he was holding, and Kai Xiangbei immediately approached him. Kai Xiangbei put his arm around Ding Yu and commented that Han Lai was indeed something else because not smoking is good as it is harmful to his health, but Ding Yu tried to respond. Kai Xiangbei quickly covered Ding Yu's mouth and clarified that they just smoked it for fun, and Han Lai remarked that those kids were scared as it was really a bit cruel. Han Lai observed that it was always like that, affecting the friendly and harmonious atmosphere in their dorm, so he continued that since they were all in the same dorm, there were some things he shouldn't hide from everyone. Kai Xiangbei and Ding Yu listened nervously as Han Lai admitted that there might be a few small issues in his personality. Han Lai confessed that he's sensitive, has low self-esteem, or is introverted. Unpleasant things always weigh on his heart. He tends to overthink, and he doesn't know how to console himself. He asked them if it scared them before when he was reading Buddhist scriptures, and he explained that it was his way of dealing with inner demons, as he actually values relationships a lot, but he was just not good at expressing himself. Kai Xiangbei and Ding Yu looked terrified when Han Lai noted that since they were in the same dorm, it must be fate given by heaven. Han Lai requested that in the future they take care of him and hoped that they could become true friends. Kai Xiangbei was shocked and terrified, and he exclaimed that Han Lai was seriously worse off than not explaining at all. Ding Yu looked the same, and as he thought about what Han Lai revealed about low self-esteem, being sensitive, and inner demons, he commented that Han Lai's buff stats were maxed out. Han Lai noticed their expression, so he inquired what was wrong with them, and Kai Xiangbei suddenly cried, called his mom, and announced that he wanted to go home. A few moments later, in the hallway, Ding Yu cursed and muttered that if it wasn't so hard to find housing around there, he would seriously consider moving out immediately, while Kai Xiangbei seemed to be thinking about something. Kai Xiangbei questioned why he felt that Han Lai was messing with them. Ding Yu acknowledged that if Kai Xiangbei thought so, it does really seem like that, but he still believed that Han Lai has a somewhat mischievous side to him, which is kind of spooky. Kai Xiangbei suddenly slapped Ding Yu's back and asked him if he couldn't be a bit more dignified. He suggested that Ding Yu should think about it because, with a godlike figure like Han Lai protecting them, they would be able to act like they own the place in the future. Kai Xiangbei was imagining their future, and he envisioned that he and Ding Yu would lead the way, being all heroic and mighty with Han Lai holding the Buddhist scriptures in his left hand and a hammer in his right guarding their rear, which was a great sight. Ding Yu responded that Kai Xiangbei should really forget it because he really can't handle Han Lai. Imagining a beautiful lady, Kai Xiangbei suggested that Ding Yu might not be able to, but his big sister sure could, because when Ding Xiang steps in, there's no man he can't handle. Ding Yu hit Kai Xiangbei on the head and exclaimed that he should get lost. He gave Kai Xiangbei the middle finger and declared that even if all the men in the world were extinct, he still wouldn't let his sister marry someone like Anjia. Kai Xiangbei joked that he was just kidding and asked why Anjia was even brought up. The next day, in the cafeteria, someone yelled and called Fang Feifei. It was Yu Yun, and she was pissed while she pointed at Fang Feifei. Fang Feifei waved Yu Yun off and asked if she could not look at them as if they were heartless scoundrels. Meanwhile, Zai Luting was just keeping quiet and staying out of their conversation. Suddenly, Yu Yun grabbed her arm and urged that she should look at Han Lai because yesterday he ate her food and used his stuff. But as she was about to say something about how Han Lai was currently acting, someone interrupted that she should wait a second. It was Han Lai, and he confirmed that it was true that he ate, but he didn't use Yu Yun's stuff, so he refutes those false allegations. Yu Yun was surprised when Han Lai brought out a bag and announced that he had even specially packed a portion for them, but it looked like he was being rejected. She quickly snatched the bag from Han Lai's hand, joked that she was sorry, and Han Lai informed that what she was grabbing was just for her. Yun commented that even though Han Lai talks so rudely, he is actually quite thoughtful, so if she could win him over, that thoughtfulness would only belong to her. On the other hand, Han Lai was wondering what Yun was daydreaming about, and he remarked that even though he didn't want to get involved with the two of them, using them to occasionally tease little Cucumber wasn't a bad idea. Time passed slowly, and Han Lai continued with his exercise. He also did his best to study. Han Lai was also diligently planning. He was living a routine life. But if there was anything interesting, Han Lai suddenly became a celebrity of the dorm, and one day, when he saw some people he recognized, he stopped walking. Han Lai saw 3 ladies standing in front of his dorm. One was asking the others to guess who he would be with. Another stifled a laugh and noted that it was immodest, and the other speculated that he might want them all. A few moments later, as he got back to his dorm, Han Lai was stressed, and he was asking himself if he could avoid that kind of fame when someone suddenly called him. It was Ding Yu, and he announced that he was leaving with Kai Xianbei and that he would bring Han Lai some special products when they came back, and Han Lai agreed and wished that they had a safe journey. The two closed the door behind them. Han Lai remembered that the National Day holiday starts the next day. He mentioned that if he remembers correctly, there will be a gathering for those staying on campus. When Han Lai opened their group chat, he wondered if an argument was starting when he saw that Dun Xiaoyi and Lu Zhai were disagreeing with the others about going to Happy Valley, which is an amusement park. And as Dun Xiaoyi questioned the others for thinking that waiting in line for 3 hours for a single ride isn't fun, Lu Zhai remarked that he went there every day when he was a kid, so he got tired of it. And as a snide remark, he apologized and noted that tickets for Happy Valley cost several hundred, that some people have to save up for a while to go just once, and Han Lai commented that Lu Zhai really needs to watch his words. Han Lai remembered that it was the first time they had an internal conflict in the class since the start of the school year, so he supposed their little Cucumber was probably feeling quite frantic about the matter at the moment. And just as Han Lai guessed, Zai Lu Ting was overwhelmed as she tried to mitigate the argument by urging that they should not argue as they could vote on where to go, and she requested that they avoid making snide comments. A guy named Wang Jiahong stated that it was not like they wanted to argue, but the few idiots started it and were showing off there just because their family has a bit of money. But Lu Zhai responded that he didn't care if he was showing off, and he even taunted Wang Jianhong by asking him if he accidentally hurt his fragile self-esteem by asking him if it bothers him that much that his family lives by the seaside. And as an onlooker tagged Zai Lu Ting, Lu Zhai questioned them what was up and remarked that tagging anyone won't work, and they had the guts to get the class monitor involved. Reading their messages, Han Lai commented that it was just like the previous life and not even the reason for the arguments had changed, so he bet that Zai Lu Ting was busy privately chatting and trying to mediate each quarrel. Han Lai observed that in one class, some could only graduate with 3 certificates while others could get 2, and society exists wherever people are, and sometimes they couldn't even tell who was right or wrong, so a careless mistake could escalate conflicts between each other. He noted that Zai Lu Ting manages the class mainly through personal charm, and if everyone respects her, what she states will be effective, but in a situation where everyone is arguing, no one really wants to give her that respect. A guy named Chen Ping inquired the others why they were getting so worked up over Happy Valley, and Lu Zhai concurred and bragged when Han Lai intervened in the group chat to ask the guys if arguing with girls makes them feel powerful. He tagged Chen Ping and replied that he didn't have to if he didn't want to go, so he shouldn't make a fuss there, and he also tagged Lu Zhai to ask him if tagging anyone won't work and challenged that he should come on and try arguing with him. And he tagged Zai Lu Ting and suggested that it was the first gathering since the beginning of the semester, so they should discuss where to go and stop arguing, and suggested that they vote, list a few places, and majority rules, to which everyone agreed. Han Lai mentioned that although he didn't want to get involved in the matter in exchange for some goodwill, he would help if he could. The system notified him that his popularity was going up, and he boasted that ever since the day he sorted out Dun Xiaoyi, his popularity has been soaring, and he easily keeps those big shots in the class in check. However, while imagining himself being surrounded by people in suits, Han Lai admitted that he was not even sure which family's young master he was anymore. Suddenly, Han Lai's phone notification rang. Someone messaged him and thanked him for what happened earlier. It was Dun Xiaoyi, and she informed him that the schedule was set so the next day they would go to the safari park, have dinner in the evening, and head to Xinxiandi. Dun Xiaoyi added that she covered the expenses for Han Lai and thanked him for his help. Han Lai asked Dun Xiaoyi how much it was. Dun Xiaoyi replied that it was not much and he shouldn't ask again, so Han Lai just responded with, "Oh." When Dun Xiaoyi saw Han Lai's response, she was mortified, and she complained that it was her first time spending money on a man. But all she got was an "oh." She was pissed, and she called Han Lai a scoundrel, so he should just wait. Dun Xiaoyi responded with just periods to Han Lai's text, and when he saw that, he wondered if she was angry. Han Lai was confused, and he wondered how their convection suddenly went sour. He decided to just forget it and stated that if Duan Xiaoyi didn't want to chat with him, he would chat with Little Cucumber instead, because last time, he spent a lot to tip those 2 accounts that seemed to be hers, and he doesn't believe he can't lure her in. Han Lai was suddenly notified that he had a new private message, and he got excited. Han Lai exclaimed that finally there was a reply as the user named Proud Little Cucumber replied to his message regarding the tip, and as she thanked him, she expressed that it was precious, and she was moved to tears. He was excited, but he reminded himself that he needed to calm down because he couldn't be sure if the author was Duan Xiaoyi or not. Han Lai wondered if the trap caught the wolf or not, so he bombarded Proud Little Cucumber with questions: what her author Tencent QQ number was, if there was a reader group, when was she planning to start a new work, and as he requested that she keep updating because he will always support her, he added that he will know for sure when she replies next time. The next day came, and while on a train station, Han Lai called his mom to ask how she and his dad were doing lately, and mentioned that her son was doing great, eating well. He boasted that he had grown several centimeters taller and that he still had enough money, so they should both take good care of themselves because when he becomes successful, he will bring them to live in a big villa. And as his mom commented that his voice has become nicer, he laughed and remarked that it was a good thing, and he also assured her that nobody bullies him because his classmates are all very polite, and they keep calling him Big Brother. Han Lai insisted that he was not kidding her because he had grown up already, and he agreed with her that she should go on with her work and said goodbye. As soon as Han Lai got off his phone, Yu Yun called him and aggressively waved at him as she urged that he should hurry up because they had been waiting for him. Han Lai was startled when Yu Yun suddenly hugged him and noted that the road was quite slippery, and as he claimed that it was fake, Fang Feifei asked Yu Yun if she wasn't going home and if she had enough money for her expenses, to which Yu Yun responded and retorted that Fang Feifei should mind her business because her mom just sent her living expenses. Yu Yun and Fang Feifei were glaring at each other, and when Yu Yun wondered if it wasn't just an excuse to do something behind her back, it seemed that Han Lai heard her thoughts, and he remarked that she was just overthinking. Han Lai pulled his arm away from Yu Yun and requested that she should let go first because it was hot. When he saw Duan Xiaoyi and Chen Ping, Han Lai observed that they both came with blushing faces, but he wondered if the rascal Lu Zhai didn't show up. Suddenly, Zai Lu Ting waved a flag and instructed that everyone was already there, so they should get going, and that she would go buy subway tickets for everyone, so they should follow her and not wander around. Meanwhile, one of the guys was blushing as he remarked that Zai Lu Ting's legs were truly something, and Han Lai inquired if it was something special. Han Lai acted like he didn't care and questioned what was attractive about Zai Lu Ting's chopstick-like legs. But his mind was filled with images of Zai Lu Ting, and while blushing, he admitted that a year of fitness had made her quite the success because those legs were truly amazing. And not only her legs, but her figure was also graceful, curvy, and well-proportioned. Han Lai was clicking his tongue in his mind, and he commented that Zai Lu Ting was a queen when someone called him and asked what they were chatting about. It was Zai Lu Ting, and she reminded him that he should hurry and catch up because if he gets lost, she won't take responsibility, to which Han Lai agreed and replied that they were coming. Zai Lu Ting looked nervous as she noted that it was the first-class activity, but she commented that with Han Lai around, there shouldn't be any trouble. But she was horrified and was speechless when she noticed something. Duan Xiaoyi was cursing as he was out of breath, and he complained that the subway was crowded and they went through all that trouble just to come and see some monkeys, to which Zhang Taishu agreed that it was true, but he noted that still, they have been on that spring outing so many times since they were kids. Zhang Taishu mentioned that it was cheap after all because student tickets are only 65 yuan, and when he inquired Duan Xiaoyi if he said that everyone was as rich as him with 8 apartments, Duan Xiaoyi was pissed. Duan Xiaoyi questioned Zhang Taishu what his point was, if he was mocking him for using cheap as an excuse, and if he needed money because he could lend him some. Zhang Taishu retorted who the hell was mocking him and stated that he came there on his own and no one begged him to come. The two of them were in a fiery rage, and when Duan Xiaoyi demanded to know Zhang Taishu's problem and if he wanted to go at it immediately, Zhang Taishu challenged Duan Xiaoyi to clarify what he meant, and he agreed and proposed that they should fight, and whoever loses is the coward. Zai Lu Ting was confused as she watched those two, and she wondered how that suddenly turned into an argument. Zai Lu Ting looked pissed as she approached Duan Xiaoyi and Zhang Taishu and demanded what was wrong with the two of them. Meanwhile, Han Lai was startled when Yu Yun took that opportunity to grab his arm again as she asked him if they were going to fight, and she exclaimed that it was really scary. Han Lai tried to push Yu Yun away and replied that it was fine because they wouldn't fight, so she should let him go because it was hot. But Yu Yun wouldn't budge, and as she insisted that she was just scared, Fang Feifei looked annoyed as she watched from a distance. Fang Feifei suddenly grabbed Han Lai's other arm and declared that she was scared too. Han Lai was horrified, and as he asked them what the hell they were both afraid of, he retorted that they argue all the time anyway. He was troubled and flustered while he was wondering why they were currently getting physical. As the two ladies fought over him, he grumbled that the one who ought to feel frightened regardless of how they see it should be him. Han Lai urged that they should let him go, and he would settle things between them both. But Yu Yun and Fang Feifei aggressively grabbed his arms and refused. Han Lai was irritated as Fang Feifei asked Han Lai what would happen if they got so crazy that they even attacked him, and Yu Yun warned that it was too dangerous, so he shouldn't go over there because he shouldn't bother with dogs biting each other. He realized that the two ladies didn't intend to let him go. Han Lai grumbled that the two of them forced him into that, and both Yu Yun and Fang Feifei blushed as they yelped. Yu Yun quickly ran away. Han Lai let out a sigh of relief as he muttered that finally he could go, and he remarked that those two girls never gave him even a look into his past life, but currently they were both trying to be close to him, which was really ironic. Suddenly, Han Lai noticed that Zai Luting was still mediating the fight between Duan Xiao Yi and Jiang Taishu. Zai Luting remarked that they rarely get to go out, yet the two of them were fighting, ending up with black and blue faces over such a trivial matter. Han Lai suddenly noticed that Zai Luting turned towards him, and he wondered why she was looking at him like that. Zai Luting's eyes were twinkling, and she was clearly asking Han Lai to help her. Han Lai started walking towards Zai Luting, which puzzled Yu Yun, who noticed him. Suddenly, Han Lai fell to the floor on one knee. He quickly ran away and complained that his stomach hurt so much that he needed to go to the bathroom, which astonished Zai Luting. Zai Luting was pissed, and as she cursed Han Lai in her mind, she growled that he dared to mess with her. Duan Xiaoyi and Jiang Taishu, who were still fighting, were taken aback when Zai Luting yelled and demanded that it was enough. Zai Luting ordered that if Duan Xiaoyi and Jiang Taishu wanted to fight, they should find a place where there's no one to get involved with so they don't affect the mood of other students there. And as she called everyone's attention, she instructed that they should disperse in the meantime, enjoy 2 hours of free time, and gather back at mealtime. While Zai Luting walked away fuming, one of the students asked if it wasn't supposed to be a gathering and why they were dispersing like that, while another whispered and commented that Duan Xiaoyi and Jiang Taishu must be crazy for fighting during their gathering, to which the student beside her added and mentioned that they even made the class monitor angry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Lai was sitting by a tree when Yu Yun messaged him to ask what he was doing and if he wanted to join her to enjoy the flowers because she was in a small grove behind the elephant exhibit. While Fang Feifei also messaged him and noted that it was hot that day, so she asked him if he knew where to change clothes because she wanted to put on something lighter. Han Lai was exasperated, and as he muttered that it was a good thing that he was not acting like a simp anymore, he wondered who could handle all that drama. He decided that he should just decline and keep his focus on his goals because he doesn't want to risk making Zai Luting hate him over some random mess, and she should have resolved the matter at that moment, so he should give her some time to calm down. On the other hand, Zai Luting was walking by the penguin exhibit while looking at her phone, and she cursed Han Lai as she grumbled that he actually ran away by himself. As she sat on the bench, she placed her phone and muttered that she was actually hoping that Han Lai would help her out so she wouldn't talk to him anymore. Suddenly, Zai Luting's phone rang, and he notified her that she had received a message. It was Han Lai, and Zai Luting was confused when he requested her help. Zai Luting shook her head as she decided that she was not going to respond. But she glanced at her phone and fell silent as she was deep in thought. Zai Luting murmured that she was not trying to talk to Han Lai, but she was just a little curious, so she messaged him back and asked what was wrong. Han Lai explained that his stomach hurts and he didn't bring any toilet paper. Zai Luting was surprised that she choked on her saliva and coughed. With an evil smile on her face, Zai Luting messaged Han Lai and replied that she couldn't really help with that because she couldn't go into the men's restroom, while in her mind, she muttered that Han Lai had finally fallen into her hands. Han Lai suggested that Zai Luting could just have a little kind chat with the janitor, which was simple, but Zai Luting retorted and demanded that when he asks for a favor, he has to have the suitable attitude and beg for it. Han Lai called Zai Luting sis and begged, but Zai Luting insisted that he should think carefully about what he should call her, and she teased that if Han Lai could call her invincible, kind, and adorable little fairy, she might consider helping him. But Zai Luting was horrified when Han Lai started calling her mom and madam. Han Lai inquired if calling her madam didn't work either, so he tried calling her darling, which pissed Zai Luting even more and made her call him a dog. Zai Luting was fuming as she was looking at her phone, while Han Lai explained that he was out of toilet paper because it fell into the water, so he needed help. She grumbled that Hanlai must be a dog sent by heaven to mess with her, and she would be a fool to give him any attention because he can't even say a few nice words to make a girl happy. Zai Luting concluded that it was true because even when Yu Yun and Fang Feifei were fawning over him, he hadn't shown any interest. She was startled when someone asked her what she was thinking about. Zai Luting was surprised when she turned and saw who was standing behind her. It was Hanlai, and she was flustered when he handed her a cone of ice cream and urged that she should hold it and eat it quickly or else it would melt. An article that simply lays everything out in a straightforward manner and doesn't fully engage the reader's emotions is not a good article, and the same principle also applies to love. First, one should make someone angry and frustrated and create a surprise to generate a significant contrast because, with emotional fluctuations, one could actually make the relationship stronger. Insincere flattery doesn't work. Only by mastering methods to enhance the relationship and maintain its freshness could one truly attract the other person, and Zai Luting was flustered when Hanlai gave him some ice cream. Zai Luting looked away as she still seemed mad. Hanlai took a seat on the bench. He kept handing the ice cream to the fuming Zai Luting and insisted that she should hurry up and take it because he waited in a long line to buy it, so it had to be delicious. Hanlai urged that Zai Luting should quit dilly-dallying because he just bought some toilet paper, and his stomach is feeling like it is still rolling, so he needed to rush back immediately. Zai Luting was moved and flustered but tried not to let it show, and she retorted that if Hanlai needed to go to the bathroom, he should just go and not intentionally discuss people there. Hanlai was amused, and as he smirked, he remarked that Zai Luting is usually quite aloof, but her sense of humor for that type of joke seemed to be quite low. Zai Luting was taken aback when Hanlai pushed the ice cream closer to her face and asked her if she was not taking it because if she doesn't take it soon, he will stuff it in her mouth. She grabbed the ice cream and questioned Hanlai if he had washed his hands, to which Hanlai replied and mentioned that he just went to the bathroom and bought some food. Hanlai questioned Zai Luting what he should wash his hands for when he didn't touch anything, and he teased that since Zai Luting's sense of humor is so unique, he could mess with her. Zai Luting suddenly laughed, and Hanlai inquired what was up. She tried to explain, but she burst out laughing even more, so Hanlai questioned why she was laughing. Zai Luting slapped Hanlai's shoulder. Hanlai looked confused as he looked at Zai Luting, who continued to laugh, and she exclaimed that it was killing her, so he should let her catch her breath. Zai Luting gazed at the flustered Hanlai, and she observed that he always smiled and even bought her ice cream, so it was no wonder Fang Feifei and Yu Yun were always hanging around him because the dog really is interesting. While eating her ice cream, Zai Luting kept staring at Hanlai and noted that although he could be annoying sometimes, he was indeed excellent and funny. Zai Luting confessed that she couldn't say she liked Hanlai very much, but if she claimed not to have any positive feelings towards him, she would be lying to herself. She tucked her hair behind her ears, and while licking her ice cream, Zai Luting suggested that if that was the case, maybe she should give Hanlai a chance. Meanwhile, Hanlai looked disgusted as he stared at Zai Luting. And while he was wondering why she was suddenly acting all high and mighty again, a notification rang. Hanlai was confused when the system screen suddenly appeared. The system notified Hanlai that he has the skill Complicate, which is currently at level 1, and he realized that he actually gained a new skill. Hanlai noted that he still had nearly 180,000 experience points, so he should focus on leveling up the skill to level 3 first. After leveling up his skills, Hanlai concluded that level 3 Persuasion, Acting skills, and Complicate were skills not just for picking up girls because, on one hand, he could hide himself and, on the other hand, he could test others. Hanlai asked Zai Luting if the ice cream was delicious, and she confirmed that it was quite delicious and the milk flavor was strong. He questioned Zai Luting if it was real and if there was no other taste, and when Zai Luting was about to respond and ask him what other taste there could be, she trailed off. Zai Luting was alarmed, and she was disgusted as she stared at the ice cream in her hand. She immediately lashed at Hanlai, called him a jerk, and asked if he wanted to die, but Hanlai quickly stood up from his seat and clarified where her mind had gone when what he meant was to ask if she felt the taste of love. Zai Luting called Hanlai a bastard and demanded that he should love himself and stop right there. But suddenly, a child bumped into Zai Luting. Zai Luting tripped and lost her balance, and someone cautioned that she should watch out. Someone managed to catch Zai Luting. It was Hanlai, and Zai Luting fell into his arms. Zai Luting was flustered, and Hanlai looked at her intently. Hanlai observed that the place was full of kids, and they were already making a lot of noise, so she should take it easy and not fall. Zai Luting walked away from Hanlai and noted that kids being noisy is understandable because of their age. But the students in their class are even more rambunctious, and in their class, there were more weirdos gathered than she had ever seen in high school. She sat back down and commented that it was rumored that the National Academy of Communications is not easy to manage, but she thinks their class monitor has it much easier than her because they don't encounter any trouble in a whole week. Han Lai was taken aback when Zai Lu Ting remarked that their class were just a bunch of troublemakers, and even when they go out to have fun, they end up fighting. He also sat back down on the bench and elaborated that a person's energy is limited and cheap. And as he asked Zai Lu Ting if she knew what that meant, he explained that limited energy meant they could only do so much in a day. Han Lai asserted that since they have nothing to do, all that energy goes to waste and becomes very cheap. And the reason why the students of the National Academy of Communications are easy to manage is that they have the money to live it up and they never have enough energy, so they don't have the inclination to provoke others as much. He concluded that they were the opposite because they don't have the capital, and being stuck in that small world where they can only pay with their phones and computers, their energy has nowhere to go and they are restless all the time. Han Lai stated that even though their class has small conflicts all the time, they don't stir up major trouble. On the other hand, over at the National Academy of Communications, they usually stay quiet, but once something happens, it definitely becomes big news. So Zai Lu Ting needs to first understand the differences between the two situations to be able to find an appropriate way to manage the class. Zai Lu Ting agreed that it does seem to make sense, and Han Lai's insight is quite remarkable, and she inquired how she could manage the class effectively in a situation like theirs. Han Lai advised that Zai Lu Ting can't just suppress it because conflicts like that will only increase in the future, and some people aren't worth her concern, so it was better to focus on doing meaningful things. Zai Lu Ting came to a realization, and she acknowledged that what Han Lai mentioned really does make sense because concentrating on her own tasks is indeed one approach. Han Lai suggested that Zai Lu Ting was just too idle, so she needed to direct her energy to where it's needed, and Zai Lu Ting reflected that pride without strength is arrogance, but she wondered what would happen if one had strength. Zai Lu Ting admitted that while she does have ambition, she lacks Han Lai's mindset, and he truly has the capital to be proud of his inner strength and vision. She smirked. Zai Lu Ting agreed that what Han Lai stated makes sense, so she will focus on herself in the future and learn from him. But Zai Lu Ting vowed that one day she would surpass Han Lai and become better than him. Han Lai gave Zai Lu Ting a thumbs up as he agreed and encouraged her, but she was pissed, and she questioned what he meant with that tone and if he was trying to pacify her like some toddler. Han Lai nervously denied that he was trying to pacify her when someone suddenly expressed their surprise. It was Yu Yun, and while she was running towards them, she exclaimed that she had finally found Zai Lu Ting. Yu Yun was out of breath, and she inquired if Zai Lu Ting was already better. But she was startled when he saw that Zai Lu Ting and Han Lai were together. Yu Yun was horrified, and she wondered how they were together. Yu Yun mentioned that Han Lai wasn't responding to her message, and she wondered if it was because he was with Zai Lu Ting. She approached Zai Lu Ting, and as she declared that she had finally found her, she asked her if she was already better, which surprised Zai Lu Ting. Zai Lu Ting suddenly crumpled a piece of paper in her hand. She discreetly threw it in the trash and replied that everything was already fine and she couldn't be bothered to stay angry with them. Yu Yun commented that Zai Lu Ting didn't reply to her messages, so she was worried, which made Zai Lu Ting apologize as she explained that she didn't check her phone earlier, and she asked Yu Yun if she wanted to go to the elephant exhibit together. Meanwhile, Han Lai was enjoying the view, and he remarked that it was often claimed that men always prefer 18-year-old girls, but when both Yu Yun and Zai Lu Ting stand together, they radiate youth. But Han Lai was alarmed when he heard about the elephant exhibit, and he wondered if it wasn't where Fang Feifei was. After talking with Zai Lu Ting, Yu Yun turned to Han Lai and asked him if he wanted to go with them to the elephant exhibit. But Yu Yun was puzzled when she saw that Han Lai had already disappeared from where he was. As Yu Yun asked where Han Lai went, Zai Lu Ting pulled out her phone and suggested that maybe she should call him to ask. Han Lai's phone rang. He immediately picked it up and answered with a hello. Zai Lu Ting asked Han Lai where he was. Han Lai explained that he needed to continue with unfinished business, and he asked Zai Lu Ting what was up and if she wanted to come and cheer him on. Yu Yun was startled when Zai Lu Ting screamed at her phone as she asked Han Lai, who wanted to cheer him on, and shouted that he should just go die. Zai Lu Ting was embarrassed, and while Yu Yun approached her and asked what business it was and what the two of them were doing earlier, she explained that Han Lai was joking around when she was even on speakerphone. She quickly walked away and remarked that Han Lai was in the bathroom purposely trying to discuss them, which was childish, and Yu Yun followed her and responded with an "oh." On the other hand, at an airport, an airplane was flying up in the sky. Chen Yanfei was at the airport, and Han Lai sent her a picture of a monkey. She exclaimed that it was cute and she wanted to go to the zoo too, to which Han Lai replied and mentioned that next time when she's free, he will take her there, and if they have enough time, they could even go to Sanya since the aquarium there has mediocre shows. Chen Yanfei was happy as she responded to Han Lai and expressed that it sounds great because she was up for being anywhere, and she was looking forward to winter break. Meanwhile, Han Lai was smiling at his phone as he remarked that Chen Yanfei was still so cute. Han Lai noticed the time on his phone, and when he saw that it was past 4 o'clock, he realized that he should go and meet up with the others. A few moments later, everyone had gathered at the entrance of the safari park, and as one of the students commented that eating barbecue is unhealthy, another student clicked their tongue and noted that eating hamburgers isn't healthy either, so another student suggested a tea house or a Western restaurant. But someone observed that those places were too expensive, and when Zai Luting heard those discussions, she wondered why they were arguing again. Han Lai suddenly chimed in, and as he suggested that they skip the restaurant and just go to the snack street, he proposed that everyone could eat whatever they wanted and they could also do some shopping along the way. Yuyun quickly agreed and remarked that everyone could eat what they liked, to which the other students agreed as well. A few moments later, at Snack Street, someone asked Han Lai if he wanted to try some. Someone also mentioned that the grilled squid looked good. While Yuyun was asking the vendor how much that was, Han Lai wondered if she was usually so honest because the seafood meal earlier must have cost at least 300 or 400. Suddenly, Yuyun wore a bunny ear headband. She asked Han Lai if it was cute and if he wanted to try it on. To which Han Lai replied and noted that it was cute but he didn't want to try it on as it was not for him. Recalling how Zai Luting dragged Fang Feifei and mentioned that they weren't going with Han Lai anymore. Han Lai asked Yuyun if she wasn't going to find Zai Luting and the others and if it wasn't more fun for them, the girls, to go shopping together than with him. Yuyun mentioned that if she goes shopping with Zai Luting and the others, Han Lai will be left alone, but in her mind, she remarked she doesn't know what happened between Han Lai and Zai Luting during the time they spent alone together. She grabbed Han Lai's hand and repeatedly insisted that they should go. While thinking that she had to seize every opportunity she could and make her move, Yuyun happily dragged Han Lai and commented that there were still many places to go. A few moments later, the two of them were walking near the stores. Yuyun excitedly looked at something in one of the store's windows. Han Lai saw what Yuyun was looking at, and he seemed to have recognized the necklace. He recalled how he gave it to Yuyun before, and she was disgusted as she asked him if it was a gift for her. Han Lai asked Yuyun if she liked it, and Yuyun responded that of course she liked it because the necklace looked so pretty and Han Lai should come and go inside to take a look with her. Yuyun went inside and talked with the store staff. Han Lai was just sipping on his drink and silently observing Yuyun. He reflected that in his previous life, he bought that necklace with love after scrimping and saving for Yuyun, but he never saw her wear it after. Looking at Yuyun excitedly inspecting the necklace, Han Lai admitted that he was no longer interested in her, but she had fallen in love with that necklace that she once despised. Han Lai sighed as he noted that the repeat in that scene were truly absurd and funny. He approached the store staff and requested that she wrap it up and give him the receipt, and he remarked that in that case, he would let that necklace be a special bond that marks the end of his past life's era of being a simp. Yuyun was happy as she asked Han Lai if he would buy it for her, and she mentioned that she would have to go and show it off to Fang Feifei later. But Han Lai advised that Yuyun should stop it and that she should believe him that he will return it immediately because the item isn't expensive but he doesn't want to cause more trouble. Han Lai turned to his phone when a system notification suddenly popped up. The system notified him that he had made a profound purchase, so he had received a special bonus, and Han Lai was surprised that they offer bonuses for that too. The bonus was a pet leash set with the effects of 50 obedience and 50 happiness. Han Lai looked at it awkwardly, and while he commented that the set would be a godsend if one was raising a husky, someone called him. It was Yuyun, and as she mentioned that she couldn't fasten the necklace, she asked him if he could help her put it on. Han Lai explained that he finds it tricky to handle those things because guys have clumsy hands, but Yuyun insisted that it was okay, so he should take his time. He successfully put on the necklace, and he stated that it was alright and was already on. Yuyun was happy, while Han Lai noticed a commotion to their side. When Han Lai turned to look at the direction of the commotion, he saw that Zai Luting, Fang Feifei, and their other classmates were watching them by the window. Zai Luting especially was invested in taking a look at them that her face was almost touching the glass window. Zai Luting was leaning and squinting at the glass. When Han Lai noticed her, he wondered when she got there and if she had misunderstood. But Han Lai stopped himself and wondered what he was guilty of when he just helped someone put on a necklace, so there was nothing there to explain. Han Lai smiled as he mentioned that what he wanted was the little cucumber, so his love should bloom online. He looked at Zai Luting, who was still leaning on the glass, and thought about offline. Han Lai remarked that if the contrast wasn't strong enough, there was no way he could get her to open her heart to him online. He and Yuyun came out of the store, and he nonchalantly inquired if Zai Luting and Fang Feifei were there too. Fang Feifei responded that they were getting ready to meet up, and she asked Han Lai what was wrong and if they disturbed them. Yuyun replied they did not at all because they were just about to come find them too. Jiang Taishu chimed in and suggested that since they were all there, they should head back, and another student complained that it was crowded there, that it was annoying. Zai Luting proposed that they should disperse because it was getting late, and that day's activities came to an end there. Jiang Taishu pouted and asked if they were heading back already, while another guy commented that if the others found it boring, they should just leave. Han Lai watched as Jiang Taishu left with a girl who remarked that she actually had a great time that day, and he suggested that they should go out together again next time because there will be more opportunities. When Han Lai heard that, he disagreed in his mind and muttered that there wouldn't be another chance. He recalled that in his previous life, the finance class didn't organize such gatherings again until graduation because life is a journey from loneliness to loneliness. While Yu Yun and Zai Lu Ting walked back together, Han Lai reflected that most people were just passing through life. Han Lai confessed that the words he had spoken to Zai Lu Ting earlier were actually meant for him as well. He explained that there was no need to let those passing individuals affect him, so he shouldn't mix with those troublesome kids because what really matters is building a career and making money. A few moments later, at the dorms, Han Lai arrived in his room, and as he stretched his back, he commented that he was feeling relaxed. Suddenly, Han Lai got a notification that Proud Little Cucumber messaged him and thanked him for his support and encouragement, and she gave him her QQ number, which surprised him. Han Lai remarked that it seemed like his business partner in the novel industry had arrived. Meanwhile, Zai Lu Ting was also back in her dorm and was about to climb up to her bed. She was startled when she received a friend request from a user named Ham to Cucumber, who requested that she add him as a friend. Zai Lu Ting nervously accepted it, and she wondered what she should say. She wondered if she should greet him or ask how to address him, and she remarked that he was the first reader who was willing to chat with her. Zai Lu Ting was surprised when she saw the 6666 diamonds, and she exclaimed that they had given her an extravagant gift. She was surprised that she threw her phone away. When she calmed down, Zai Lu Ting fell silent and pondered over things. Ham to Cucumber commented that he had finally added his fave author, so he was excited, and while calling her dear author, he bombarded Zai Lu Ting with questions like why the book was unfinished when he really liked her style, and if she has plans to start a new book. Zai Lu Ting replied and thanked Ham to Cucumber for his support, and she explained that it was not that she wanted it to be unfinished. It was because the data is really bad and she feels a lot of frustration because there seem to be a lot of issues with the content, which makes it impossible to continue writing. Ham to Cucumber was Han Lai, and while reading on the computer, he commented that Zai Lu Ting's writing style was quite unique. But Han Lai pointed out that if that writing habit is pushed too hard, it could become a fancy but empty shell, and similarly, she focuses too much on her own writing style while neglecting the most important plot development and basic logic. Han Lai noted that since they were going to collaborate in the future, simply praising Zai Lu Ting wouldn't work. He began typing on his keyboard as he remarked that praising Zai Lu Ting while addressing the problems was what she needed at that moment, and was meaningful. Han Lai messaged Zai Lu Ting back and observed that his dear author's current state was quite good, although Misty Rain and Frost does have some plot issues and her skills are a bit immature. Zai Lu Ting remarked that Han Lai could pinpoint her problems so accurately, so he really is her biggest fan. She commented that he had also really read her novel seriously. Zai Lu Ting blushed as she replied and mentioned that with Han Lai's encouragement, she felt much more motivated, and she asked him if he could provide specific feedback from a reader's perspective or how she could correct those issues. Han Lai was horrified, and he raised his eyebrows at what Zai Lu Ting sent him. He asked himself if Zai Lu Ting was feeling a bit desperate to seek help randomly, and what was the need for the professionals if just any fan could analyze those issues thoroughly. But Han Lai grinned. Han Lai mentioned that with over 10 years of extensive reading experience, level 3 writing skills, and literary knowledge, Zai Lu Ting is quite lucky, and he seemed to be an expert. He messaged back and pointed out that aside from the common issues like plot, character development, and pacing, he believes that Zai Lu Ting's biggest challenge might be the lack of common knowledge and life experience, which prevents her from fully supporting the story she wanted to tell. Zai Lu Ting read Han Lai's message thoroughly, as he commented that the story she wanted to tell was quite ambitious, but if she can't fill it with appropriate details and content, the entire story won't feel that deep, and that kind of superficial story could make readers feel a sense of effort in understanding it. Han Lai mentioned that, moreover, Zai Lu Ting has a wild imagination, and she writes whatever comes to her mind, and such novels aren't necessarily bad, but it was just that style sets a much higher reading threshold for readers than typical web novels. He remarked that only those who understood it could appreciate its value, which is why Zai Lu Ting's novel's data was poor, and when Zai Lu Ting read his messages, she acknowledged that what he mentioned was absolutely, completely correct. Zai Lu Ting was excited as she wondered if she had just met her very own Boya, someone who understands and appreciates her work or skills. She replied and stated that Han Lai was amazing because his analysis was completely correct, and as she asked him how she should change it, she promised that she would listen to him. Han Lai agreed, and he proposed that they should begin their pleasant collaboration next. Evening came, and while Zai Lu Ting was busy on her phone, Yu Yun saw her and asked if she was still awake, to which she replied and mentioned that Yu Yun should go to bed first as she will sleep in a bit. Han Lai seriously read Zai Lu Ting's message when she conveyed that her main challenge at the moment is a lack of life experience. But it wasn't something that could be resolved quickly. Zai Lu Ting also seriously read Han Lai's message when he responded and advised that his suggestion was to avoid similar themes at the moment and write stories within her comfort zone to utilize her writing strengths effectively and gradually build her fanbase. She was flustered when Han Lai asked her which genre she felt most at ease writing in, and she gave it some thought about what she should express. Zai Lu Ting remarked that she excels at portraying certain scenes delicately. Han Lai drank from his cup as he waited for Zai Lu Ting to elaborate further. He spit his drink, and he was flustered when Zai Lu Ting mentioned that an example would be capturing the nuanced changes in a woman's body and mind. Han Lai asked himself if Zai Lu Ting meant intimate scenes, and as he noted that she was putting it so tactfully, he commented that he couldn't believe that Zai Lu Ting has that kind of specialty. He inquired and asked Zai Lu Ting if she was referring to intimate scenes, and he remarked that that type of content is usually quite a hassle. Zai Lu Ting questioned Han Lai about what she should do, while Yu Yun observed that she was still awake and wondered who she was talking to. It was already 2 a.m., but Zai Lu Ting was still on her phone, and as Han Lai asked her if she genuinely enjoyed writing novels and if she intended to pursue it as a career, she acknowledged that she does really like it. But Zai Lu Ting looked crestfallen, as she admitted that it was not actually entirely true because, in reality, she didn't have much of a choice. On the other hand, Han Lai took another sip of his drink as she thought about Zai Lu Ting. He observed that Zai Lu Ting was inherently quite ambitious, and that kind of personality meant that she couldn't settle for being just an ordinary worker. So given that circumstance, Zai Lu Ting either needs to start her own business or marry into a good family. Han Lai recalled that Zai Lu Ting once joked about her desire to be a model, but she gave up because the waters were too deep. He reflected that for Zai Lu Ting at the moment, continuing to write novels must be her best current solution. Zai Lu Ting was startled when Han Lai messaged her and suggested that he had an idea. Han Lai expressed that he always wanted to write a non-traditional, intense romance novel featuring an overbearing CEO. He described that the male lead would be a handsome, proud, and genuinely overbearing CEO with a dark and cold demeanor, while the female lead, Zai Meng, is highly attractive and kind-hearted but resilient, akin to a pseudo-Cinderella. Han Lai explained that the male and female leads met on a train, and after a series of events and coincidences, they developed feelings for each other and their relationship started to blossom. However, he noted that there was a conflict between Zai Meng's father's company and the male lead in business matters, and the male lead's inherent coldness and ruthlessness resulted in her father being imprisoned without mercy. Han Lai observed that it caused a significant rift between the female and the male lead. He added and conveyed that the female lead's sister, in an effort to protect her, signs an unfair agreement with the male lead, sacrificing herself. Han Lai mentioned that, in the end, after learning the whole truth, the female lead undergoes a profound transformation. He reflected that she evolved from a seemingly insignificant wildflower into a cold, ruthless, and fierce female protagonist. Han Lai stated that subsequently, she returned to the male lead, feigning submission and initiating her plot for revenge. Han Lai inquired what Zai Lu Ting thought about the storyline, and Zai Lu Ting seemed troubled. Zai Lu Ting was nervous as she looked at her phone and thought about it. The next day, at the library, Han Lai was picking up a book on management, and he commented that it was such a hefty book that he really needed to acquire the skill of speed reading. Suddenly, Han Lai noticed something. It was Zai Lu Ting who was reaching out for a book, and he wished her good morning. Han Lai asked Zai Lu Ting if she was planning to borrow the book, and as he offered that he would assist her, he reached for the book, and Zai Lu Ting was startled. Seeing that the book was about writing skills, Han Lai inquired if Zai Lu Ting was really considering writing a novel while handing the book to her. And as the embarrassed Zai Lu Ting asked Han Lai if he didn't advise her to focus on self-improvement, she remarked that she thought it would be better if she developed more interests and hobbies. Han Lai commented that writing novels could be financially rewarding if one excelled at it, but unfortunately, it was not his forte. Otherwise, he would give it a try. But instead of engaging in the conversation, Zai Lu Ting thanked Han Lai for helping her pick the book, and as she remarked that she had something to attend to, so she had to leave immediately, she quickly turned to walk away. Han Lai smiled as he waved at Zai Lu Ting and wished her the best of luck and a good break. A few moments later, Zai Lu Ting pulled out a chair. She was back in her room, and she placed the book on her table. Zai Lu Ting responded to Han Lai and expressed that the story was truly captivating, very original, and the imagery was incredibly vivid, to which Han Lai replied, and as he acknowledged that he was delighted that she thought so, he suggested that they collaborate, which surprised Zai Luting. Han Lai proposed that while he could create the outline, he lacked a bit of writing style, and moreover, he is not well versed in crafting female-centric novels, but he felt like it was a waste not to bring out those ideas, so he suggested that he could hire Zai Luting to refine and polish his initial draft. Zai Luting stared at her phone with a troubled look on her face. Han Lai explained that as for compensation, there were two options. The first option offers 20 yuan per 1,000 characters of revisions, paid monthly, and regardless of the word count, he would ensure timely payment, while the second option involves profit sharing, and if Zai Luting had confidence in their collaboration, she could claim 1/3 of all earnings, including subscriptions, tips, copyrights, and everything else. Zai Luting was surprised and remarked that it was a bit sudden, so she asked Han Lai if she may have some time to think about it. To which Han Lai responded and assured her that of course, there is no rush, so he will organize the golden 3 chapters and outline to present to her so she can make her decision after reviewing them. Zai Luting reflected that earning 20 yuan for revisions may not seem like much, but for a part-time job, it was pretty decent. She acknowledged that if she decided to do it, she needed to be open to trying, so if Ham's outline and the golden 3 chapters met expectations, there was no reason not to take a chance. Zai Luting mentioned that, moreover, they were all pursuing the same bachelor's degree, so there was no reason why Han Lai should outshine her so much and that she should refuse to be overshadowed by him. Meanwhile, as Han Lai walked away with the book he borrowed, he remarked that although Zai Luting is a bit stubborn, she was still really sharp. He commented that with the inadvertent hint he gave Zai Luting earlier, she must be more invested in the matter, so she will provide her with the outline for the future of the explosively popular Chasing Wife at the Crematorium big female lead novel. Han Lai remarked that female-oriented novels were just a test of the waters because, at that moment, he needed to seize every opportunity to earn money and advance the system because there was much he had to accomplish in the future. Zai Luting's phone rang, and when she checked it, Han Lai messaged her as ham to cucumber and informed her that he got the outline and the first 3 exciting chapters were ready while apologizing for the delay. She was excited as she looked at her phone, and she exclaimed that it was finally there because it had been 3 days, so she remarked that Han Lai might have bailed on her. Yun called Zai Luting and mentioned that she was heading out and would bring her some food later, to which Zai Luting agreed and urged that she should go ahead. Zai Luting watched as Yun left the room and closed the door. She quickly turned to her computer. Zai Luting opened the Word document Han Lai sent that contained the outline of the novel titled You Must Live Well Without Me for the Rest of Your Life. As she read through the document, she was troubled as she thought about the name of the female lead, Zai Meng. Zai Luting noted that she shared the same surname as her. She scrolled on her mouse to continue reading while she pondered that it must be a coincidence. Zai Luting's eyes twinkled as she observed that the outline was even more thrilling than she imagined. She commented that though it follows the cliché of a knight in shining armor, the characters' performances in the story were outstanding, especially the male lead, because just by analyzing the opponent's background and strength through details like clothing, watches, and speech, he skillfully dissects the opponent, and his words are sharp and cut to the point. And while confronting an angered opponent, he calmly reveals his card, shattering the opponent's confidence completely. Zai Luting admitted that although some parts have too masculine language and descriptions and the reactions of the female protagonist aren't quite on point, those were just minor issues. She replied to Han Lai and expressed that she had finished reading the chapters and that the content was actually really exciting, so she would like to give it a try. However, she doesn't want a writing fee, she would like 1/3 of the proceeds. Han Lai replied, and he agreed, but he warned that if they were going for a profit split, his expectations for her would be very strict. He encouraged Zai Luting to feel free to give it a try, and he could provide a trial draft. Han Lai smirked. Zai Luting was flustered when Han Lai challenged her to attempt something she excels at, so she should write a passionate scene between the male and female leads and clearly detail the reasons, the setting, the specifics, and use vivid imagery. Han Lai advised that Zai Luting should approach it from a female perspective and unleash her imagination. And the length is unlimited so she could write as many words as she likes. Zai Luting looked pissed as she questioned if Han Lai was just asking her to write those to be able to read them all. She calmed herself down, and she resolved that it was for the sake of art and that it was all for the ideal. Han Lai had a mischievous smile on his face when Zai Luting agreed and promised that she would write it all and send it to him. But she asked if they could change the name of the female lead and if the name wasn't too common. Han Lai suggested if they should change it to Zai Menjant because it does sound more artistic. Zai Luting grumbled as she complained that it was getting closer to her name. Han Lai sighed when Zai Luting requested if they could change it to a more artistic surname. He explained that the surname has a special meaning, so they can't change that part, but he will leave the naming for the male lead and other characters to her because he is not very good at naming. Zai Luting agreed and proposed that Han Lai should let her try the writing first, and they could discuss the name after she finished the draft. She thought about what Han Lai hinted regarding the special meaning, and she wondered what special meaning that surname could have. A few moments later, deep into the night, someone was reading a document with 2,268 words. It was Han Lai, and he was flustered and speechless while he was scratching his nose. He messaged Zai Luting and praised that she wrote so well that it was amazing. Zai Luting looked surprised, and as she wondered if she really passed the test, Han Lai congratulated her that it was far beyond what he had imagined, so the 1/3 proceeds are hers without a doubt, and he won't give it to anyone else. She asked Han Lai if they were partners from that day onward, to which he confirmed, of course, but he inquired if she didn't think they should sign some sort of contract since it was a collaboration. Zai Luting was taken aback and was flustered by Han Lai's question. She was troubled as she explained that if they signed a formal contract, their personal information and appearance could be exposed, but if the book did well, the 1/3 proceeds would be substantial, so without a contract, she was also not completely at ease. Zai Luting confessed that she didn't know, and as she asked Han Lai what he thought, he asked her if she was concerned about personal information exposure, to which she admitted yes, and that she had some concern in that regard. Han Lai proposed that he would grant Zai Luting access to the author's dashboard so she could check the data anytime, and suggested that she should provide him with her payment account so as soon as the monthly payment arrives, he will transfer her share right away, and once they became more familiar and she trusted him, they could formalize the contract. He inquired what Zai Luting thought of that plan, and Zai Luting replied and agreed that she thought it would be fine, and proposed a toast to a fruitful collaboration while calling him Hambro. Han Lai concluded that they should go with that plan and wished a successful collaboration for them while calling her Cucumber Sis, and as he stood up from his seat, he mentioned that he would stockpile some drafts next, save up several thousand words, and upload them. He went to grab the trash and noted that he had to stay indoors for a few days without tidying up, so he would go downstairs first to take out the trash. While Han Lai was preparing to take out the trash, he was puzzled when he heard a noise. He noticed that the door to his room began to open. It was Kai Xianbei and Ding Yu, and Kai Xianbei happily greeted Han Lai and announced that they were back. But they didn't immediately see Han Lai, so Kai Xianbei wondered if Han Lai was not there. Kai Xianbei was puzzled when he saw Han Lai crouching on the ground. Due to the dark lighting, Han Lai was intimidating as he turned to look at his roommates after he prepared to take out the trash. Kai Xianbei was horrified. He and Ding Yu immediately hugged each other out of fear, and they cursed as they cried out that they had been caught again. Han Lai was confused and was speechless at their reaction. Han Lai inquired of his two scared roommates if they were back. Kai Xianbei was terrified and nervous when Han Lai requested him to turn on the lights for him. Someone pressed the light switch. It was Ding Yu who turned on the lights, and the three of them just stood there awkwardly while staring at each other. Han Lai queried what the matter was and if they weren't coming in. Kai Xianbei nervously bombarded Han Lai with questions, and he asked him what he was doing, why he didn't turn on the lights, what was in the bag, and if it could be Huang Wai. Han Lai looked confused as he wondered how Huang Wai could fit in that small bag when he is gigantic, and he explained that he was just busy taking out the trash, so they should hurry up and come in. While Ding Yu remarked that he could already see it, Kai Xianbei insisted that there was no way he could let Han Lai do something like that, so he should wait for them to clean up. A few moments later, the trash was disposed of neatly. Ding Yu was starting to unpack when he remembered something, so he called out to Han Lai and mentioned that he should look at what he brought for him, some local food. There were multiple packs of snacks, and Ding Yu explained that they were straight from their family's factory, and he and his sister have been eating them since they were kids, and they were absolutely clean and hygienic. Ding Yu tossed a pack at Han Lai and urged him to give it a try and just eat and enjoy. Han Lai opened the pack and saw a chicken inside. While munching on the snack, he confessed that he envied classmates whose families had snack factories when she was a kid, and as he admitted that he didn't love snacks as much after growing up, he acknowledged that the snack was good and was seriously delicious. Ding Yu looked proud as he laughed and offered that if Han Lai likes them, he will have more sent from home, enough to last a year, while Kai Xianbei stood up and announced that he had also brought some local specialties. Kai Xianbei brought out jars and cans of their specialties and explained that those were all from their northeast forestry station, and he was not sure what Han Lai liked, so he brought a variety. He tossed those at Han Lai and encouraged him to take those and enjoy eating them, and he could share them if he couldn't finish them. Han Lai was intimidated by the number of snacks in front of him, and he admitted that it was much, so he would just taste a few and they should all keep them for themselves. But Ding Yu countered that they have been eating those since they were little, so they don't even want to touch them anymore, while Kai Xiangbei insisted that those were specifically for him, so he shouldn't be polite with them. Han Lai was moved, and as he thanked them, he remarked that they were too nice, while Ding Yu and Kai Xiangbei were catching up on what happened during their vacation. Han Lai wondered if it could be that those two naive kids really got scared by him earlier. Han Lai looked guilty, but he rationalized that if he didn't scare them, he would end up getting bullied himself. While observing Ding Yu and Kai Xiangbei enjoying talking with each other about how Kai Xiangbei disliked someone right away, Han Lai noted that they had been spoiled since they were little, so they were daring enough to follow the crowd and do anything. And with someone like Huang Wai leading them, bullying others is just a casual thing for them. Suddenly, Kai Xiangbei noticed Han Lai, so he inquired what was up and why he had been staring at him, if there was something on his face. Han Lai dismissed it, but he remembered, so he queried where Huang Wai was and if he had moved out for good. Both Ding Yu and Kai Xiangbei were terrified and speechless when they heard Han Lai's question. Kai Xiangbei nervously replied that whether Huang Wai moves or not is no big deal because he definitely won't show off in front of Han Lai. While Ding Yu frantically messaged Huang Wai as he warned that Han Lai definitely wanted to put him in that bag, so he better not come back. Han Lai assured them that it was alright because there was actually nothing serious, and he commented that those two kids could still get along and hadn't done something silly. He went to bed and suggested that it was getting late, so they should tidy up and go to bed. He also noted that they brought so many local special foods for him, so he felt a bit embarrassed and proposed that he treat them both to a meal the next day in return. Kai Xiangbei agreed and stated that they wouldn't be formal with Han Lai, while Ding Yu was still nervously looking at his phone and suggested that Han Lai should go to bed first. The next afternoon, people were walking down the street while others were having a meal at the sidewalk tables. Han Lai and his roommates were at one of the tables, and as Kai Xiangbei remarked that Han Lai was being generous because the barbecue there tastes good, Han Lai responded that he wouldn't bring them there if it weren't delicious. He added that if it was not enough, they could order more because the fried rice there is good too, and while looking at his phone, he suggested that he should treat Fang Feifei and the others to a meal someday because, after all, he has been benefiting from their hospitality for so long. Suddenly, one of Han Lai's roommates called out to someone named Panji and Tofu, and he observed that it was a coincidence. They were both beautiful ladies, and they recognized Ding Yu, whom they addressed by his nickname. The short-haired lady excitedly inquired when Ding Yu came back, and as Ding Yu responded that he got back last night, he asked the lady what about her, and if she had eaten, to which she replied that they just got back last night too, and they haven't eaten yet because they just came out a little while ago. While Ding Yu was talking with the ladies, and he mentioned that he was having dinner with his roommates, Kai Xiangbei asked Han Lai if their classmate, the campus beauty of the School of International Relations, wasn't beautiful. Kai Xiangbei and Han Lai were startled when they overheard Ding Yu inviting the ladies to join their table because it was a great opportunity to get to know each other. The eyes of the short-haired lady twinkled as she looked at the other lady and inquired if that was okay. The long-haired lady didn't answer immediately, so the short-haired lady meekly asked if it was okay or not. The long-haired lady's attention seemed to be somewhere else, and after she thought for a moment, she agreed that they would trouble them. A few moments later, someone opened a can of beer and cleared their throat. While everyone went for a toast with their beer cans, Kai Xiangbei proclaimed that fate has brought them from afar, and since fate has brought them together there, he suggested that they should allow him to introduce himself to everyone and they should get to know each other. Kai Xiangbei introduced the lively and adorable young lady as their finance class monitor, Fu Daodu, nicknamed Tofu, and Fu Daodu mentioned that they could call her Tofu or Daodu, either is fine. He directed the attention at the long-haired lady and announced that she was quite remarkable because she is their class beauty, also the school beauty, and the most popular beauty in the whole university, Pangji. While listening to Kai Xiangbei, Han Lai remarked that he really lived up to the Northeast reputation, and he was starting to feel awkward on behalf of someone. Han Lai was surprised, and he choked on his drink when Kai Xiangbei suddenly turned everyone's attention to him and declared that he was brilliant and valiant. He immediately cut Kai Xiangbei off and introduced himself as Han Lai. Han Lai stated that he is from the finance class in the business school, and it was nice to meet them. While in his mind, he vowed that he couldn't let Kai Xiangbei get away with anything. When Fu Daodu heard that he was Han Lai from the finance class in business school, she noted that it sounded familiar, and Pang Ji was puzzled. Fu Daodu's expression suddenly turned dark when she seemed to have realized something. She asked if Han Lai was the guy whom the two beauties from the School of Business actively approached, competing to treat him to meals, and Han Lai was surprised by what she said that he froze. Han Lai was nervous as he remarked that the conversation had certainly escalated quite rapidly. Meanwhile, Pang Ji was surprised, while Kai Xiangbei and Ding Yu were looking at Han Lai with admiration, and they commented that he was incredible. Ding Yu asked Han Lai how such an exhilarating tale could not be shared with his buddies, and as Han Lai insisted that there was nothing to share, Pang Ji cleared her throat. Pang Ji quickly changed the topic, and as she suggested that they should start by ordering some dishes, she asked them if they would like to ask for some more food. Han Lai looked uncomfortable when Kai Xiangbei proposed that they should do that because that day's treat was on their dear brother Han Lai, so they should order whatever they want to eat. Fu Daodu objected that it wouldn't be right, and there was no way they could let someone they had just met treat them, so she suggested that she treat everyone instead. But Han Lai handed them the menu and reassured them that it was alright, so they should let him handle it because if they had met, it was fate, and there was no need to make a fuss over a meal. He mentioned that everyone could afford such a barbecue feast, and they were all classmates in some way, so they should view it as a casual gathering among classmates because the main point was for them to enjoy a good meal together. Pang Ji and Fu Daodu looked at each other and they seemed a bit shy about it. Fu Daodu grabbed the menu from Han Lai and thanked him while addressing him as Brother Lai. Han Lai responded with "You're welcome," but they asked them why all of them like to call him Brother Lai. Fu Daodu explained that it just rolls off the tongue and that they can't just call him Lai Lai directly. As Han Lai acknowledged that Fu Daodu made a valid point, Ding Yu pointed at the menu Fu Daodu was holding and suggested that it was delicious, so she should order another serving to taste. On the other hand, while observing Pang Ji, Han Lai noted that he had only seen her from a distance before, and he wondered if she and Kai Xiangbei were classmates. He wondered if Pang Ji wasn't supposed to be the wealthy, high and mighty princess type. Han Lai observed that Pang Ji was there, willing to share a table with strangers, speaking up in awkward situations, and displaying confidence. So her personality was completely different from the rumors. He opened another can of beer while thinking that seeing is better than believing. As Han Lai was about to drink from his can, someone called his name. It was Pang Ji, and as she was gesturing to have a toast with Han Lai, she admitted that she can't handle alcohol very well, but she could at least join in and have a glass so he would be in charge that day, and she asked him if he would mind footing the bill. They clinked their cans, and Han Lai advised that they should drink as much as they could handle and not get too caught up in the customs of drinking places, and if that is not feasible, they could order some fruit juices. Han Lai cautioned that it was not safe for the ladies to drink too much, and Pang Ji agreed that Han Lai was right as long as they were all fine with it. Suddenly, Pang Ji and Han Lai made eye contact. The two of them looked at each other for a moment while the others were having fun. Han Lai remarked that Pang Ji's eyes seemed quite distinct. As Pang Ji explained that her mother was from an ethnic minority, and she inherited her eye color, she asked if it was that unusual. Han Lai smiled and complimented that it was not at all and that they were uniquely beautiful. Pang Ji asked Han Lai where he was from. Han Lai shared that he came from Dream City and asked Pang Ji if she had ever heard of it. Pang Ji inquired if it was a city rich in minerals and asked Han Lai how the scenery was. Han Lai replied that there were a few mountains, but nothing particularly picturesque. Pang Ji wondered if mining has caused any harm, and Han Lai confirmed that, of course, as it was the price of progress. Suddenly, Ding Yu nudged Han Lai using his elbow and repeatedly called him Big Bro. Ding Yu pointed at Zai Lu Ting, and as he urged that Han Lai should look over there, he asked him if that wasn't the stunning lady from his class. Zai Lu Ting also noticed them. Han Lai greeted Zai Lu Ting and called her class monitor, while Zai Lu Ting was surprised to see Han Lai. When Fu Daodu heard Han Lai call Zai Lu Ting the class monitor, she immediately tried to recall who the finance class's class monitor was. Meanwhile, Pang Ji recognized Zhu Lu Ting. Zai Lu Ting also recognized Pang Ji. Zai Lu Ting and Pang Ji were both renowned as exceptional talents at the School of Humanities, and Zai Lu Ting was not just a class monitor but also a student union member with the clear objective of leveraging her position in the literary and art departments to ascend to higher roles, refining her skills, while Pang Ji, a student of the finance class at the School of International Relations, is indifferent to school matters and patiently awaiting the opportunity to study abroad. In theory, those two shouldn't have much interaction, but they were both glaring daggers at each other and the tension was high. Zai Lu Ting was laughing in her mind as she remarked that it would be odd if she didn't say anything because she was swamped with work at the student union, and after much effort, she secured the position of deputy head of the literary and art department from the student union president in the second semester of her freshman year. She looked upset as she complained that barely 2 days had passed and she heard that the position of deputy head was deliberately left vacant for a freshman. Zai Lu Ting revealed that the student union went all out to invite the big shot privately, and the person declined, but even so, they insisted on reserving the deputy head position for that person, only relenting when it was confirmed that the other party had no interest, and the position fell to her. She lamented that she had worked so hard, all for what someone else didn't want, and the big shot the student union couldn't lure was none other than Pang Ji, the finance class princess of the School of International Relations. Zai Lu Ting wondered why Han Lai was sitting with her, if he was a socialite, and if Yu Yun and Fang Feifei weren't enough for his conceit. As she approached Han Lai and asked what was happening, she informed him that Yu Yun was awaiting his message in the dorm, which startled Han Lai, and he wondered if Zai Lu Ting just came and messed with him and if they hadn't just become strategic partners. Han Lai wondered if he had offended Zai Lu Ting in the past 2 days, and he was nervous as he explained that he was simply treating his roommates to a meal and coincidentally ran into a student from the School of International Relations, so they shared a table. Fu Daodu and Pang Ji could feel the awkwardness when Han Lai asked Zai Lu Ting if she was there for a meal, and if she could do him a favor and take something back later, and she agreed that she should consider it his treat for everyone back at the dorm. Han Lai clarified that it was for everyone, and it saves Zai Lu Ting from waiting in line for a table, but Zai Lu Ting does not look pleased, and she wondered what Han Lai was implying and if he was not welcoming her. Meanwhile, Fu Daodu looked excited, and she revealed that there was gossip going around. Suddenly, Kai Xiangbei suggested that since they have run into each other, they should eat together, and as he asked how much longer they would have to wait in line and if they could just split the bill after they finished, he stood up, called the waiter, and requested that he should bring another chair, which startled both Ding Yu and Han Lai, and Ding Yu grumbled that Kai Xiangbei was a fool. Kai Xiangbei tactlessly urged that Han Lai should hurry and make some space for their class monitor, which horrified and surprised Han Lai. Kai Xiangbei asked Han Lai if he could move a bit and that they should make one more seat for Zai Lu Ting. On the other hand, Ding Yu looked away as he cursed in his mind and remarked that they were doomed because Zai Lu Ting is very obviously a handful for Han Lai at the moment, so it looked like Kai Xiangbei was going to be in trouble that day. Han Lai was uncomfortable as he turned to Kai Xiangbei, and as he thanked him a lot, he mentioned that he was going to teach him how to recite some scriptures that night. Kai Xiangbei was taken aback when he saw Han Lai's reaction. He got nervous as he cursed in his mind and wondered if he had messed up that time. Meanwhile, Zai Lu Ting was silent for a moment as she thought about things. Han Lai was startled when Zai Lu Ting suddenly grabbed a chair and commented that in that case, she would defer Han Lai's decision, and she asked Han Lai if it wouldn't be a bother for them all if she joined them. As Zai Lu Ting approached their table, Han Lai observed that something was definitely not right in there. Han Lai was nervous as he noted that even though Zai Lu Ting is usually a bit reckless, she would never do something like that. And he had heard rumors about some issues with the peerless duo from the College of Humanities, so no one knows what could happen if they really end up having a meal together at the same table. Zai Lu Ting was startled when Han Lai called her and mentioned that they had been eating for a while, and as she could see, there were only scraps left on the table. Han Lai added that it probably wouldn't be very convenient at that time, but he inquired what she would like to eat and offered that he could order some fresh food for her to take with her, and he would invite her again in a more grand manner next time. He proposed that if Zai Lu Ting wanted to get to know each other better, they could also arrange another meal gathering in the future, and he asked her what she thought about it. Zai Lu Ting clenched her fist as she acknowledged that she gets it and that there was no need for Han Lai to order anything as she felt like having something different already. She stated that they should enjoy their meal and that she wouldn't disturb them all any longer while walking away quickly. Kai Xiangbei nudged Han Lai and remarked that Zai Lu Ting looked like she was pissed off, and Han Lai replied that he shouldn't mention it because he's not that blind. Han Lai sighed as he expressed that it seemed like Zai Lu Ting was really upset, so he would have to console her later. On the other hand, Zai Lu Ting, who was walking away, stopped abruptly while fuming as she thought about Han Lai. Zai Lu Ting muttered that she had lived for that long and no one had ever dared to reject her like that, but she just saw them sitting together and rushed up there before her mind could even process it properly. She was on the verge of tears as she lamented that Han Lai didn't give her any face at all. Zai Lu Ting wiped the tears off her face as she kept thinking that Han Lai was trash. Meanwhile, Kai Xiangbei called Han Lai. Kai Xiangbei noted that he didn't even realize earlier and asked if he was in the same class as Zai Lu Ting, to which Fu Daodu chimed in and remarked that there were only 2 classes in the finance department and 2 class representatives, so if Han Lai isn't in the same class as Zai Lu Ting, she wondered whose class he would be then. Fu Daodu was concerned as she inquired the guys if they weren't all in the same dormitory, yet they didn't even know about that. Ding Yu reluctantly confessed that it was just that there were many things going on and he forgot about it. But in his mind, he considered that they wouldn't exactly say that Han Lai was too intimidating, so they never dared to ask. Pang Ji commented that Zai Lu Ting left just like that, so she guessed Zai Lu Ting was not feeling too good about it. Kai Xiangbei noted that since Han Lai and Zai Lu Ting don't get along, they should let her leave if she wanted to, because when she approached them like that, he explained that she was a close friend of Han Lai, but it turned out that she was just a pushy person. Fu Daodu remarked that both she and Zai Lu Ting were in the student council, and even though they don't meet often, she thinks Zai Lu Ting is a pretty nice person and is also very dedicated to her work. Pang Ji stated that they should know that sometimes they can't just judge based on appearances. She shared that she has also heard about Zai Lu Ting, and while she's dedicated to her work, her personality could be too dominant and inconsistent at times, and such a character could easily offend people, so many people don't get along with her. Kai Xiangbei observed that anyway, he could see that Zai Lu Ting has a pretty bad temper, so he was wondering who could handle a girl like her. Suddenly, someone mentioned that it was not actually that exaggerated, and what Pang Ji said may be right, that such a personality could indeed rub people the wrong way. It was Han Lai, and he mentioned that Zai Lu Ting was just young and not mature enough, so maybe she hasn't experienced any major setbacks like clothes have, and he doesn't actually have any issues with her. It was just that they both have their own temperaments and weren't willing to simply give in to each other. Everyone listened while Han Lai was talking, and he remarked that people grow and personalities need time to mature as well, so there was no need to be too rigid about it. They were amazed and started clapping at Han Lai. Han Lai was taken aback by what they did. Fu Daodu commented that it was really impressive when Han Lai would say things like that, and Pang Ji observed that Han Lai's tone of speaking was just like her dad's. Pang Ji smiled and agreed that what Han Lai stated was right because people have many facets, and being too one-sided isn't good. Han Lai inquired what Pang Ji meant by that and if she was calling him old, and he suggested that they should eat quickly because the skewers were getting cold. He requested that he would go to the restroom and asked them to get him an extra order of fried rice to go. Han Lai entered the restroom. As he entered one of the stalls, Zai Lu Ting messaged him as proud little cucumber, and she called him Hammy while asking if he was there. Zai Lu Ting expressed that she was really furious at the moment, and he had no idea what she just went through, so Han Lai queried what happened while addressing her as his little cucumber. She explained that there was a classmate of hers, and he was probably one of those born into a wealthy family kind of guy because his usual style is like a domineering CEO, and she was even planning to use him as a reference for writing novels. But he was not just a domineering CEO, he was an absolute tyrant, which made Han Lai smile, and he teased that she was planning to use him as material for her story. Han Lai acted surprised with what Zai Lu Ting revealed, that she actually had a real-life domineering CEO around her, and proposed that they needed to grab him as a reference SAP, but he asked Zai Lu Ting what he did to her to make her so upset. Zai Lu Ting started typing vigorously on her phone. She confessed that she has always been secretly using Han Lai as a reference, but earlier, he really crossed the line because she felt like he was deliberately messing with her emotions, being super nice to her one moment and giving her the cold shoulder the next, and the speed at which he changes his attitude was faster than flipping through a book. Han Lai was confused as he noted that Zai Lu Ting was the girl who suddenly rushed up to him, and he really didn't intentionally give her a cold shoulder but advised that they should forget it, and that he should comfort her first so they could discuss who's right and wrong. He flushed the toilet and added that besides, Ham is just an online friend, so he should just go along with what Zai Lu Ting mentions. On the other hand, Zai Lu Ting entered a restaurant, and as he called the cashier, she requested that he should bring her an order of fried rice to go, to which the cashier agreed. Han Lai responded to Zai Lu Ting as Ham and stated that he was hot and cold, so it was just him playing cat and mouse so they wouldn't fall for that. To which Zai Lu Ting agreed and replied that she just turned and walked away without even looking back, so Han Lai is probably regretting it at the moment, so she won't bother with him anymore in the future. When Han Lai saw what Zai Lu Ting conveyed about not bothering him, he insisted that it wouldn't do, so he messaged Zai Lu Ting and promised that as her online friend, he was definitely standing by her side and supporting her unconditionally, and if things don't work out, they could create a character in their story who is the most down and out ever and even make him suffer. Han Lai came back to the table and announced that he had something to attend to and that he would be gone for a bit, so they should enjoy their meal. He tossed his wallet on the table and instructed that if he didn't come back later, Kai Xiangbei was in charge of settling the bill, so he shouldn't lose it, and if anything comes up, they should message him. Kai Xiangbei picked up the wallet and vowed to complete the mission, and he turned to Han Lai and remarked that they hadn't exchanged any contact information. But Han Lai was already walking away, carrying the extra order of fried rice, and when Kai Xiangbei inquired where Han Lai went, both Pang Ji and Ding Yu replied that they had no clue. The cashier asked Zai Luting if she wanted to add anything to her fried rice, as adding eggs would cost 2 yuan and adding sausages would cost 3 yuan, and Zai Luting requested that they add an egg while she read Han Lai's message asking her what she thought, and he mentioned that they could use him as the prototype and make him one of those disposable villains who wouldn't last 10 chapters. Zai Luting asked Han Lai if that wasn't a bit harsh, and Han Lai questioned her what was wrong with that and remarked that his approach was quite satisfying because it was only fair to see him get his just desserts for bullying their little cucumber like that. Han Lai noted that in any case, he was loyal to his family and friends, and he would stand by Zai Luting's side for sure. But do note that in real life, she still had to be careful, and he understood that she was passionate about that situation. But she shouldn't blindly believe that she was always right just because he was on her side at that time, and in case she got herself into some serious trouble or something. He trusted that she would understand what he meant. Zai Luting acknowledged that Han Lai was right, and she already felt a lot calmer after talking it out with him. And while still unaware that Han Lai was ham to cucumber, she messaged him and expressed that she was the best, thanked him for always looking out for her, and claimed that she was much cuter than that dog of a man, Han Lai. Suddenly, the cashier handed Zai Luting her fried rice and announced that her total was 10 yuan. Zai Luting replied alright and asked the cashier to wait a minute, but she was surprised, and she asked where her purse was and if she forgot to bring it out. Han Lai suddenly arrived and offered to pay for Zai Luting's portion. He questioned Zai Luting if he didn't mention that he would treat her to a meal, and as he gave her the fried rice he brought with him, he suggested that she should exchange it with the portion she had because the fried rice from the previous shop was quite delicious and not too greasy, so she should go ahead and try it. Zai Luting did not respond, so Han Lai asked her if she didn't want to exchange it and that he already gave his wallet to his roommates, so he only had 10 yuan at the moment to pay for hers. He indicated that he had had that fried rice before. Han Lai noted that it was greasy and salty, and it was also expensive, and as he asked Zai Luting if she wasn't afraid of acne breaking out after eating it, Zai Luting and the cashier were both taken aback. Zai Luting was pissed, but she thanked Han Lai for his kindness. She remarked that she didn't know if eating fried rice caused an acne breakout, but she was absolutely getting zits from being so angry with Han Lai. Zai Luting mentioned that since Han Lai bought it, he should eat it, and he cursed as she bid goodbye. Han Lai was concerned and observed that Zai Luting was really pissed that time as she even brought out the national essence in her. He stated that there must be something fishy going on when things went against the norm, and it was quite unusual that their little cucumber suddenly changed her behavior that day, as he didn't get any special reaction from her even with Yu Yun and Fang Feifei constantly being around him. Han Lai remarked that if there was one strange thing, it was that mysterious explosive chemistry between Zai Luting and Pang Ji. He opened his messaging app. Zai Luting messaged Han Lai as ham to cucumber, and she conveyed that there really was something wrong with that dog of a man's brain because he just came over to give her a serving of fried rice that he had bought. But she ignored him at that time and walked away. Han Lai mentioned that he would give him some credit that time, and as he asked Zai Luting if she was already feeling better and if she was still outside, he requested that she be careful when she was alone out there, and Zai Luting affirmed that she was already feeling better and was going back to the dorm to continue her writing. She stated that getting angry caused pimples, so she wouldn't stay angry with Han Lai. The system suddenly notified Han Lai that he gained 2,000 experience points. Han Lai commented that it seemed like there were some unexpected gains from that and that Zai Luting's personality was indeed a bit hypocritical because her demands were that others should not approach her without permission. But on the other hand, she herself easily crossed other people's personal boundaries. As he expressed that such reckless behavior was bound to backfire on herself and realizing that issue sooner should help her correct it as early as possible, Ding Yu called him and asked if he was back already. Ding Yu asked Han Lai if he still wanted to eat because they were planning to leave soon, and Han Lai remarked that they should pay the bill since he didn't want to waste those 2 bags of food. Kai Xiangbei suddenly asked Han Lai where he carried that bag of fried rice earlier, and why it was that he was carrying 2 bags back. Ding Yu quickly urged Kai Xiangbei to stop asking questions that would do him no good, and they should not intrude on Han Lai's personal business. Pang Ji indicated that they would be leaving too, and she promised to treat them next time if they still had a chance to meet up. And Fu Dao expressed that she would see Ding Yu, Kai Xiangbei, and Han Lai and bid goodbye. Han Lai remarked that they would have a chance next time, and Kai Xiangbei said bye. A few moments later, back in their dorm, Kai Xiangbei mentioned that he and Ding Yu would be going out later, and as he asked Han Lai if he wanted to join them, Han Lai questioned where they would go. Ding Yu explained that he and his classmates made plans with a few girls majoring in drama at the Shanghai Theater Academy to go sing karaoke together that night. When Han Lai heard that they were going to sing karaoke together, he asked Ding Yu if he was sure that they were not just inviting him to pay the bill. Ding Yu replied that sometimes they couldn't be too straightforward with their words, while Kai Xiangbei asked Han Lai how he knew and if reciting more holy scriptures made people foresee things like a deity. Han Lai clarified that it was not that. He indicated that it was mainly because both of them exuded a sense of clear foolishness all over, and it was obvious that they were just stupid and rich. Han Lai stated that they should go ahead and he wouldn't be joining the fun because school was starting soon and he hadn't even finished his study. Kai Xiangbei asked Han Lai if he was really not going because those girls were friends of Dan Jiahao from their class, and every one of them was stunningly beautiful, and no one knew that Han Lai might hit it off with one of them. But Han Lai affirmed that he was really not going and he couldn't just splash cash left and right to cover their bills, and besides, he was not interested in pretty girls at the moment. Kai Xiangbei inquired about the type of stunning beauties they had in their class and if he had no interest there either because he and Ding Yu could assist Han Lai with that. Han Lai remarked that Kai Xiangbei had quite a wide range of services, even assisting with someone's love life, and he questioned Kai Xiangbei why he didn't pursue it himself in that case. Kai Xiangbei asked Han Lai if he was kidding him and expressed that he couldn't catch up, afford, or handle a girl like that, so even if she came to him willingly, he would have to think it over carefully, and Ding Yu concurred that Kai Xiangbei was absolutely right, as having self-awareness was crucial. Han Lai acknowledged that it was well said and that he didn't know that both of them had that much awareness, and Kai Xiangbei affirmed, of course, and asked Han Lai if he didn't know whose underlings they were. Han Lai indicated that it was enough with the big brother, little brother stuff. He stated that it was as if they were all brothers there, and if someone didn't know any better, they would think that the dorm was housing a gang of troublemakers. He urged them to go have some fun outside and not bother him while he was studying. Kai Xiangbei and Ding Yu expressed that they would be going and closed the door behind them. Han Lai noted that after the National Day holiday, on November 11th, a stock trading competition exclusively co-hosted by leading experts, with technical support from the securities industry, would begin. He remarked that the competition would consist of 3 rounds and would run until January 27th next year, with slots open to the general public. And once a person reached the final round, they would gain complete control and operations of 1 million in real funds. Han Lai indicated that during the last 2 weeks of the competition, all the profits they earned with that 1 million would be considered their legitimate income, and it not only allowed him to validate his practical skills in level 3 finance, but also provided a golden opportunity to make a significant profit. He mentioned that the word count for the dominating CEO's goddess of revenge had already reached 100,000 words, so it looked like his little cucumber was quite efficient, and once the first contract was revealed, they could start reaping the benefits next month. Han Lai thought about Peng Ji. He noted that he didn't know what issues Zai Lu Ting and Peng Ji had between them, but it didn't concern him at the moment. Han Lai stated that Peng Ji's social standing was too high as she was a true blue blood raised in a rich family from a young age, and he didn't have the power or capability to deal with her at the moment, so he would let things take their course in the meantime. Morning came, and it was the end of the holiday. In their classroom, Fang Feifei called Han Lai and mentioned that it had been a long time since they saw each other, but Han Lai remarked that it had only been a week since they last met, so it was not really that long. Fang Feifei stated that it was the first long break after the start of the school year, so Han Lai should come out and have some fun more often. But Han Lai explained that he couldn't help it as there was just too much to do and his schedule was quite packed. Han Lai expressed that he would soon have all the professional courses neatly organized and start preparing for advanced specialization in that field, and in addition to that, he also had to set aside 2 hours every day to write his novel. He guessed that only those who were truly busy understood that 24 hours a day was just not enough. Fang Feifei commented that Han Lai was busy alright and it was good to be busy, but she had heard about someone who claimed that they didn't have any living expenses left, yet secretly took the neighboring International Exchange College's campus bell out for a meal. Han Lai was caught by surprise, and he immediately urged that Fang Feifei should stop. He asked Fang Feifei if she had been influenced by Yu Yun and why she was being so gossipy, but she stated that she was just showing her concern for Han Lai. Fang Feifei asked Han Lai if he had a falling out with Zai Lu Ting recently. Han Lai questioned Fang Feifei why she was asking him that, and Fang Feifei mentioned that the other day when Zai Lu Ting came back, her face looked really sour. Fang Feifei explained that they asked Zai Lu Ting what happened, and she just coldly remarked that she caught Han Lai taking the International Exchange College's campus bell out for dinner, and after Yu Yun heard that, her face turned even darker, and their expressions got worse and worse, to the point where she didn't dare to ask even more questions. Han Lai indicated that he could see the cryptic tone of the little cucumber, and as he wondered why she was tattling on him like that, Fang Feifei urged that Han Lai should come on and tell them what really happened and what the story was. Han Lai stated that nothing much happened. He mentioned that he was having dinner with his roommates and bumped into their class monitor, so they shared a table, and they were halfway through when Zai Lu Ting ran into them, and he didn't invite her to join the meal, so she got upset, and that was all. Fang Feifei asked Han Lai if it was just like that, and Han Lai affirmed that it was just like that. She expressed that she thought something big happened and it was disappointing that there was no juicy gossip, but she asked Han Lai if he didn't even save any face for Zai Lu Ting. Han Lai stated that he was not one of Zai Lu Ting's simps who tended to bend over backward for her every whim, and he remarked that if he gave in and let Zai Lu Ting sit together, it would have been even more chaotic. Fang Feifei asked Han Lai if he was really not interested in Zai Lu Ting, and Han Lai stated that whether or not he had any interest in Zai Lu Ting was none of Fang Feifei's business. Han Lai suggested that Fang Feifei should just laugh it off and move on, and she should get out of there because he needed to get back to his reading. He noticed Zai Lu Ting passing by him. Zai Lu Ting also looked at Han Lai but said nothing. A few moments later, the bell rang and the class ended. Fang Feifei asked Han Lai if he wanted to have lunch together and that it was her treat, but Han Lai insisted that he would treat Fang Feifei because he was planning to find a chance to treat them all to a meal because, considering that they had been treating him for so long, it was about time he returned the favor. Fang Feifei asked if it was real and said that it was great because she really wanted to have some hot pot, and Han Lai suggested that she go and ask Yu Yun and the others what they wanted to eat because they could decide with a vote, and Fang Feifei agreed. Han Lai wondered if Zai Lu Ting was feeling awkward about the other day's incident and if she had realized that her behavior was a bit impulsive. But he mentioned that with Zai Lu Ting's personality, it was impossible for her to apologize or make amends on her own. And as Fang Feifei said that Han Lai suggested treating them to a meal and asked them what they would like to eat, and Yu Yun asked her if something that good was happening. Han Lai expressed that the more nonchalant he acted in times like that, the richer Zai Lu Ting's inner thoughts became. A few moments later, they went to a restaurant. Yu Yun suggested that they order a Yu and Yang hot pot because that was something everyone could enjoy after all, and as Fang Feifei stated that they should add an extra side dish for her. She asked Zai Lu Ting if she wanted one too, to which Zai Lu Ting responded that she was fine with it so they should order it. Zai Lu Ting commented that the other day was awkward yet Han Lai was acting like nothing happened and those two girls were shameless that they got all cheerful over a hot pot meal as if the other day hadn't happened. She declared that she was not going to be nice to Han Lai because she needed to make him realize that offending her had serious consequences. Suddenly, a man remarked that there were 3 lovely ladies there for a hot pot. The man stated that their table was pretty lively over there, so he suggested that they join them because he would be treating them all. Zai Lu Ting thanked him but declined, stating that it was another one trying to strike up a conversation. The man approached Zai Lu Ting, and as he said that there was no need to be so cold, he asked them which school they came from. Zai Lu Ting replied that they were from a different school, so it shouldn't concern him. On the other hand, Fang Feifei inquired where Han Lai was at the moment and why he wasn't back, and Yu Yun suggested that Fang Feifei should go ahead and call Han Lai already. Fang Feifei agreed and stated that they should call Han Lai. Suddenly, the other man addressed Fang Feifei as a beauty, and he asked her if she was playing with her phone and suggested that she share her contact information. But Fang Feifei ignored him and mentioned that Han Lai didn't answer. Zai Lu Ting asked the men what the hell they were trying to do in broad daylight. She warned that if they kept bothering them, they would have to call the police, but the man stated that Zai Lu Ting was quite pretty but had quite the temper and asked her how the things they were doing could be considered harassment. The man mentioned that they just wanted to treat them all to a meal and asked Zai Lu Ting if she really wouldn't give them any face. He urged Zai Lu Ting not to be shy, and as Zai Lu Ting insisted that the man shouldn't touch her, Han Lai called the man and asked what he was doing. Han Lai questioned if that commotion happened right when he went to get some money and if his constitution was not suitable for treating people to a meal because it seemed like a problem arose every time he tried to treat someone. Fang Feifei called Han Lai and announced that he was finally there. The man asked Han Lai if he was with them and remarked that he was quite fortunate with those lovely ladies. He inquired which one of those girls was his girlfriend and if it was the one who was the prettiest. Zai Lu Ting insisted that the man should let go, while the man suggested that Han Lai should really introduce them to those gorgeous ladies so they could get to know them better. But the man was surprised when Han Lai suddenly grabbed his arm. Han Lai informed the man that he was a little fish and asked where he thought he was putting his hands. Zai Lu Ting was taken aback with what she saw. Meanwhile, the man remarked that Han Lai should let go. But instead of letting go, Han Lai tightened his grip on the man's arm. The man expressed his pain, and he cursed as he asked Han Lai if he was crazy. He pulled his hand away and claimed that Han Lai was a lunatic who should let go of him immediately. Han Lai was amused and inquired if the man was crazy for just holding on to him. He questioned the man about what he was for holding onto a girl that he didn't even know. The man inquired what the matter was, if they couldn't get to know someone, and if Han Lai had a problem with that. He taunted that if Han Lai had a problem, he should come on and they would have a fight, and they would teach him a lesson in how to behave properly. But Han Lai effortlessly deflected the man's punch, and he quickly turned his feet to shift his weight. Han Lai slammed the man into the floor. He declared that the man was the one who started it. Han Lai explained that he just followed the man's request to let go and defended himself. He asked if he was right that everyone saw that, and as he asserted that the man was the one who initiated it, the man's companion got worried about the man. The store owner suddenly appeared, and he inquired what was going on, what was happening, and who had called him earlier. The girls called Han Lai. Han Lai asked the girls why they were all just standing there and urged that they should go, which surprised Fang Feifei. Han Lai questioned them if they wanted to be surrounded by onlookers while eating, and he suggested that they were all there waiting to see the drama unfold with them, so they should come on and go to another restaurant, and Fang Feifei immediately agreed. Yuyun suggested that they should go because those people were annoying. Fang Feifei cautioned Yuyun to lower her voice because those people might come back to cause trouble later again. But Yuyun questioned Fang Feifei what she was afraid of when their Han Lai keeps a low profile, but packs a punch, one punch for each thug. On the other hand, Han Lai inquired if Xia Luting was alright. Xia Luting confirmed that she was fine. Han Lai acknowledged that it was good, and Xia Luting was speechless. Xia Luting remarked that Han Lai asked a question, and that was it, and she wondered what exactly that guy even thinks. Han Lai asked if Xia Luting just mentioned that the punch he gave the man earlier was quite cool, and Xia Luting was taken by surprise. He inquired if Xia Luting knew that it was how it was written in those domineering CEO novels, where a girl gets harassed by thugs and the male lead appears all cool and takes care of them, and Xia Luting asked him what that had to do with things. Xia Luting asked Han Lai what a man like him was doing reading those kinds of novels, while she wondered how Han Lai knew what she was just thinking and if he was a tapeworm living inside her stomach. Han Lai commented that, to be fair, all romance novels always follow that pattern, and to tell Xia Luting the truth at that moment, he even thought about giving all those men a good beating, and he mentioned that he also wanted to test out the sports skills level the system provided. He admitted that unfortunately, novels and reality are different, so they can't act on impulse just like that, and considering the pros and cons, a little show of deterrence should be sufficient. Han Lai added and explained that if they really got into a fight with those men, he couldn't guarantee the safety of all three of them girls. He remarked that besides, starting a conflict at a hot pot restaurant comes with significant safety risks, because incidents where hot soup is thrown during disputes have happened before after all. Thus, they need to prioritize everyone's personal safety first. But Han Lai stated that those guys were pretty unlucky too because he knew the owner of that hot pot restaurant, and he was a retired police officer with a pretty strong sense of justice. He noted that with the surveillance footage, those hooligans are likely to get caught and receive some serious education, and they might even have to call their parents. Xia Luting questioned if even hooligans could be made to call their parents. Han Lai reflected on the time when he was made to call his parents, and he confessed that he doesn't know about what Xia Luting mentioned, but he is definitely afraid of being made to call his parents. Xia Luting brought up the point again, and she inquired if Han Lai was the one who made the call to the restaurant owner, and Han Lai confirmed that he called the owner even before he came in. And as he asked Xia Luting how it was and if he was clever, Xia Luting scoffed and suggested that she guesses Han Lai could call it quick thinking at a stretch. Later that night, Xia Luting messaged Han Lai as Ham to Cucumber. She inquired if he was there. Xia Luting reminded Ham to Cucumber that she had complained to him about Han Lai earlier, and she mentioned that even after the embarrassing incident the other day, Han Lai acted like nothing had happened that day, and he even invited her and her roommate out for dinner, but that was not the point because the point was that she had to admit that Han Lai was actually pretty attractive that day. Han Lai remarked that just yesterday, Xia Luting had been cursing him out, and that day, she thought he was attractive, so women could really change their minds so fast. He replied, and as he added that it seemed like Xia Luting had developed feelings for Han Lai that time and that she had changed, he asked her if she wasn't planning on focusing on her career instead of men. Han Lai commented that it was a betrayal of their great cause, and when Xia Luting read what Han Lai had messaged her, she retorted that she definitely didn't like Han Lai. Xia Luting questioned Han Lai about what he meant that she had developed feelings for him, and as she insisted that she definitely didn't like him, Han Lai acknowledged that he understood that she didn't like him and she just liked using him as material. Han Lai suggested that they should put Xia Luting's CEO-like classmate aside for the meantime as he was planning to start serializing their story the next day, so he requested that she quickly confirm if there were any changes she wanted to make. He requested that Xia Luting check the main character, supporting character, synopsis, tagline, and also their login credentials, to which Xia Luting agreed, and she mentioned that he should just wait a moment and let her check the system. Yuyun suddenly asked Xia Luting who she had been chatting with on her phone every night recently, and Xia Luting replied that she had been chatting with just a friend. Yuyun grew curious, and as she observed that she had noticed Xia Luting changed her QQ account a few days ago, she asked if it could be an online friend. Xia Luting wondered what Yuyun was thinking and explained that it was just a friend she had known for a while. She informed them that she was going to the library for a bit so they could go to sleep first and there was no need to wait for her, but Yu-yun inquired if she was going at that time when it was almost time for lights out already. Zai Lu-ting did not respond, and she simply left the room, leaving her roommates speechless. Yu-yun asked Fang Feifei if she didn't think that their Zai Lu-ting had been acting quite mysteriously lately, as she was always going to the library. The next day, in class, the professor announced that he knew that the long holiday had just ended and everyone's mind hadn't fully returned yet. However, investment studies is one of the most important courses for the finance major. He explained that theory is theory and the market is still the market in the end, so investment skills couldn't be learned just by studying textbooks. The professor emphasized that the key is to gain practical experience. Meanwhile, Zai Lu-ting checked the novel The Dominating CEO's Goddess of Revenge on her phone. Zai Lu-ting confirmed that it had been approved and that she wasn't even that excited when she published her first novel. She recalled her talk with Ham to Cucumber last night, and as he questioned her for changing the male lead's name to Han Lai, he inquired if that name had any meaning. Zai Lu-ting explained that it was actually the guy that she had complained to him about before, and his surname was also Ham. She mentioned that she had thought about it carefully, and even though Han Lai could be a bit annoying sometimes, his personality was quite similar to their male lead, and there was still something valuable to draw from. And as Han Lai agreed and encouraged that Zai Lu-ting should keep observing him closely because inspiration often came from one's life experiences after all, Zai Lu-ting concurred. Zai Lu-ting was startled when the professor suddenly called a student in her direction. But the professor called Han Lai. Han Lai was taken aback when the professor demanded to know what he was using his laptop for at that moment. Han Lai wondered if Teacher Wu shouldn't be more encouraging and why he suddenly mentioned his name. Teacher Wu stated that he knew that the investment management course could be quite dry, but he hoped that Han Lai could take it a bit more seriously, and at the very least, he should try not to give up in his class like that. One of Han Lai's classmates mentioned that it was Han Lai alright because while the rest of them are just playing on their phones at worst, he brought his whole computer with him. Another classmate inquired if Han Lai wasn't usually so diligent and if there was some issue went on between Han Lai and Teacher Wu, and another classmate remarked that there was no way he should know. Han Lai cursed in his mind as he just remembered that Teacher Wu encouraged everyone to bring their laptops to class for the convenience of linking the course material with real-life trading. But that only began after he taught the 14th chapter of the course. He noted that he did not play on his computer and he actually practiced his skills there while, in his mind, he pondered that he just considered about getting familiar with the operations before the competition. But he didn't realize that he messed up the timeline. One of Han Lai's classmates muffled a laugh and declared that Han Lai should just admit that he played on his computer, and there was no need to show off. But Teacher Wu queried Han Lai if he did real trading, and Han Lai considered that he couldn't just say that he achieved a 30% return rate in just a week after opening his account because that sounds too unbelievable. Han Lai reflected that it was a shame he didn't start with much capital. Otherwise, that return rate would look even more impressive, and he commented that it was a demo account. Teacher Wu questioned Han Lai if he contemplated that operating on a completely stress-free demo account has any real significance or helps in any way. Han Lai voiced that it does because one is able to explore trading patterns in advance and become familiar with the operations before the real deal. Teacher Wu was intrigued, and he announced that Han Lai had quite the ambition and he liked students like him. So he interrogated Han Lai if he would care to explain to everyone what components a complete and mature trading pattern should have. He observed that if Han Lai explained it well, he would give him a perfect score for his participation grade, and he wouldn't even have to attend his class that semester, but if his explanation is all over the place, he might have to deduct his participation points. One of Han Lai's classmates expressed that Teacher Wu takes attendance every class, and he even frequently checks his students' homework to the point where he doesn't have enough participation points for Teacher Wu to deduct. And another classmate indicated that he really envies Han Lai, as he wanted to go up and explain it too. Another classmate pressed what there was to envy and affirmed that even if Han Lai could explain parts of it, he questioned if he could do it coherently and bet that Han Lai told to lose all his participation points in no time, which made Fang Feifei wonder if Han Lai could deal with that. On the other hand, Yu Yun requested Zai Lu-ting what a trading pattern is and asserted that it sounded so sophisticated. Yu Yun mused that even though it doesn't matter if Han Lai's participation points get deducted, everyone knows that she and Fang Feifei chased after Han Lai. So if Han Lai messes up and gets laughed at, it will be embarrassing for them as well, and Zai Lu-ting probed Yu Yun why she worried about it. Zai Lu-ting conveyed that Teacher Wu may be strict, but he is not the type of teacher who intentionally suppresses students, so even if Han Lai doesn't explain well, Teacher Wu won't embarrass him for it. Meanwhile, Han Lai cleared his throat and reported that since the teacher has given him that opportunity, He will just say a few words. Han Lai related that a trading pattern isn't a concept with a definite definition, and in fact, it is a summarized framework for a trader's own investment strategy. He recounted that he was not qualified to judge whether a trading pattern is mature and correct, and he could only talk about what he understood and what pattern that could generate stable profits might look like. Han Lai explained that there are 5 major factors. 1 is trading time frame, 2 is trading skills, 3 is position management, 4 is risk control, and 5 is trading discipline. He articulated that those 5 major factors should be organically integrated and flexibly adjusted according to market conditions to form a complete and clear trading system. Han Lai pronounced that when pulled out individually and used specifically for certain situations, it becomes a trading pattern. Teacher Wu clapped his hands. He uttered that Han Lai explained it quite well. One of Han Lai's classmates cursed and challenged what Han Lai professed earlier. Another asserted that he didn't even understand anything. Another queried if Han Lai was finished just like that. And another student requested another student if he had ever seen Teacher Wu so delighted and insisted that his reaction indicates that Han Lai explained it very well, so Han Lai has skills. Teacher Wu averred that at the final exam, Han Lai just needed to hand in a blank sheet of paper with his name on it because he would give him a score of 95, which another classmate couldn't believe and pressed if that was true and argued that Han Lai was really amazing. Han Lai responded that it was way too much and that he still wanted to earn a full score with his own abilities. On the other hand, Zai Lu Ting scoffed in her mind and believed that Han Lai was arrogant, while Han Lai inquired Teacher Wu if he wouldn't revoke his previous reward if what he would say later wasn't good enough. Teacher Wu questioned Han Lai if he couldn't take back what he promised to give him, and as he claimed that Han Lai was a rascal, he affirmed that he believed in his students. So if Han Lai could do it, they could too. Han Lai reckoned that they have only attended a few investment classes so far, so even if he could explain it clearly, the others might not understand. But he surmised that since they were there, as the saying goes, teaching is also a way of learning. Han Lai supposed that he might as well take that opportunity to review and organize the previous knowledge and summaries. He judged that, moreover, it was also a good opportunity to win the others over. Han Lai claimed that he doesn't know if they all still remember, but when he introduced himself, he mentioned that the reason he studied finance was because he wanted to carve out his own place in that vast and turbulent market. He admitted that he wanted to accumulate his first pot of gold in life and thereby realize his own value in the world, and to become a down-to-earth and kind-hearted wealthy person in the end. Han Lai added that it is not an easy task, but he was still willing to put in the effort. He averred that similarly, he also mentioned that he looked forward to meeting some like-minded partners who will journey with him. Han Lai concluded that he will prove the efforts he has put into that ideal of his and once again extend an invitation to those who share that aspiration. He promised that he would begin explaining the topic of trading patterns, a mature and complete trading pattern. Han Lai stated that first, the trading time frame is the core of the trading model, and only by determining their operational philosophy and time frame for the future could they gradually fill in the details. And another classmate inquired if Han Lai could really explain it in a way that makes sense. Han Lai considered that while that school wasn't a top-notch institution, as they say, the real experts could be found among the common people, and there are quite a few financial geniuses there, and in the future, they will all be swimming in money. Han Lai remarked that both confirming buying and selling points requires very strict skills for traders, and depending on the trading time frame, the buying and selling techniques need to adapt accordingly. He pondered that since he has already used the pseudonym Ham to connect with Little Cucumber, who is good at writing on the internet, their progress offline is going great as well, and at least at the moment, he has completely captured her attention. Han Lai declared that the key point was actually quite simple: control their own actions, because based on market sentiment and their own understanding of the market, they could go short, light or heavy, and he reflected that they still needed to win over 2 more people next. He surmised that one of them was Zhang Lei because, although the guy usually keeps a low profile, he is going to shine in the stock trading competition that is happening in a month. Han Lai pronounced that the other one was Zia Hong Huan because, if he remembers correctly, she, Zhang Lei, and Duan Xiao Yu were among the top 3 in the class during the stock trading competition. And with her and Zhang Lei, one being bold and the other cautious, having those 2 complementary talents with him would be a huge advantage. He mentioned that once their own trading model is fully formed, they could find a predetermined process to handle any situation, no matter what it is. Han Lai articulated that lastly, the most difficult and crucial task remaining is strict execution. He queried why successful people could make money and voiced that it was because they have a model and discipline. He questioned why the sheepless lose money and conveyed that it was because they don't have a model and discipline or they don't strictly follow that model. Han Lai expressed that they do not understand everything or anything, and yet they rush into the market blindly. He commented that they lack common sense, discipline, method, and determination, and the cost of acting recklessly is a loss completely out of control. He uttered that it concluded the explanation of the trading model and thanked teacher Wu for giving him that opportunity to share it with everyone. And even though it may sound challenging, everyone shouldn't get discouraged. Han Lai noted that he would say a few words off topic. He observed that since they have chosen that major, they have already acquired more information compared to others, and it was precisely because there were many sheepless people around that they have the opportunity to showcase their talent and professionalism. Han Lai indicated that in fact, that matter was not as difficult as they imagined, and all they needed was to respect the market, fear the trends, and grasp the correct methodology. He reported that whether it's investing in stocks or their daily lives, as long as they don't fall for so-called insider information that day or learn some kind of miraculous secret tomorrow, with their own judgment, understanding, and a certain level of common sense, and making that way of thinking a habit, they have already surpassed others by far. Han Lai admitted that he was done speaking and he hoped that they could encourage each other in the future. He got nervous when he saw that no one in the class made a reaction. Han Lai wondered why anyone did not react. Suddenly, one of Han Lai's classmates announced bravo and that it was awesome. Another classmate asserted that it was well spoken, and the rest of the class proclaimed compliments about how awesome Han Lai was. Han Lai revealed that he finally understood. He thanked everyone for their support as he wondered if it was what being a genius felt like. On the other hand, Fu Daodu called Pang Ji and probed her if she still remembered Han Lai. Pang Ji requested if they didn't eat together 2 days ago, and as she averred that, of course she remembered, she interrogated Fu Daodu what happened, and Fu Daodu acknowledged that she pressed Ding Yu and the others to inquire about it. Fu Daodu testified that it seemed like a while back, Huang Wei suddenly affirmed that he wanted to move out, and according to some of his close friends, his face turned all pale and grimy those days. When they quizzed Huang Wei, he got all agitated, so it was almost certain that he was bullied in the dormitory, and if they combined that with Ding Yu and Kai Xiangbei's respectful attitude towards Han Lai, she had a feeling that Han Lai might have done something. Pang Ji communicated that Huang Wei is not an easy person to mess with, and adding Ding Yu and Kai Xiangbei, she sought clarification if 3 people could be bullied by just one person, to which Fu Daodu responded and affirmed that it was hard to say, and she watched Han Lai closely, but he was low-key. Fu Daodu communicated that Han Lai doesn't even get fazed by the beauty of their Pang Ji. Pang Ji reiterated that Han Lai was quite interesting, but she appealed to Fu Daodu why she suddenly brought him up and if she had some gossip to share. Fu Daodu demanded Pang Ji if the teacher from the neighboring finance class wasn't known for being strict. She shared that Han Lai had openly brought a laptop to class and even claimed that he conducted simulated trading. When Pang Ji heard about simulated trading, she solicited if their finance class progressed that quickly, and Fu Daodu relayed of course not, and their progress is similar to theirs. Fu Daodu clarified that it was Han Lai because he not only started simulated trading ahead of time, he also got allied up by teacher Wu to explain what a trading model is. And the thing is, Han Lai explained it so well that he ignited the enthusiasm for learning among his classmates in the other class. She confirmed that originally, half the students in that class would skip classes, but they all seemed to be energized now, as if they had been inspired. Fu Daodu expounded that Han Lai was not only mature but also a super academic achiever. She discoursed that a person like Han Lai is bound to achieve great things, so it was no wonder he was popular. And Pang Ji specified that whether Han Lai could achieve great things or not has nothing to do with them. And Fu Daodu always likes gossiping here and there. But Pang Ji recounted that Han Lai does have a unique aura about him. Xia Honghuan called Han Lai. She stated that the stuff he told her yesterday, she went back and organized it into notes according to her own understanding. Xia Honghuan inquired Han Lai if he could take a look and see if there were any problems with it, and Han Lai declared, of course. Reading Xia Honghuan's notes, Han Lai remarked that the overall strategy is sound. But there is one thing to keep in mind. Han Lai mentioned that Xia Honghuan should never go all in at any time, leave room for trading opportunities, and manage his positions well, as it is the first step in overcoming one's human nature. He commented that human nature is greedy, and once it takes hold of Xia Honghuan, it's easy to make wrong decisions, and as Xia Honghuan noted that she got it and was about to say something about when it comes to risk management, Dun Xiaoyi cut her off and articulated that Han Lai was just casually bullfishing a few sentences, and there are really people who actually wanted to seek his advice. When Xia Honghuan heard that, she voiced that Dun Xiaoyi should go up and start bullfishing casually the next time in teacher Wu's class, and they should see what he could come up with then. She reported that she finds Han Lai's insights valuable, so she is seeking advice from him, which is none of Dun Xiaoyi's business, and Dun Xiaoyi uttered that indeed what Han Lai says is solid, but it is all old-fashioned stuff, so if Xia Honghuan really wanted to learn, she could go to stock forums and read the posts from the real trading experts, as it will be much more helpful for her. Xia Honghuan observed that no one's success story could be perfectly replicated, and without their own judgment and thinking, they will eventually just become a victim for harvest. She indicated that besides, Teacher Wu just conveyed himself that Han Lai's thinking and ideas were internally consistent and highly valuable for learning. And Duan Xiao queried her what she even meant by internally consistent. Xia Honghuan pronounced that it is a self-contained system that is repeatable and verifiable because, while making money in that market doesn't require a completely self-consistent theory or model, they could gradually refine the system through continuous validation. Meanwhile, Xia Luting considered that the dog of a guy got called up to the stage by the teacher, and while she couldn't quite grasp what Han Lai talked about, judging by Teacher Wu's excited look, it was probably something outstanding. She pondered that Han Lai carried himself with confidence and spoke eloquently, not to mention with clear and logical explanations. Xia Luting reflected that she suddenly realized that when a person has a self-consistent model and continuously refines it in practice, they could actually use that model to achieve success time and time again, and she wondered if it was where Han Lai's intense confidence came from. She mused that it was not some blind arrogance or some inexplicable pride, nor is it the result of external factors like wealth or parental influence, because what Han Lai showed is a personal confidence that is completely independent and seemed to be capable of withstanding any test. While Yuyan expressed that it was no wonder Han Lai was the man she had set her eyes on and that he was handsome, Xia Luting contemplated that the reason why people find Han Lai attractive was not just because he is incredibly good-looking. It was the strength of his aura. Xia Luting wondered if the sense of self-confidence that controls the entire situation wasn't the fundamental charm of a domineering CEO personality. She surmised that in her work with Ham, the male lead, Han Lai should possess the same kind of thing. His personality, his fierceness, his charm, all of it originated from that. Xia Luting realized that Tsai Meng-jun admires the strong, craving to be conquered, which is why she falls so passionately for Han Lai. She reckoned that Tsai Meng-jun's sister, on the other hand, developed emotions for Han Lai in the midst of his brutality, and on one hand, she wanted to escape, but on the other hand, she yearns to continue finding excitement in that kind of torment. Xia Luting questioned herself if Tsai Meng-jun's sister was tamed and assessed that although she hates to admit it, she does indeed have a feeling of admiration for Han Lai. She judged that ever since she got to know Han Lai, she has practically been led around by the nose by the guy, and even though she could act even more aloof and domineering than him, she knew that she doesn't have the kind of self-assurance he possesses, and even though Han Lai could be infuriating at times, his knowledge, skills, and confidence aren't just for show. Xia Luting figured that it has only been a short time since the school year started and Han Lai has already aced all of the third-year calculus and professional courses. He even earned Teacher Wu's pardon, so as long as Han Lai wanted to, he could easily pick between Tsinghua and Fudan next May when the transfer program finishes. She recognized that back then, she clearly said that she wanted to surpass Han Lai, but now she just wasted time getting upset over some minor things, and while she there threw a tantrum, Han Lai was already ahead of her by a huge margin. Xia Luting wondered why she didn't just use yesterday's situation and just make up with Han Lai, but she was surprised with what she just witnessed. Xia Luting wondered why everyone stuck together over Han Lai. One classmate affirmed that Han Lai was definitely not a newcomer to the stock market and questioned if he could really do value investing there in China. Another classmate specified that they took notes on what he talked about yesterday, and they agree with his overall approach, but she probed where she could learn trading skills. And another classmate claimed that she has been learning the Wyckoff method from her dad, but she interrogated why it hasn't been working as well in the past 2 years. Han Lai added that value investing could be done at any time, but he requested if they were sure that the value they talked about really aligns with future economic trends. He related that as for trading skills, they could search online or they could keep an eye on the top performers during stock trading competitions, and the classmate explained that he wondered if he could become a formidable master like Zhu Yang. Han Lai appraised that, as expected of those who study finance, everyone there is asking questions with substance, but it was just that the characteristics of those questions were strongly tied to an era. He deemed that over the span of a decade, the market environment has changed drastically from the present, and at the moment, the investors are both enthusiastic and simplistic, making it easy to harvest a bunch of leeks with one seep, which is certainly comfortable. Han Lai believed that unlike the future, where everyone has the skills, retail investors are scattered and market sentiment is unpredictable. He supposed that those new generation tycoons have shared too many insights and techniques, and it has cultivated numerous highly skilled individual investors. And adding some dark horses who entered the playing field halfway through the game to that, the scene was nothing short of chaotic. Han Lai was suddenly pulled back to reality when a classmate called him and communicated that they always feel that the recent rotation of stock market hotspots was a bit unusual. Another classmate agreed and asserted that the overall market's blue chips are consistently seeing net outflows, and as another classmate pressed if the bear market went to last for a long time, Han Lai implored them to wait a minute and requested that they ask one by one. Suddenly, Zai Lu Ting approached and called Han Lai. She revealed that she also has some questions she would like to ask Han Lai regarding trading strategies. Zai Lu Ting was in her dorm, cursing Han Lai while she was on her phone. She sent a message that Han Lai was a piece of fish while she recalled what happened earlier when he uttered that he needed to answer the other's questions first because it was first come, first served after all. Zai Lu Ting was messaging Ham to Cucumber, Han Lai's online persona, and she stated that she even lowered her pride and initiated a conversation with Han Lai, but he didn't show any special reaction. Han Lai was troubled when Zai Lu Ting declared that the two little witches were really something because one day they were worried that the dog of a man would make a fool of himself and affect their reputation, and the next day they flocked to him. He pondered that Zai Lu Ting's imagination was truly impressive, so it was no wonder she writes novels for a hobby, and he wondered if he wasn't that excessive at that time. Han Lai recalled that he requested for Zai Lu Ting to wait a moment and remarked that everyone could come one by one and that he can't guarantee that everything he says is correct, but he could share his thought process with everyone. Yuyun commented that Han Lai was enthusiastic and that he should come and give them extra lessons next time during their break. Fang Feifei mentioned that Yuyun was a big-hearted person, and as she inquired her if she was sure that she just wanted some extra lessons, Yuyun laughed mischievously. Han Lai considered that it was clearly Yuyun and Fang Feifei who started it, so he wondered what it had to do with him, and he reflected that the situation was chaotic that he felt like the wheels of fate almost rolled over his face. He wondered if the reason Zai Lu Ting was carefree online was because she has to maintain her aloof goddess image offline, and if it was because she suppressed herself for so long. But Han Lai mused no. He contemplated that while it seems that even though Zai Lu Ting's online and offline personas are completely different, that inherent pride of her is still evident in her conversations. Han Lai surmised that Zai Lu Ting may seem easy to deceive, but in reality, she's as clear as a mirror, and every action is a decision she's made after a lengthy weighing of its pros and cons. He reasoned that if it weren't for the hope she saw in the CEO's Goddess project, she wouldn't have invested so much time and enthusiasm into it and been so passionate with his ham persona. Han Lai messaged back and queried Zai Lu Ting if she had made up with her classmate, the domineering CEO, and if he was that popular. Zai Lu Ting noted that initially, it was just her two roommates who were always around Han Lai, and currently, half the girls in the class are circling him too, there are even guys too, and although he is indeed outstanding, it really irritates her. Han Lai laughed and explained that everyone likes to be around outstanding people after all. He questioned Zai Lu Ting why she was upset. He probed if it was because he was better than her or if it was because there are too many girls around him and if she didn't actually like him because that sounded like a bit of jealousy there. Zai Lu Ting announced that Han Lai shouldn't make things up and that she was just puzzled as to why he was outstanding even when they were all the same age. Han Lai articulated that it was simple and that Zai Lu Ting should just need to become even better than him, so they should seriously excel in that book, and when the time comes, they will show him their results. Zai Lu Ting got excited when she saw Han Lai's response. Imagining the future where she becomes the best-selling author, she considered that Han Lai was right, so they should do it. Han Lai expressed that Zai Lu Ting better focus on making the plot solid because a successful work always comes down to the plot and the characters, so she shouldn't waste his investment. He reflected that he knew it, that Zai Lu Ting has a better grasp of things than anyone else, because even though she messed with him before, he can't deny her strictness with herself nor her excellence. Han Lai mused that in that lifetime, he wondered who it would all turn out with their roles reversed and that it was truly something to look forward to. He observed that it was received and Zai Lu Ting should be rest assured that together, they two veggies will be able to overcome any obstacle, which made Zai Lu Ting laugh, and she reported that two veggies was a name that was lame. The night of October 15th arrived. Zai Lu Ting messaged Han Lai and conveyed that a week's worth of contracts was amazing and that he was right that they were a united front, and together, the two veggies are unstoppable. Han Lai pronounced that Zai Lu Ting has changed because just a few days ago she realized that the main was lame. And as Zai Lu Ting replied and indicated that she just kidded back then, she concluded that she got it right and that she knew that the book would definitely become a hit. Zai Lu Ting presumed that once the first wave of promotion starts, she will have taken another big step towards success, and she remembered that guy who once mentioned that he wanted to write a novel but couldn't. So when the time comes, she will slap their book, written by her and Ham, right in his face and make him call her boss. Suddenly, Zai Lu Ting's phone notified her that she had received a message. Han Lai messaged Zai Lu Ting as ham to cucumber and asserted that he had some bad news. Zai Lu Ting pressed what the bad news was and affirmed that Han Lai shouldn't scare her like that, while Han Lai deduced that they were about to welcome the first wave of recommendations, with 3 to 5 chapters updated daily during the promotion period. Han Lai judged that the existing backlog could support them for 1 or 2 months. However, there's a stock trading competition going on from November all the way to January, so it won't be possible to focus as much on the novel as they do at the moment. He supposed that along with other updates it was very likely that they might get overwhelmed, and as for the other aspects of the plot, it was fine except for one thing. Han Lai messaged Zai Lu Ting and informed that he tried writing a few passionate scenes, but he felt like they lacked that spark, so he considered that they should have her write those scenes and he would take care of the rest of the plot, but of course he would pay her extra for that part. He acknowledged that he would pay her based on a rate of 40 RMB per 1,000 characters and that she was great at that because, as the saying goes, mastery comes from specialization. Zai Lu Ting believed that Han Lai scared her because she guessed something major had happened, and she messaged him and responded that she inferred there was some sort of problem with their book. She replied that 40 is a bit much, so they should go with the previous rate of 25 RMB per 1,000 characters because, after all, those parts don't make up much of the story, but she requested if Han Lai left it all to her to write, including the imprisonment scene. Han Lai answered yes because he really can't write it, so they will be counting on Zai Lu Ting, and they should go with the 40 rating because, as she insisted, that part doesn't make up much of the story, but they were in that together, so there was no need to fuss over those details. Zai Lu Ting reckoned that the rate of 40 RMB per 1,000 characters is already much higher than many writers, so Hammy trusts her so much and she can't let him down at that time, so she maintained that he was generous and that he should let her handle that. Han Lai understood that it was a problem solved because that way, his stress is reduced and he gets the gratitude of Zai Lu Ting, 2 birds with 1 stone. But Zai Lu Ting messaged Han Lai and clarified that regular romantic scenes are fine. But when it comes to imprisonment, she really doesn't have a clue, and she might not be able to write it well. Han Lai was astonished when he read Zai Lu Ting's message. He cursed in his mind as he perceived that he forgot about Zai Lu Ting. He appreciated that even he didn't have much understanding in that field and wondered if they could rely on the internet for that. Suddenly, Han Lai remembered something. He wondered if the system hadn't provided some sort of reward package before. Han Lai inquired Zai Lu Ting about the delivery package and queried if it was big. He questioned Zai Lu Ting if he should help her carry it given her petite frame. Zai Lu Ting probed Han Lai what he meant by that and if he looked down on her. Han Lai quizzed Zai Lu Ting how that could be and stated that it was just that girls naturally have less strength. He interrogated Zai Lu Ting if he didn't just show his concern for her, and she sarcastically thanked him for his concern. Zai Lu Ting declared that Han Lai should wait for her there as she will go find it herself, to which Han Lai agreed and remarked that she should go do it herself. She noted that she found it. Zai Lu Ting saw that the receiver of the package was Zai Meng Jun and the sender was Han Lai Yi. She considered that Hammy was really something because he actually used the names of the male and female leads together with her. Suddenly, Han Lai requested Zai Lu Ting what it was and what made her smile so happily like that. Zai Lu Ting scoffed and mentioned that it was none of Han Lai's business, and Han Lai laughed as he pondered that of course it was his business. Han Lai reflected that after all, he put in a lot of effort to send that gift to Zai Lu Ting, and he went out of his way to send it through a local delivery service too. He demanded Zai Lu Ting where she went, and Zai Lu Ting uttered that it was none of his business. Suddenly, Zai Lu Ting stopped walking. She pressed Han Lai about what he pronounced in class last time. Zai Lu Ting wondered Han Lai if he really believed he could make money in the stock market, and Han Lai challenged why not. She ventured that it was because the domestic market there is more like a gambling den and the big company players and institutions prey on the small investors without mercy. And she examined if Han Lai wasn't just a sitting duck in all that if he didn't have enough connections or insider information. Han Lai was taken aback, and he pursued Zai Lu Ting if she actually had that kind of idea as a future expert in that industry. He petitioned Zai Lu Ting why she studied finance anyway if she already had such thoughts, and Zai Lu Ting affirmed that what Han Lai proclaimed made sense. But Zai Lu Ting implored Han Lai if what she acknowledged wasn't the truth. Han Lai asserted of course not and investigated Zai Lu Ting if she doesn't follow financial news regularly. He articulated that firstly, unlike a casino, where absolute balance or probability is the only thing going on and there is no logic behind them, the stock market in each bull market, and every time sector moves collectively, has an internal logic behind it. Han Lai specified that the purpose of studying finance is to understand that logic and to follow trends to accumulate wealth, and when trends go south, learning to take the profit and cut losses is the basic rule to make money. He observed that secondly, Zai Lu Ting's notion of bankers is actually quite outdated. Han Lai commented that the criminal law of China has specific provisions, like Article 182, to deal with such activities, so the era of rampant bankers was long gone. He asserted that if Zai Luting pays attention to the news in that industry, she will notice that hundreds of people are sentenced for such activities every year, and they end up facing serious consequences, and Zai Luting expressed if it was real. Han Lai reported, of course, and that Zai Luting should remember that those so-called new tricks may seem enticing, but if they involve insider trading, they will eventually face legal consequences. He revealed that Zai Luting should never try to cut corners or engage in speculative practices because concepts like upgrading from a bicycle to a motorcycle are often just tricks to deceive her. Zai Luting articulated that Han Lai had a valid point and indicated how he knew so much. Han Lai revealed that maybe it was because he had dreams too. He surmised that with his original experience and knowledge, even if he were to start over, he would just be an ordinary person who lives with a bit more insight. But Han Lai announced that he had the system, so there was no reason why he would not give it his all and live an extraordinary life. Zai Luting was intrigued when she heard Han Lai mention dreams. Han Lai conveyed Zai Luting if he was right that she had a dream too and indicated that she could do it too as long as she wanted to. Zai Luting specified if it was real, but she voiced that it seemed like she didn't understand anything. Han Lai responded that he can't teach Zai Luting if she doesn't understand anything, and Zai Luting replied that she doesn't believe that Han Lai was that kind. He laughed and clarified that Zai Luting truly understands him, so she should treat him as her mentor, pay him a bit for her tuition, and he will teach her hands-on. But Zai Luting communicated who even wanted to recognize him as a mentor and testified that he should forget about tuition as she will buy him breakfast, and that was it. Suddenly, Yu Yun called Han Lai and Zai Luting. Zai Luting inquired Yu Yun if she was up and what about Fang Feifei, and as Yu Yun responded and testified that Fang Feifei was not up yet, she appealed how the two of them ended up there together. Zai Luting stated that she and Han Lai bumped into each other while they jogged, and they happened to come there together. Han Lai agreed and remarked that their class monitor kindly invited him there and he was truly honored, but Zai Luting declared that he should shut up. Zai Luting mentioned that they should go get some food already and Han Lai noted that Zai Luting shouldn't be irritable that early in the morning as he just told the truth. Yu Yun was baffled as she watched Zai Luting and Han Lai bickering with each other. She wondered what went on with those two. Yu Yun considered if it was because of the hot pot incident that made Zai Luting change her opinion about Han Lai, but she remembered that Zai Luting asserted that she gave Han Lai a cold shoulder just a few days ago. She decided to approach Han Lai and inquired what they had that day. Han Lai queried if she meant a mixed rice dish or a spicy hot pot and indicated that since their class monitor is treating them that day, she is the one in charge there. Zai Luting probed why he eats such heavy and greasy food every morning, while Yu Yun wondered why Zai Luting treated Han Lai to a meal. Han Lai teased Zai Luting and commented that she does care about him, so he will go for something light then. But Zai Luting observed that she is criticizing Han Lai, not showing concern for him. Yu Yun wondered just what happened between those two again. A few moments later, Yu Yun expressed that Han Lai really went for the light dishes with Zai Luting. Yu Yun conveyed that since there is not much meat in those beef noodles at school, she will give Han Lai some lion's head meatballs for him. She believed that while it is okay for Fang Feifei even if she takes the initiative because it will just be mediocre compared to her, Zai Luting is different, and if Zai Luting really enters the game, both she and Fang Feifei will definitely lose. Han Lai uttered that having something light once in a while is also nice while thinking that he knows the situation Yu Yun is in all too well. He considered that Yu Yun could find the right person if she just lowered her standards a little, but she insists on aiming for someone high. So even though the hope is slim, she keeps trying to please the other person without even thinking about improving herself. Fu Daodu recognized Han Lai, and as Yu Yun reported that it had been a long time since she saw Fu Daodu and Pang Ji, she greeted them with a good morning. Zai Luting froze when she heard Pang Ji recognize their presence. She slowly glanced over her shoulder to look at them. Fu Daodu greeted them with a good morning with a smile. A few moments later, Fu Daodu and Pang Ji started eating. Pang Ji dug her fork into the salad in front of her. She gracefully ate it and remained silent. There was an awkward silence between the two tables. Yu Yun pressed why she felt like the atmosphere became a bit weird. Fu Daodu interrogated about the other beauty that is usually beside him and if she was not there that day. Han Lai added that he went for a morning run, but Fang Feifei couldn't get up, so she is still sleeping at the moment. But Fu Daodu and Pang Ji woke up quite early too, but Pang Ji claimed that it was not really the case. Pang Ji affirmed that it was 7:15 a.m., so they were right on time. She acknowledged that if she were living on campus, she would be having her breakfast at that time every morning, and as Han Lai posed if she was afraid of trouble, she responded yes. Han Lai opined that he guessed it was great while thinking that the first class in the morning starts at 8 o'clock and the dining hall's peak hours are between 7:30 and 7:50. The fourth years are not on campus, third years don't go to class, and the second years skip breakfast, so the ones coming to the dining hall are mostly the first year freshmen, and Pang Ji is incredibly famous among the freshmen. On the other hand, Zai Lu Ting wondered if Han Lai wasn't just having a meal with Pang Ji the other day and why they had such great chemistry, and there was even some inexplicable couple vibe between them, and it was making her angry. Zai Lu Ting called Han Lai. She examined if she was right that he would listen to whoever treats him to a meal according to his rules and replied that he should just shut up and eat and chat later. Pang Ji wondered if it was some kind of declaration for sovereignty over there and if Zai Lu Ting had feelings for Han Lai. She wondered if Zai Lu Ting was looking to settle the score from last time. Han Lai tried to stifle his laugh. He stated sure and that if their class monitor is treating, he will certainly follow the class monitor's rules. Yuyun declared that Han Lai was indecisive because she was the one who queried out first. Han Lai asserted that his position is very firm that when one invites someone, it is their treat, and it is normal to support whoever pays the bill, so it was fair and just, and no favoritism was shown towards anyone. Yuyun scoffed and remarked that she would give Han Lai some credit for having somewhat of a conscience when Fu Daodu observed that it was an amazing act Han Lai got there. Fu Daodu mentioned that she had never seen such shamelessness and self-righteousness from someone before. Han Lai wondered if he was right that people who have no shame could be invincible and if she wanted to experience VIP-level treatment. Fu Daodu replied that it won't work because with her meager allowance, she could barely feed herself. She suggested that Han Lai talk to Pang Ji instead, and as she inquired if Pang Ji didn't say that she would treat him to a meal next time, she noted that Pang Ji's weekly allowance could cover their expenses in that cafeteria for a year. But Han Lai countered no, and that won't do because having a meal occasionally is fine. But his 3 daily meals are all planned out for him at the moment. He added that moreover, letting Pang Ji treat him in the cafeteria would be a waste, so if they happen to run into each other outside one day, they will dine at Wang Jiang Pavilion together, as that would be much more profitable. Pang Ji acknowledged sure. She explained that if they have the opportunity to meet, she will treat Han Lai to a meal at Wang Jiang Pavilion, but they should make one thing clear, Han Lai shouldn't pull out a ring to scare her. Fu Daodu probed what ring Pang Ji was talking about. Han Lai maintained that Wang Jiang Pavilion is an intimate restaurant boasting the best views of the Bund, and one could communicate with the restaurant butler in advance for reservations and decoration arrangements. So in short, it is a restaurant with a strong ceremonial sense, often referred to as the sacred place for marriage proposals in the city. He claimed that Pang Ji shouldn't worry because he is not insisting on going to Wang Jiang Pavilion, as any 5-star restaurant will do because it is a rare opportunity if they were to meet after all, so they must enjoy a fine meal. Meanwhile, Yuyun got worried when she heard about the ring and the sacred place for marriage proposals. She believed that dealing with just one Zai Lu Ting is already a challenge for her, and currently, there is Pang Ji mixed into the scene. Not to mention, Pang Ji comes from a wealthy family, looks gorgeous, and they make a perfect couple when she is with Han Lai. Yuyun considered that if the meat is rotting in one's own pot, they at least have a chance to steal a bite. But if someone takes the whole pot away, there won't be anything left, so she has to change the topic and take control of the situation. She pressed what she bought and if she could let her take a peek. Yuyun reached out to grab the package. She affirmed that it was surprisingly light, and Zai Lu Ting commented that she didn't buy it, but a friend sent it to her. Yuyun interrogated what friend it was. She conveyed that they have been best friends for 2 months and quizzed why she hadn't heard her mention them and if it could be the person who chats with her every night. Zai Lu Ting deemed that Yuyun was a bastard. She disputed what the hell she was talking about and if she knew every single one of her friends while wondering what Yuyun was doing, and figured that she was digging pits for her own allies like that at that time. Han Lai mused what would happen if it was a gift from an admirer and reported that opening it in public like that would be so awkward for them. Zai Lu Ting challenged why they were all making things up and proclaimed that they should know that she never accepted gifts from admirers. Fu Daodu avowed that Zai Lu Ting was outstanding, and she is also very popular in the student council. She noted that as far as she knows, several guys have confessed to Zai Lu Ting, and Pang Ji often receives various gifts like that too, so she guesses that is the trouble of being a beauty. Zai Lu Ting opined that they are just trying to tease her. She clarified that it wasn't a gift from an admirer and it was just some jewelry that she had asked a friend to help her purchase. She intimated that since Yuyun liked it so much, she could hold on to the package for her. Zai Lu Ting assumed that even though Ham didn't specify what was sent, the weight probably suggests it is some kind of jewelry or chain accent, and trying to hide it so much makes it even more suspicious, so it is better to be a little generous in that case, and she indicated that if it was a style Yuyun likes, she could wear it for a couple of days. Yuyun queried if what Zai Lu Ting said was real, and as she expressed that she was really nice, Zai Lu Ting pondered if she was already happy. Zai Lu Ting advised that they should continue eating because the noodles are getting clumpy, and if Yuyun wanted to open it, she could do it later since she didn't bring a letter opener when she came out for a run. While she reckoned that it was good that Yu-Yun didn't have the tools to open it at the moment, so she would figure out a way to trick her into giving the package back when they returned to the dorm later. But Yu-Yun started opening the package with her razor. She laughed as she queried if she didn't expect it and uttered that she always carries a small eyebrow razor with her all the time. Yu-Yun was amazed, and she exclaimed that it was nice packaging. She laughed and expressed that she just enjoys opening blind boxes like that, while Zai Lu-Ting wondered how come Yu-Yun was carrying an eyebrow razor with her all the time. Zai Lu-Ting figured that she should never mind it because in case it was really an accessory, she would insist that it was an earring, and if it was a chain, the short one would be an ankle chain and the long one would be a waist chain. Yu-Yun dropped the package on the floor. She apologized but called Zai Lu-Ting's attention. Zai Lu-Ting was stunned when she saw the contents of the box. Yu-Yun stumbled on her words as she picked up the collar and rope and showed it to Zai Lu-Ting. Zai Lu-Ting wondered how it could be such a thing and considered that she could have explained it if it was just a collar, but she wondered why Ham also sent a rope. Yu-Yun quickly remarked that she was not into that, so Zai Lu-Ting should keep it for herself. Zai Lu-Ting inquired if she didn't say that she was curious before and stated that it was already hers as it was a gift between sisters, so there was no need to be so polite with her. Noticing the item, Fu Daodu seemed to have recognized what it was. Meanwhile, Pang Ji tried to figure out what the thing looked like. She queried if it looked like the same collar set that she had used on her dog. Pang Ji surmised that, as the others say, there is no accounting for taste in that vast world, and she respects people's preferences. But the fact that Zai Lu-Ting has such an interest and she even has an eye on her best friend, she couldn't imagine that Zai Lu-Ting has that kind of fetish, and she couldn't believe that they do things like that in their spare time. While Yu-Yun suggested that Zai Lu-Ting give the collar to Fang Feifei, Fu Daodu blurted out and probed if that wasn't meant for walking the dog. Fu Daodu observed that Zai Lu-Ting was really amazing. Zai Lu-Ting replied no and that she didn't mean anything with Yu-Yun. But she didn't think about it herself either, and she didn't buy it herself. She believed that she was done, and as she wondered how it came to that, she reckoned that she had told too many lies earlier, so she wondered how she was going to explain it. Zai Lu-Ting pressed her to come to her, and as she prodded why she was avoiding her and if she understood her, she explained that it was just a misunderstanding. But Yu-Yun asserted that she swears that she deeply respects Zai Lu-Ting's preferences, but she likes men. Zai Lu-Ting challenged what that had to do with her liking men. Pang Ji commented that it was alright. She mentioned that as long as it doesn't harm anyone, everyone's preferences should be respected. Pang Ji figured that with Zai Lu-Ting's personality, she had a feeling that she was going to cause a big scene later. She expressed that those who understand won't blame Zai Lu-Ting, and those who don't understand Zai Lu-Ting don't even need to be concerned about it. She felt that being able to witness such a spectacle really makes coming to that cafeteria worthwhile. She declared that she genuinely admires Zai Lu-Ting from deep within her heart, so Zai Lu-Ting should keep being herself and not worry about explaining it to others. Pang Ji noted that she has other matters to attend to, so they will be taking their leave, and Fu Daodu informed that she would see them all later. Han Lai let out the laugh he tried to hold back. Zai Lu-Ting uttered that Han Lai was a dog of a man, and as she interrogated what he was laughing at, Han Lai reported that he just finds the way they, the girls, interact very interesting. Han Lai indicated that he is also surprised by the unique personal preferences of their class monitor. Zai Lu-Ting maintained that she had said it before, that it was all a misunderstanding, and that Han Lai was not allowed to laugh at her. She deemed that not only did Pang Ji have a good laugh at her, but she had also become the butt of the joke for the dog of a man. Zai Lu-Ting assumed that she gave Han Lai a smack, but he didn't even flinch, and ironically, it was her own hand that hurt at the moment. She wondered why Han Lai wasn't saying a word to him and concluded that every time, it was like punching into cotton. Zai Lu-Ting suspected that there was Pang Ji and that maybe Pang Ji was whispering about her behind her back at that moment, so she started wailing. Yu-Yun queried why she was crying, and she requested that Zai Lu-Ting not cry because there were many people watching there. But Yu-Yun pondered that Pang Ji had left and her good friend Zai Lu-Ting's special hobby had been exposed on the spot, so her good sister really helped her solve a big problem there. Yu-Yun queried if he could help say a few words to Zai Lu-Ting while thinking that she just didn't believe that Han Lai would like a woman with such a fetish. But she was horrified when she saw Han Lai. Yu-Yun wondered what was with Han Lai's expression. Han Lai agreed and acknowledged that Yu-Yun was right. He opined that there were a lot of people watching, and it was just a small matter. It was nothing to make a big deal out of. Han Lai affirmed that he has already helped Zai Lu-Ting put her things back. He explained that Zai Lu-Ting should wipe away those tears as he will go get her some ice cream. He added that Zai Lu-Ting should have something sweet and there should be no more crying, and he queried if she got it. Han Lai conveyed that he would go buy Zai Lu-Ting's ice cream, so Yu-Yun should help keep an eye on Zai Lu-Ting, to which Yu-Yun agreed and confirmed that she got it. Yu-Yun wondered why and if Han Lai hasn't always been unable to stand Zai Lu-Ting's strong-willed and willful attitude. She reflected that earlier, not only did Han Lai indulge Xia Lu Ting's willfulness but was even going to buy her ice cream to appease her. Yuyun realized that Han Lai has been saying that he doesn't like Xia Lu Ting's personality all along, but he has never explicitly said that he doesn't like her, so his so-called disinterest is just a form of provocation to Xia Lu Ting. Yuyun considered that Xia Lu Ting is picky, willful, and dominant and values pride even at the cost of suffering, and that her indiscriminate arrogance could harm those around her easily, while Han Lai, on the other hand, chooses to be indifferent to Xia Lu Ting to counteract her attitude, even to the point of using her and Fang Feifei, all to completely crush Xia Lu Ting's pride, thus forcing her to expose all of her vulnerabilities. She believed that it was as if Han Lai took the initiative to beat up a love rival and also provide a splendid assist for the person he likes. Yuyun deemed that Han Lai was really something, but she reckoned that she still couldn't accept it. On the other hand, while Han Lai bought the ice cream, he heard the notification sound from the system. The system stated that Han Lai rewards his victim with ice cream while he is the one being the bad guy, and he deserves to be commended for stooping that low, so he received a complimentary gift of sweet toffee of obedience. The system remarked that it originated from a bitter accident but exudes an enticing sweet fragrance. It declared that before the sweet milky scent dissipates when fed to someone, it will help to increase their obedience to Han Lai, perhaps even making them agree to some of his requests, and the probability of them agreeing to it will be determined by the difficulty of the requests themselves. The system noted that while the item may not create miracles, when used, Han Lai will certainly be met with surprises. Han Lai became amazed, and he figured that the gift arrived just in time. He called Yuyun and suggested that she return to class first. Han Lai added that he will stay there with Xia Lu Ting a little while longer since she is in no shape to go to class at the moment. Yuyun agreed and mentioned that she would go grab seats for both of them and they should try not to be late to class later, and Han Lai should remember to call her if he needed anything. Han Lai agreed and observed that he will see Yuyun later while thinking that the spirit of Yuyun was resilient and adaptable. Xia Lu Ting commented that she didn't need Han Lai there, so he should get lost. Han Lai inquired why she didn't mention it when Yuyun left earlier and if she was still being alt tsundere in that situation, and he reported that he bought her an ice cream. Xia Lu Ting asserted that Han Lai should get the ice cream away from her because she doesn't want it, and Han Lai uses ice cream to tease her every time. Han Lai queried if she was sure that she didn't want it, and Xia Lu Ting confirmed no and that Han Lai was always like that, but Han Lai replied that he already bought it. He suggested that Xia Lu Ting have a bite first and he will tell her a way out of that mess. Xia Lu Ting quickly perked up from her slump. She wondered if it was real. Xia Lu Ting interrogated if he swore that he would help her find a way out of the situation. Han Lai conveyed that he swears that he will definitely give Xia Lu Ting some ideas, which made Xia Lu Ting scoff, and she expressed that she will reluctantly believe Han Lai at that time. Xia Lu Ting noted that she would believe Han Lai that time, and as Han Lai supposed that Xia Lu Ting was cute, he wondered how someone could be cute while they are crying. Han Lai judged that Xia Lu Ting was an incomparably beautiful girl. He reflected that the goddess he didn't even dare dream about in his past life, who even tricked him once back then, has already let down all her defenses and has become his little cucumber. Han Lai assumed that there probably isn't anything more refreshing and delightful than that in that world. A few moments later, Xia Lu Ting professed that she had already eaten the ice cream. Xia Lu Ting intimated that Han Lai should tell her what she should do. Han Lai acknowledged that it was easy and that Xia Lu Ting just needed to confess it to the public, to which Xia Lu Ting agreed. But as she probed how she should do it, she trailed off. She just realized what Han Lai averred, and as she examined what he meant by confessing, Han Lai opined that of course she should confess about her hobby. Han Lai pressed why she cared so much and testified that she should let others do whatever they wanted and not let them control her. Xia Lu Ting grabbed Han Lai's wrist. Han Lai cursed and maintained that Xia Lu Ting should let him go because it hurts. He challenged why she bit him like that and if his method wasn't good enough. Xia Lu Ting indicated that Han Lai should bite her back if he could and that she knew he was unreliable, so she shouldn't have believed him. Han Lai scrutinized why she was saying that and that she should think about it. He recounted that if Xia Lu Ting thinks people's words are frightening and she is afraid of being laughed at by everyone, she might as well just break the jar completely if the jar was already broken. He revealed that since Xia Lu Ting had given up on healing it, she should just be a bit more imposing with a cold face when the time comes because at most, everyone will be shocked, but no one will mock her then, and Xia Lu Ting investigated if he was suggesting that she start acting like an imposing queen from that day onwards. Han Lai inquired if she even needed to pretend with her usual attitude and remarked that once a little whip is in her hands, everyone will be calling her master. Xia Lu Ting stated that Han Lai shouldn't dare bring that up, and as she queried who even wanted to be a queen anyway, she declared that Han Lai is definitely up to something. Han Lai mentioned that if Xia Lu Ting becomes a queen-like person, he won't gain any advantage, and even if Zai Luting is willing to use the whip, he is not going to endure that pain. But Zai Luting interrogated who asserted anything about using a whip and why he always jumps to conclusions. Zai Luting noted that she just wanted to experience it a bit, and that was all because it was all for work, but she took back what she expressed. She observed that Han Lai should just forget it because the more she explains, the worse it gets, so she won't explain to him anymore as he doesn't understand anything anyway. Han Lai gave Zai Luting a pat on her head. He commented that he knows he doesn't really understand, but he believes that Zai Luting has enough reasons, so she should do whatever she wants because while others' understanding is important, they shouldn't give up what they want to do just because others don't understand them. Han Lai conveyed that Zai Luting doesn't need to explain to anyone and just be herself. He probed if she was already feeling better and if she wanted to eat some candy, and he affirmed that he remembered some experts saying that sugar could help improve one's mood. Zai Luting maintained that if she could get something from a stingy guy like Han Lai, of course she is going to eat it, and that he usually acts like a dog but he is quite reliable at crucial moments like that. She ate the candy Han Lai gave her unsuspectingly. Han Lai wondered how Zai Luting, his little cucumber, could fall for it so easily. He reported that speaking of which, Zai Luting indicated that she wanted to experience the thing a little while thinking that Zai Luting should let him experience the effects of the toffee a little. Han Lai inquired if she would need him to help her. Zai Luting reflected that after all that, it turned out that Han Lai wanted to be the one leading into that topic. She considered that either way, he is the male protagonist and she is the female lead, so she has to write that part of the novel herself. Zai Luting deemed that she would just consider it as an experience for her sister beforehand if that was the case. But she realized and wondered where the sister part came from when it was just a novel and not reality. Zai Luting quickly shoved Han Lai away. She pressed if he was trying to fool her again, and he cursed at him as she opined that he should dream on. Zai Luting avowed that she already had to go to class and bid goodbye, but Han Lai queried if they couldn't discuss it a bit more. Han Lai believed that he knew it, that it was not that easy to fool Zai Luting. He supposed that if it were easy to manipulate and get Zai Luting himself, she wouldn't truly be Zai Luting. Han Lai assumed that at first glance, the toffee seemed very effective, but in reality, it has strict limitations and requests that cross one's personal boundaries that are basically impossible to fulfill. But he reasoned that taking advantage of the opportunity to plant a seed in Zai Luting's heart is not a bad idea because in his past life, she could even be considered detestable to him. Han Lai recalled that he had to take the blame for Zai Luting, let her vent to him, and all he could see was her domineering side. He mused that everyone treats people with different values in different ways, and that was the cold, harsh truth of the world. Han Lai concluded that currently, he was outstanding enough, valuable enough to suppress Zai Luting, so she revealed her soft and cute side in front of him. He figured that the stronger a person is, the more preferential treatment they receive, and self-improvement is always important, so he should go back and continue studying his trading model. A few moments later, Han Lai was back in his dorm. He assessed that 2014 could be considered the best era because, not to mention a year and a half of bull markets, looking at the current market environment was enough to make knowledgeable people ecstatic. Han Lai surmised that stocks, to put it plainly, are just buying and selling. And it is just that as more and more people continue to share, retail investors also become more knowledgeable, and things only seem chaotic and complex with the rapid iteration of technological upgrades. He reckoned that although he had been watching the market for a few days and it felt just okay, everything there was all just old routines. Entering the market at that time would definitely result in a frenzy. But Han Lai judged that seeing that he only had a small amount of capital, it was better that he refine his trading system first. Ding Yu knocked on the door. He queried if he didn't go to class that day and mentioned that something big had happened. Han Lai stated that since he had already gotten the pardon from the teacher, he didn't need to attend that class, and as he investigated what happened, he wondered if it could be that the news about the small cucumbers incident had spread. Ding Yu inquired if he hadn't heard and commented that Zai Luting from his class was actually a lesbian. Han Lai challenged where the rumor came from and claimed that it was absurd. But Ding Yu contended that it was true because that day, during the class break, Zai Luting came to their class to find Pang Ji. Han Lai remained silent, and Ding Yu remarked that Zai Luting confessed to Pang Ji then. Han Lai was astonished, and he wondered what the hell was going on. Han Lai queried what he remarked and who confessed to whom, if it was Zai Luting and Pang Ji. Ding Yu stated that it was right and Han Lai wasn't there at that time, but the scene was unbelievable. He added that it was not long ago, after they had just finished class, when Zai Luting arrived at their door. Ding Yu mentioned that although Zai Luting had a smile on her face, she exuded a formidable aura that was not to be messed with. He explained that Zai Luting immediately made it clear that she was there to find Pang Ji, and Pang Ji probably had no idea what was going on, so she walked over to Zai Luting. Pang Ji inquired what she wanted with her. Ding Yu remarked that in the blink of an eye, Zai Luting grabbed Pang Ji's hand. He noted that Zai Lu Ting pulled Pang Ji into her arms. Ding Yu commented that they didn't hear exactly what they uttered, but they saw Pang Ji blush and push Zai Lu Ting away. He responded that, however, Zai Lu Ting didn't get angry after being pushed away by Pang Ji. He observed that Zai Lu Ting just gave a mischievous smile and declared that Pang Ji shouldn't be shy because that gift was specially prepared for her and wondered if she didn't want to give it a try. Ding Yu relayed that after saying those things, Zai Lu Ting just patted her butt and left, and Pang Ji was stunned after that for quite a while, and a crowd gathered around her kept asking what was going on. Kai Xiangbei asked what he mused that gift was that it even made Pang Ji blush. Han Lai wondered how he would know, and as he remarked that it was probably some good stuff, he reflected that although he was the one who suggested that Zai Lu Ting should be more straightforward, he didn't tell her to be that straightforward. He believed that as expected of his little cucumber, she is truly decisive and ruthless, and not even forgetting to maximize her benefits in the midst of all that. He considered that even when facing conflicted public opinion, Zai Lu Ting successfully managed to drag her enemies down with her, putting them in a passive position, and he bet Pang Ji didn't expect things to go like that. Ding Yu noted that since Han Lai and Zai Lu Ting are in the same class, he queried if he could help them find out more about the matter. Han Lai wondered why he, a grown man, was still listening to gossip between two little girls, and Ding Yu replied that he was just a little curious. Han Lai noted that he was already going out to eat and inquired about the two of them. Ding Yu remarked that they had already eaten, and they planned to catch up on some sleep that afternoon. To which Kai Xiangbei agreed that Han Lai should go have his meal already since there is no line in the cafeteria at the moment. Han Lai responded alright and he would go to his class in the afternoon so he wouldn't be back to disturb their rest. He indicated that he was already leaving and uttered goodbye. Ding Yu replied okay while Kai Xiangbei thanked Han Lai and stated that he really is considerate. A few moments later, in their classroom, Fang Feifei called Han Lai. Fang Feifei remarked that Han Lai didn't come to class that morning and something big had happened. Han Lai queried if she meant the story about Zai Lu Ting confessing to Pang Ji and why she was so excited about it, to which Fang Feifei responded that she is excited. Fang Feifei noted that Han Lai didn't know how cool Zai Lu Ting was at that moment, and she just laid it out there, no more pretending and becoming true to herself. She pointed out that Han Lai should imagine since Zai Lu Ting and Pang Ji are both grand beauties in their own right, addressing Zai Lu Ting as Sister Ting Ting. Fang Feifei observed that if Zai Lu Ting and Pang Ji were to get together, that scene would definitely be very beautiful, and Han Lai commented that it does sound quite nice. But Han Lai wondered how Fang Feifei suddenly became so close to Zai Lu Ting, and she even called her sister Ting Ting. Suddenly, Fang Feifei grabbed Han Lai's arm. She urged that Han Lai should look at her just like that. Han Lai wondered why Fang Feifei was suddenly giving her a demonstration and what was with the way she looked at him at the moment. He sensed that something was off, very off, because Fang Feifei had never had that shy and uncomfortable look when facing him before. Fang Feifei expressed that if Han Lai also likes the kind of thing that Zai Lu Ting bought, she is willing to try it with him, but he can't interfere with her and Zai Lu Ting. Han Lai was horrified, and he wondered if Zai Lu Ting really used the set to Fang Feifei too. Suddenly, one of their classmates asked Fang Feifei if the two of them were already together. Fang Feifei quickly pushed Han Lai away and claimed that they misunderstood them. She shared that she and Han Lai are just good friends and Han Lai is like her brother or bestie, which made Han Lai wonder if he had already become someone's male bestie. Han Lai imagined that Zai Lu Ting was already in true love and he was just a good sister, but that development wasn't what he predicted. Fang Feifei inquired if he wanted to go eat together and spoke that she still needed to go find Zai Lu Ting after eating. Han Lai presumed that Fang Feifei was a goddess in her past life, but she now suddenly has become a love-struck fool, and he wondered how she turned out like that. He assumed that Zai Lu Ting had taken an early leap onto the cultural stage, not only impressing men but women as well, and fortunately, Fang Feifei's previous fanatical admiration towards him seemed to have shifted to Zai Lu Ting. But Han Lai believed that even without Fang Feifei, there was still Yuyun because Yuyun and Zai Lu Ting seemed to have fallen out, and Yuyun has never been on good terms with Fang Feifei. Han Lai figured that Yuyun was a tough nut to crack and not one to give up so easily, and given the current situation, she might cling to him even tighter, so he wondered how he was going to handle it. Fang Feifei inquired if he was alright, and Han Lai responded that it was nothing. But he reasoned that the current situation is too chaotic. Suddenly, Han Lai realized something. He realized that he still had that secondary mastermind account. A few moments later, Han Lai went to the library. He was alone and used one of the computers. Han Lai clicked rapidly on the mouse as he logged into his account. He saw Zai Lu Ting's messages where she cursed him and queried if he knew what she went through that day. How many people saw his dog leash exposed in front of everyone, and how close she was to just using that leash to hang herself right there in the cafeteria. Zai Lu Ting declared that she really is such an idiot, and it was all because of Yuyun, who carries an eyebrow razor around with her. And she wondered if he could imagine the scene back and the look of terror on her classmates' faces when they saw her with that leash. Han Lai concluded that an enraged woman is truly terrifying. Zai Lu Ting remarked that she was out of her mind at that moment. And Yuyun really didn't have good intentions from the start, and she did that on purpose because not only did she intentionally open her package, she also wanted to label her in front of her male god. Han Lai wondered who the male god was. Zai Luting expressed that Yu Yun even added fuel to the fire, saying that they were chatting every night and she was really muddled and didn't react in time. So she just told Yu Yun that it was a gift from a female online friend, and she inquired if that was enough. She noted that Yu Yun pretends to be innocent, which is laughable, and every chance Yu Yun gets, she tries her best to take advantage of her male god, adjusting her collars and rubbing against him. And as she inquired if Yu Yun believed that she hadn't noticed, she mentioned that luckily, her male god is much more naive and straightforward. Zai Luting asserted that her male god didn't fall for Yu Yun at all. Otherwise, they might have become an item at that time, and as Han Lai realized that the male god Zai Luting mentioned is him, he wondered when he became a male god to her. Han Lai wondered if it was the effect of that toffee and suspected that even though Zai Luting managed to escape cleanly at that time, her mind must have still been influenced quite a bit, and although he won't dare to admit it as Han Lai, he could be completely open about it as him. He wondered if Zai Luting actually managed to discover Yu Yun's sinister intentions and surmised that Yu Yun is a top-notch schemer and she has spent a lot on her schemes so she would never be scared by a necklace like that. He believed that acting is Yu Yun's expertise after all, and improvisation is her strong suit, so Zai Luting was really taken advantage of by her at that time. Han Lai deduced that in the subsequent entries, seeing that Ham hadn't come online for a while, it looked like Zai Luting decided to confess to Pang Ji. He perceived that according to Zai Luting, all of it was indeed intentional, and she wanted to take Pang Ji down the trending page with her. Han Lai inquired how so much had happened. Seeing that there was no reply, Han Lai wondered if Zai Luting was probably eating at the moment. Han Lai reasoned that seeing that the news had been fermenting for the entire morning, he guessed that the entire community was discussing that matter at the moment. After checking his phone, Han Lai presumed that, as expected, it was a major hot topic. Han Lai believed that according to Zai Luting, Pang Ji started hanging out only with girls since high school, and there have been rumors that Pang Ji is a lace enthusiast. He surmised that if Zai Luting continued to be blackened like that, she might actually try to use it set on Pang Ji. Han Lai imagined Pang Ji using the leash set he gave Zai Luting. He concluded that it would truly be very exciting. A few moments later, Han Lai went back to class. Yu Yun called Han Lai and remarked that she had an empty seat there. Han Lai walked towards Yu Yun and passed Zai Luting. But suddenly, Zai Luting called Han Lai and mentioned that she had something to talk to him about. Han Lai perceived that it was a two-front attack right from the start. He inquired what it was while addressing her as the class monitor. Zai Luting scoffed that Han Lai was sensible for not joining with Yu Yun. Zai Luting remarked that Liu Hong came to talk to her earlier, and Han Lai queried if she referred to the news that morning when she looked for Pang Ji. Zai Luting confirmed yes, and as she inquired what else it could be, she noted that according to Liu Hong, it seems like he wanted to snatch away her position as the class monitor, saying that there might be reports and criticism on top of that. Han Lai declared that Liu Hong just talked nonsense, as it was just a bunch of hot air, and he wondered what there was to report and criticize about. He observed that Liu Hong is usually not one to bother with things, but when it comes to the International Exchange Department, he is surprisingly quick to step up for others. Zai Luting pressed just how many people could truly avoid being materialistic in that world in the end and mentioned that at that moment, they had to figure out how to handle the matter. Han Lai commented that Liu Hong was someone like that. He added that Liu Hong will want to grasp onto people's weaknesses and gain benefits from them whenever there is nothing going on, all while showcasing his authority on the side. He indicated that resolving the matter is actually quite simple, so Zai Luting should listen to him. He advised that Zai Luting should go get 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes after class, wrap them in black plastic bags, and just stuff them under Liu Hong's office desk and chat with him privately, write a short essay as self-criticism later, and it should be okay after that. Zai Luting wondered if it was really necessary to get 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes for something that trivial. Han Lai responded that if Zai Luting trusts him, she will do as he says. Otherwise, he pressed if she has any better ideas or if she wanted to experience what it feels like to be watched by Liu Hong every day. Zai Luting agreed alright and she will follow Han Lai's instructions so she will take care of it the next morning. Han Lai wondered if it was that straightforward and considered that it looked like the toffee still worked its magic, so he called Zai Luting and mentioned that he still preferred the rebellious and untamed demeanor she had before, to be honest. Zai Luting scoffed that Han Lai shouldn't get cocky with her because the current her is not the same as before, so he should watch out, as she could snatch away all his meal tickets in no time. Han Lai inquired how she could change her face so quickly and use and discard him like that. He pointed out that he gave Zai Luting so many ideas, yet there she was, so ungrateful. But Zai Luting clicked her tongue and retorted that it was as if he was so great himself when they are on equal footing. Half a dozen of one, 6 of the other, to which he conceded fine and they should not quibble over those details. Han Lai grabbed a book. He expressed that Zai Luting should do whatever she wanted, but she shouldn't come asking him for advice again if things go south, and he reflected that, speaking of which, Zai Luting's success seemed to have a lot to do with her sense of morality. Han Lai pondered that when Zai Luting had no power, she kept a low profile, but once she didn't tolerate those high and mighty types, and Zai Luting queried what could be more serious than being socially dead for her and mentioned that she had already thrown caution to the wind at that point anyway. Zai Luting pressed if he had noticed that she is not getting along with Pang Ji, and she asserted that if she doesn't show some attitude, she will never be able to deal with her in that lifetime. Han Lai acknowledged alright and wished Zai Luting good luck. He noted that while he doesn't understand what is going on between them girls, he wishes her success, and if she can't handle Pang Ji, she could go handle someone else. He commented that in life, it is natural to follow one's heart in situations that don't harm others or violate principles, and he asked why she was bothering to care so much. Suddenly, the system congratulated Han Lai for mastering a new skill, instigation. The system notified that he could use ignore with instigation at the same time to cause a scapegoat effect, and when used together with tug, its effect would be enhanced. It left a postscript and indicated that Han Lai should learn something serious because he is becoming a master of good-for-nothing tricks. Han Lai asked what it conveyed and who was the master of good-for-nothing tricks, and he believed that he was giving a serious suggestion and was not instigating anyone. Han Lai supposed that it was a nonsense skill, so he is not wasting experience points to level up that thing. He remembered that the date for CEO's goddess has already improved. Han Lai wondered if they should start seeing some returns and what they should use the money for once it is in hand. Time passed, and it was already October 17th. Seeing that instigation has been upgraded to level 2, Han Lai wondered how such a thing could happen. Han Lai wondered why that thing leveled up on its own and when he instigated anyone. Meanwhile, Zai Luting messaged Han Lai as Ham and informed that she saw that their book made it to the list, so he is truly amazing, and she is officially his little fangirl from that day onwards. Han Lai noted that he humbly accepts it, but he queried if Zai Luting wasn't still a little fangirl for her male god. Zai Luting clarified that those were two completely separate things. She explained that in terms of wiring, she is Ham's fangirl. In terms of handling life, she is Han Lai's fangirl. Both are completely different, so Ham shouldn't mix them up. Han Lai agreed that Zai Luting should do her thing. But he feels like she has been a bit distracted while editing those past few days, so she should remember to adjust her focus, and as for that matter of hers, he asked what the current situation was. Zai Luting wondered if he already had the nerve to ask and mentioned that it was obviously already resolved. And speaking of which, her male god was the one who helped her come up with the solution for the matter at that time. Han Lai replied alright, and from what he sees, 8 out of 10 sentences from Zai Luting are always related to her male god. He inquired why she doesn't try pursuing him since he was calling him her male god, and as he noted that she always came to him with her ramblings, he probed if she didn't think she could win someone's heart that way. Han Lai's instigation skill EXP went up. On the other hand, Zai Luting was horrified as she reflected about her chasing Han Lai's heart. She figured that she should forget about the fact that she had never actively pursued anyone until that time. Zai Luting mentioned that Han Lai is currently in seclusion during the day, establishing training models, and he doesn't like responding to messages at night, so she could hardly see him at all. Moreover, she is presenting herself as a lesbian. She queried how she was supposed to pursue Han Lai like that when she is a girl who likes girls, and she cursed as she realized that if she had known better, she would have left herself a way out. Still acting as Ham, Han Lai remarked that he almost forgot about Zai Luting's act of being a lesbian, and if he is usually busy, Zai Luting should just invite him out during the weekend because if it goes on for a while, and he misunderstands that she is genuinely into girls, he will be giving her blessings for a long and happy relationship with other girls, and he asked what she would do. Zai Luting considered that it was a good point because it is fine if others believe it but not if Han Lai takes it seriously. She felt that there was no way while she responded that what Ham said made sense, so she would give it a try and see if she could get him out on the weekend. Han Lai jogged in the morning. Zai Luting came and greeted him. Han Lai remarked good morning to Zai Luting too and queried if she went out on a date with Pang Ji with that outfit of hers. Zai Luting scoffed, and as she inquired what he thought, she stated that Pang Ji was not at school that day as she already went home. She probed if he had finished his model recap, and as she declared that there is a new escape room nearby, she wondered if he wanted to go play. Han Lai mentioned that he didn't need to do a recap at the moment, but she interrogated if she wanted him to accompany her to explore a new lot and why she didn't request Fang Feifei when she would probably be willing to go with her. Zai Luting uttered that with Fang Feifei's intelligence and courage, she wouldn't want to go with her either. She quizzed if he came or not and noted that she had a few things that she hadn't fully understood so they could discuss them along the way. Han Lai agreed that they should go but Zai Luting should remember that his tutoring sessions are not free, and he pressed if she had her tuition fee with her. Zai Luting posed if the escape room ticket plus lunch was enough for Han Lai's tuition fee. Han Lai admitted that it was barely enough. He commented that Zai Luting should wait there because he would go back and change into something else first, to which Zai Luting agreed that he should hurry up because she had already made a reservation, and Han Lai observed that she was quite the planner. A few moments later, the two of them went to the city. Han Lai walked ahead, and Zai Luting was right behind him. He called Zai Luting and expressed that she suddenly pressed out like that, so he grilled if there must be another reason besides exploring that new place and discussing some questions. Zai Luting wondered what she should do. She considered that Ham hadn't told her how to respond in that situation, and as she wondered if she should confess directly, she figured that she didn't actually like Han Lai that much. Han Lai examined if there was a problem with her relationship with Pang Ji. He assured that everything is going to be alright, so if Zai Luting has any concerns, she should just implore him directly because he could give her some relationship advice, which made Zai Luting curse him. Zai Luting demanded what he thought and recounted that she called him because he was the only person she knew well around there who was present, and there was no one else she could call if not him. Han Lai challenged why she always resorts to physical violence and if her own hand doesn't hurt. He also demanded if the one behind Zai Luting was the escape room she was talking about. A Grim Reaper stood at the entrance of the escape room and proclaimed that they should come and not miss out. Han Lai ventured if she wanted to go in immediately while the Grim Reaper greeted them. A few moments later, they entered the haunted house, and Zai Luting held a flashlight. Zai Luting considered Ham's message, where he revealed that she should try to get Han Lai to the haunted house. He tested if she ever heard of the suspension bridge effect and added that she should pretend to be really scared, lean into him, and the rest will fall into place. Suddenly, Han Lai tapped Zai Luting and called her. Zai Luting immediately screamed and was on the verge of tears. Han Lai apologized to Zai Luting if he startled him and murmured that he was just curious if she had any specific questions or topics she wanted to discuss with him. But Zai Luting pursued if she had to request about those knowledge points at the moment and if he couldn't see that they played a horror escape room at the moment. Han Lai indicated that he just tried to liven up the atmosphere as Zai Luting seemed a bit tense. He raised what she thinks is scarier, the question or the ghost. If a ghost with a chainsaw appeared suddenly and broached what will share market A's trend be like in the next 2 months, and how should one make an assessment for it? Zai Luting answered that both of them are equally scary. She acknowledged that she has had trouble understanding the recent topics in class, and she doesn't know why Mr. Wu suddenly started rushing through the material. She continued that she has never been very clever with numbers, so maybe she is just not cut out for studying finance. Han Lai agreed that learning that kind of thing does require some talent, and people with talent could achieve twice the results with half the effort, while those without need to put in double or even more effort to get the same results. He asserted that as for rushing through the material, he guessed if she had not heard that there is a stock trading competition in November and registration starts in a few days. He explained that if Zai Luting lacks talent, she should make up for it with hard work, and he suspected who she would know she is not good at it if she does not give it a try. Zai Luting responded that she hasn't heard anything about the stock trading competition. Suddenly, the flashlight turned off, and Zai Luting wondered if the battery died. A man bumped into Zai Luting. Zai Luting turned to check who bumped into her. The flashlight turned back on at that time, and Zai Luting was horrified with what she saw. The ghost that held a chainsaw appeared behind her.
Han Li and Shi Luting wandered into a restaurant like it was nothing special, drifting in with casual airs. She cursed under her breath and griped that it jolted her nerves, while he shot back that for someone flaunting her supposed guts, she sure liked running her mouth about others like Fang Feifei. She snapped right back, demanding how she was supposed to predict some ghost would leap out, then griped further that the chainsaw's roar was downright nightmare fuel. But then she twisted around and pressed him if he had just mentioned some stock trading competition in November, griping loudly over why she hadn't caught any hint of it. He explained that Teacher Wu slipped him a private tip earlier, and he even recalled Lu Zi and the others in the group tossing idle chatter about that same competition. He pressed her then, wondering how the monitor herself, the supposed group leader, could miss every relevant message like it never existed. She wavered, half believing it was some trick of the mind, muttering why his vibe suddenly chilled over, and as she asked again if they really mentioned it, she shrugged that maybe she simply skipped over it. He reminded her that she had already declared she was dead set on surpassing him, so he figured she would be razor sharp about grabbing that kind of news. He pointed out he'd heard her pack of followers had been making noise non-stop lately over the tangled mess between her and Pange. He clarified he wasn't throwing wild guesses at her, but then grilled her if dragging him out suddenly wasn't just a ploy to dump the blame squarely on him. He told her that, just like before, she could pull whatever stunt she liked, but he wasn't about to sign up for being dragged into it. He declared he wanted his focus glued to studying and entrepreneurship, with no seconds wasted on all that noisy drama. He stood up, bluntly saying he had to head back already, and she could chew her food at her own pace. She blurted out that he should wait up because that wasn't what she meant in the slightest. She then admitted to herself that even if she had messed up in that regard, she never once meant to shove him out as some convenient shield. She owned it fully that it was her slip for spacing out about the whole matter, and she couldn't fault him for misreading her, since in that situation anyone would overthink. By now, she understood that no matter who brushed against her and Pang Ge, they'd get swarmed instantly by that same relentless pack. But the guy didn't even bother sparing her a chance to explain, so if he refused to talk, fine, she'd let it burn out. She resolved to just track down Pang Ge herself. Meanwhile, Pang Ge sprawled lazily on her bed, flipping through a book, when Zhilu Ting's message buzzed sharp in. She groaned that it was her again the moment Zhilu Ting poked, asking what she was up to. Zhilu Ting chimed that she already missed her after just one day, then threw in a lunch invite, whining that she got ditched and was wasting away in boredom all alone at the restaurant. Pang Ge muttered with a grumble that if she were still stuck at school, she'd be bugged every single day, and even back home she wasn't spared from her non-stop pestering. She brooded bitterly over whether she was basically being bullied one-on-one day after day. She finally steeled herself, figuring with a dark edge that she shouldn't catch blame if she chose to stir the whole mess into complete chaos. On the other hand, Han Li puzzled over how Pang Ge even managed to snag his WeChat. The timing felt so oddly off to him. He mulled over why she picked that particular moment to add him, and guessed with a wary frown that maybe Zhao Huanghua had gone running back to her again. But Pang Ge tossed out with a shrug that Yu Yun handed over the contact info. And when she casually probed if he had time that day, he instantly suspected she wanted to rope him in, maybe use him as leverage to press down Little Cucumber. She explained she craved Japanese food, claimed she had even booked a table but got ditched by a friend, and when she brought up that they once mentioned grabbing a meal together and asked if he liked Japanese food, he went along with it and double-checked if she meant lunch. She shot back quick with a sharp sure, and told him to get moving in half an hour since the timing would line up perfectly. She then figured that even though they barely knew each other, it was obvious Zhilu Ting bent to his lead, and as she questioned whether they assumed she couldn't handle that wild girl without dragging him into it, she figured she might as well sit back and wait. But Han Li slipped in a clipped apology and explained it probably wouldn't pan out that day. He had gone to an escape room with classmates earlier, and while they had planned lunch, something urgent popped up, so he guessed he'd be tied up until night and likely couldn't make that meal. She then second-guessed with a sting whether he was flat-out rejecting her and reasoned that if it were someone else, no matter how swamped, they'd squeeze out a bit of time to keep her company. She brushed it off with a cool okay and told him to handle his stuff since they could set up another meal later. She then spun it around suspiciously and wondered if he was holed up in that escape room with some girl. She recalled how that very morning, Zhilu Ting suddenly hit her up for lunch, whining about being stood up, and she couldn't shake the thought that the someone might actually be Han Li. She questioned if Zhilu Ting was also scheming to pull Han Li in, maybe to distract her swarm of suitors, and why Han Li threw in that extra sentence like a sly hint in the middle. She concluded he must have already guessed why she reached out, so she fired off a message to Zhilu Ting, asking if the lunch invite was really just for food, adding sharply that she wasn't about to make a special trip for such a flimsy excuse. She speculated that Han Li's abrupt cancel on their lunch stemmed from him catching on to her intent, especially when Zhilu Ting hit her again, insisting she come along because she had found a killer escape room that was ridiculously fun. Pang Ge froze for a beat, caught off guard. She then admitted to herself with a reluctant sigh that it did sound pretty tempting. Han Li felt an icy ripple crawl down his spine, and he figured it had to be Little Cucumber flapping her mouth about him again. Earlier, he had dropped her into an example on purpose, so she should have caught on to what he was hinting at. Even if it was amusing watching pretty girls flood feeds every single day, if she ditched her studies and the writing grind because of that, it would sour fast. Not long after, Editor Killen pinged Han Li, reporting the manuscript fee had already been transferred, so he better remember to sign the contract and send it back. He then pressed on how many manuscripts Han Li still had sitting in his stash and urged that they go all in for the next wave. And Han Li responded that with the pile he had stockpiled plus bonus updates, it was enough to keep releases steady until year's end. So no need to stress, and Keelan remarked that it was damn solid. Keelan followed with a push, asking if he should toss Han Li into their group of writing gods, explaining the place was stacked with top charting authors, with several big names already cashing in on copyright deals. And he predicted Goddess of the Overbearing President could easily score a few million. Han Li wondered if a few million really even counted for much. He ran numbers through his head, gauging the full stretch of Goddess of the Overbearing President at around 550,000 to 800,000 words, pinned firmly in modern romance. And while modern romance pulled stellar subscription rates on that platform, the hotter demand in film and television leaned toward historical romance. Right now, the market stayed hooked on ancient costume dramas. Even though his stock trading sat stuck at level 3, he knew forcing investments would only smash everything. The experience he had already stacked up was more than enough for today's grind. The manuscript money had barely landed in his account before he dumped it right back into experience, rolling it together with the leftovers from before, pushing the total to 170,000. Little Cucumber's overall writing still hovered around level 3, but narrowing to her prose alone, it edged close to 4.5, and she was climbing so quickly that catching up wouldn't take long. The breakout of Goddess of the Overbearing President owed everything to being sharp, revenge-driven, and crowd-pleasing, running ahead of the curve and seizing fortune from the pulse of the era. And without Little Cucumber polishing things, the book probably wouldn't have hit even a tenth of its glory. For now, the smarter play was leveling the writing skill up to 4 first. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Pang Ge lobbed him a sticker. Not long after, they linked up at a restaurant. Pang Ge called for 1 plate of crab roe with slippery silver skin, 1 plate of crab, 1 plate of shrimp and crab with 2 yellow sides, and 4 heavy hairy crabs. She made it clear the male crabs better tip the scale at over half a pound. She then quizzed Han Li on whether he could handle alcohol, tossing in that their yellow wine hit unbeatable with hairy crab, and she wondered aloud if he had any other favorites. He agreed casually, letting her steer, telling her to order as much as she wanted since leftovers could always be packed up. She teased that he finally carved out some time and pressed that they should squeeze every ounce of joy from this meal. She reminded him that from late October to early November, dragging him out had been near impossible. He admitted there was no way around it, not like he enjoyed it either, but the busyness had swallowed him whole. While he figured that even if he kept his distance, she had lowered her stance so far, and blowing her off once or twice might have passed as playing hard to get. But a third rejection would just snap whatever friendship was left. She leaned in and pressed if he was drowning in too many courses or if the exhaustion came from that stock trading competition, and he responded that it was all pinned on the competition, a rare chance he couldn't pass, so he wanted to throw himself into it completely. She remarked with an easy grin that the topic must be exhausting, so they might as well ditch such a heavy subject, and then she leaned in playfully, nudging him for his take on that restaurant. He replied with a tone of confidence that since it carried her endorsement, there was simply no chance it could fall short. On top of that, with her seated across from him, the whole establishment seemed to shimmer as if lit with a glow. She teased that his words came off sweet as candy, and she admitted she figured he might gripe about the shabby decor, but he explained with a serious edge that his professional ethics never wavered, and he always extended full respect to anyone who treated him properly. Getting offered such a fine meal proved in his eyes that she was beautiful and kind-hearted. So by his measure, she warranted even more lavish praise. She chuckled that it made sense Yu Yun and the others orbited around him since his manner of speaking carried that effortless charm. He countered sharply that in social dealings, supplying emotional value was everything, while noting to himself that she, Xiao Huanghua, and Yu Yun weren't even close on the same scale because he could never quite untangle her intentions. He couldn't crack the sly meanings folded into her words. Her sudden tonal swings, her phrasing, her expressions, even with his psychology level 3, it just wasn't enough. But he reasoned with a casual shrug that it didn't matter since steady engagement and rough analysis would still see him through. Out of nowhere, the waiter strode up, announcing the arrival of their chosen dishes, urging them to enjoy and call him over if they needed anything. Han Li exclaimed that the fragrance alone was irresistible. So indeed, the spot chosen by the elegant Miss Pang lived up to its reputation. And he mused that, come to think of it, she truly embodied the aura of a proper heiress. In October, she savored female crabs, and in November, male crabs. A curious tidbit he had picked up only by overhearing some chatter that October females brimmed with rich roe. While once the air cooled, the roe inside males turned perfect, delivering a taste especially fresh. No wonder people claimed friendships across classes came tricky. The gulf showed in tiny refinements like this, and it wasn't just dining habits but also daily conduct, small gestures, and subtle bearing. Yet he figured circles didn't need to overlap by force, and being content as an ordinary person had its own steady kind of happiness. Pangay suddenly told him sharply to wait and hold off from eating. She wanted to snap a photo for her social media. She caught the angle with practiced ease, and he noted wryly that the ritual of phone eats first was a quirk even the wealthy couldn't shake off. Then he turned it over in his head, questioning her online habits, whether it even made sense to snap food shots from a place like Wangbaohe. And he grew suspicious that some hidden scheme was tucked inside. She then announced brightly they could finally dig in, and she reminded him with a grin to remember to like her post later. He agreed offhand, adding that he rarely browsed social media while privately fretting over whether she had cropped him out of the frame. He quickly realized she hadn't excluded him at all. She had not only included his silhouette, but also highlighted the neatly plated two-person portion. And he cursed his carelessness because even knowing she had invited him mainly to handle Xiao Huanghua, he still walked straight into her little snare. She cheerfully urged him to taste the dish, since it stood as the restaurant's #1 specialty. Pangye's dad suddenly popped the question about whether his little Nana and her friends had shown up for a meal. She blinked in surprise at the sight of him. She explained it was her dad, Uncle Pang, and Uncle Zhang too, and called it quite the coincidence, while her dad chuckled that it indeed was. Her Uncle Pang had been craving the exquisite crab paste there, so they decided on a small get-together with a drink or two, though he confessed he hadn't told her mom about the drinking part, so she should cover for him. She promised that she understood and would keep it hidden for him because if her mom caught wind of him sneaking out for a drink, she would definitely start nagging again. He declared that he trusted his baby girl wouldn't betray him. He suddenly remembered that she hadn't introduced her classmate yet. Han Li quickly offered a greeting, introduced himself, and mentioned that he attended the same university as Pang Ge. Mr. Pang then checked if he was a schoolmate and commented that it wasn't bad at all. Their little Nana never went out for a meal alone with boys, and he was the first one he'd heard about. And as Han Li pressed if that was true, he admitted that he already had him feeling a bit embarrassed while puzzling over what was going on. Mr. Pang remarked that he fully supported her making friends, so Han Li didn't need to carry any extra weight about it because as long as their personalities matched, nothing else really mattered. He found him not bad, sturdy looking enough, and after asking if he worked out, he pointed out that he was just a bit on the thin side and wondered aloud if the cafeteria food hadn't been all that appetizing. Han Li couldn't help questioning whether Pang's dad was always this eccentric and if he treated everyone like this. Meanwhile, Uncle Pang urged Mr. Pang to ease up and not scare the kid. He considered him decent, with some sharpness in his features and a sparkle in his eyes, unlike those soft, sissy brats outside. For boys, he insisted, it all came down to serious workouts, and Uncle Zhang dryly asked why it felt like someone was shading him. Uncle Pang brushed it off, claiming he was only sharing personal opinions and not aiming at anyone in particular. And when Uncle Zhang countered that academics mattered far more at that age, Mr. Pang cut in, asking why the two of them were bickering in front of the kids. Abruptly, Pang Gi called out to her dad. She reminded him she was only having a meal with a friend, and as she pressed on how they had ended up chatting away there, she pointed out that her private room was upstairs and urged him to continue on, since she wouldn't disturb him further. He chimed in with an easy, all right, urging them to take their time with the food and order more if it wasn't enough, tossing in that no matter who was technically supposed to treat them that day, they should dump it all on his tab. There should be none of that sneaky bill-paying nonsense, and they ought to just enjoy the meal with open cheer. And he pressed them if they got the point. Han Li answered with a steady all right, promising he could be counted on. Uncle Pang admitted he liked that kid so long as he wasn't too soft and fragile, while Uncle Zhang commented he wasn't bad at all since he carried himself with polite manners. And Mr. Pang cut in bluntly, questioning what it mattered to them if his daughter made friends or not, brushing it off as something they shouldn't fuss over. Meanwhile, Han Li nudged the idea if they should keep eating. Pang Ge shot back what else they'd be doing then. She teased if they should just bolt and run off or something. She then muttered over why her dad was suddenly so fired up. Han Li remarked that dad was kind of interesting, and while he poked around asking what kind of business he was in, he also noted that Uncle Zhang looked strangely familiar to him. She snapped at him over why he was calling someone else's father dad, and he brushed it off as a slip of the tongue, claiming he didn't mean it. She challenged him that if he dared to march upstairs right now and call him dad straight to his face, she'd spill anything he wanted to know. He pressed her if that was real and declared he'd actually go then. She shot back, calling him sick or something. and grilled him about where his professional ethics had gone. He shrugged that since she wasn't treating them anymore, there was no reason to drag in his so-called professional ethics. She gave a reluctant nod, conceding he had a point. Of course, Uncle Jang would look familiar since his picture still hung on their school's official website, being the principal of the humanities department. As for her father, one of his hats was sitting on the board of directors at their school, though he never touched school affairs. He muttered that it was no surprise she picked humanities. But then, he probed why she hadn't gone straight for a prestigious foreign university after high school instead. He pointed out that even with his dad sitting on the humanities board, breaking free from the humanities program through exams was still tough. And he'd heard most students from their school's international exchange department ended up landing at mediocre universities. She dismissed it, saying it didn't matter where she studied anyway. She confessed she couldn't graduate from some elite university, and the rest were basically the same as those from local schools. Plus, her mom wanted her close by, not half a world away. He figured he got it, that in those times the older generation clung to outdated notions, and their businesses sprawled so wide they hardly bothered thinking of passing them down. The title of successor wasn't something you locked in just by flashing a fancy school name, a prestigious degree, or a pile of scholarships. If kids were worth investing in, they'd be pulled into the business young and molded slowly. If they lacked the knack, then better to let them cruise through life comfortably, as long as they didn't stir up messes. Those old views stuck hard, and so the only hope pinned on someone like Pang Yi was to marry and settle fast. But for someone with her sharp mind, it felt like such a waste for her to be boxed into nothing more than a wife. Han Li pressed Pang Ji about whether she had scrapped her plan to study abroad. She shrugged it off, explaining casually that her future was already more or less set, so the rest didn't really matter. Out of nowhere, Shilu Ting called out to her, exclaiming that she hadn't expected to bump into her there, and teasingly prodded her about not inviting her to eat crabs together, wondering if she didn't love her anymore. Han Li froze up, caught off guard, and lost his words when she leaned close to Pang Ji. Pang Jie figured she was being fake. She was sure Shilu Ting had shown up on purpose after seeing her post and was only pretending that the encounter was a coincidence. Meanwhile, Han Li was mentally swearing, already piecing together why Mr. Pang had been so warm toward him. He was a board member of their school, clearly aware of what had gone down there, and that whole thing involved his beloved daughter. Pang Ge had only hung around girls since she was small, and with Shilu Ting's recent confession, plus that charming little scene, they seemed way too close. He speculated if Mr. Pang was worried his daughter might be into girls. Just then, a waitress approached him, mentioning that Mr. Pang wanted a quick word and asked if he was available. Pang Ge frowned and wondered why her dad wanted to see him. Inside the private room, Uncle Zhang commented that the kid seemed sharp, but asked Mr. Pang if he really needed to concern himself with him that much. Uncle Pang replied that as the principal, he couldn't afford to be clueless about what happened in his own school, admitting he'd heard that a girl had abruptly confessed her love to his daughter, which left him uneasy. Mr. Pang let out a sigh, saying he usually didn't meddle with young people's choices, but under these circumstances, he couldn't just stay calm. He'd heard the girl was exceptional too, and fretted aloud about who would handle his business if his daughter ended up falling for her. Pang Ge was bright, but he didn't want her weighed down by responsibility, and worrying aloud that she might exhaust herself with work, he confessed that he simply wished she could marry a capable man and live comfortably. Han Li caught every word. He guessed that Mr. Pang was hinting at passing the family business to whoever married his daughter. He figured that no matter what the plan was, this was a rare shot for him. He'd be an idiot not to seize it. He then politely asked the waitress to give him a moment. Moments later, Han Li knocked on the door. Mr. Pang called him in, mentioning he wanted to gauge the guy's reliability. Han Li stepped inside, holding a bottle of wine in his right hand and a glass in his left. He offered a brief apology to Mr. Pang for interrupting. Mr. Pang waved him in and asked why he'd brought wine, and Han Li replied that coming empty-handed felt improper. He thanked him for hosting the meal and proposed a toast for the three of them. Uncle Pang chuckled, saying he was quite considerate. There was no need for such formality. Han Li remarked that his family had taught him from a young age that courtesy should never be ignored. Besides, as a junior, it was simply what he ought to do. He expressed his gratitude again and raised his glass to Mr. Pang. Mr. Pang smiled, calling him a good kid and accepting the toast. He observed quietly that the boy wasn't bad at all. He handled the wine neatly, knew the order of serving, and his attention to details like glass clinking and bottle holding was on point. Clearly, the kid's family had put serious effort into his upbringing. He cleared his throat, addressing Han Li again, noting from his accent that he wasn't a local. He inquired if he was a boarder and whether the academics were weighing on him, to which Han Li admitted yes, his hometown was Mung City. Sayatan was new to him, so he'd chosen to stay on campus first, and since the teachers didn't load them with homework, he wasn't under much stress. Mr. Pang commented that Mung City was a fine place. He added that calling him upstairs wasn't for anything serious, but since Pang Gi rarely interacted with boys and had made friends with him, he figured the boy must be something special, so he hoped he'd keep her company more often. He told him not to worry about expenses since he'd handle them, and Han Li responded that it was very generous of him. He admitted he usually spent his spare time on self-study, so he might not have much time to hang out with her. But it was true that Pang Ge tended to mingle more with girls. They'd just run into another classmate earlier, and the two had been chatting before. Mr. Pang leaned back and wondered if it was a girl, tossing out that it made sense why Pang Ge hadn't tagged along. He knew every one of her friends like the back of his hand, so he pressed who the girl was. Han Li replied that it was Shilu Ting, the monitor from his class. Mr. Pang gave a short nod like he got it now and told him to head back, reminding him to look after Pang Ge and just order whatever he liked. Han Li mentioned that they should have a good time since he was heading off, and Mr. Pang waved him off casually. He tossed a quick goodbye. Han Li closed the door gently behind him. Mr. Pang's face instantly hardened. He swore under his breath, prompting his friends to check if he was all right. He barked that he wasn't. The whole thing felt absurd, so he decided he'd go downstairs to see for himself. But Uncle Jiang warned him to take it easy. Uncle Pang muttered that maybe it wasn't what he was thinking and suggested he hold off a bit, and Uncle Jiang seconded that, adding that if he charged in, he might scare them half to death. Mr. Pang burned with fury, yet the words jammed in his throat. Meanwhile, Pang Ge mentioned that Han Li was back. She asked what her dad had said, and he brushed it off, saying it was nothing. He'd told him to enjoy himself and take care of her. Shilu Ting shot that she could take care of Pang Ge herself, so he was unnecessary. He called her out for being a jerk, and she fired back by asking why he was eating with Pang Ji, and he retorted that it was obvious. She'd treated him to a feast. He then challenged her on why she'd shown up. She replied that she came for crabs, claiming the crabs there were unbeatable, and it wasn't like they were the only ones who knew it. He was completely dumbstruck. She excused herself and ordered 2 more crabs, and he fumed internally that it was nonsense. She only wanted to keep an eye on them. He pitied how unlucky Pang Ge was and figured she'd drag him into trouble too. But before he could dwell on it, something unexpected hit. Mr. Pang appeared right in front of him, and then Shilu Ting came up beside them. Pang Ge suddenly snapped that enough was enough and said she wouldn't treat Shilu Ting anymore so she could pay on her own, and he figured she'd just doomed herself. What a miserable day. Shilu Ting replied coolly that fine. She'd pay for it since her family just sent her maintenance money. She turned toward Han Li and with sharp amusement remarked that he always freeloaded meals off others, asking if he planned to let every pretty girl at school feed him and if Pang Ge's food tasted extra special. Pang Ji jumped in that he was a good guy and offered to treat him again. They seemed to get along easily, and she genuinely wanted to share good food with him, and he could feel it. She was getting bolder. He grumbled that they could do whatever they wanted, but to leave him out of it. He even wished them a long, blissful life together, and asked if that was fine. He muttered that he already felt like a third wheel, completely unnecessary. Then he spotted Mr. Pang. Shilu Ting commented that was perfect, and with a sarcastic thank you for his blessing, she told him to leave if he was done since, as he admitted, he was the third wheel, and she and Pang Ge were about to have fun. Mr. Pang trembled where he stood. Han Li cursed inwardly, realizing how bold she was while Mr. Pang watched from above. Mr. Pang's grip clamped tight on the end of the handrail. Han Li's pulse kicked up. He wondered if the man had high blood pressure. He quickly urged them to focus on eating their crabs, thinking Mr. Pang needed to settle down before he burst a vessel. And he'd feel awful if something really happened. He muttered that they should stop flaunting their affection at the table. Pang Ge demanded what he meant, and teased that he was messing with them, even making faces. She accused him of mocking her, and declared that she had to get back at him. She asked if he hadn't expected them to get along so well, and tossed that maybe he could have both of them. Mr. Pang gawked, wondering if she was flirting with Han Li, and he silently thanked heaven she still liked men. Then confusion struck him as he thought about what she truly meant, deciding that kids these days were getting too wild and his daughter had gone off the rails. Meanwhile, Shilu Ting warned Pang Ge not to spout nonsense while musing that she'd only been joking with her, though she really did like Han Li. He panicked at the thought of possibly having both of them and told himself that was a line he shouldn't even imagine crossing. Shilu Ting lightly cupped Pang Ge's cheeks. She teased her about wanting a man, wondering if she wasn't enough, tossing in that she'd seen her toy and bragged they could handle it themselves since she was pretty skilled. Fang Feifei could back her up on that if she doubted it. Mr. Pang puzzled over what she was getting at. He wrestled with whether his daughter was even a bottom and how she wasn't the only flame of that tomboy, all while thinking she looked ridiculously shy. He cursed his luck, and when Uncle Pang nudged him to snap out of it and lift his mood, he muttered about how hard he'd worked to raise his precious girl only for her to turn into a lesbian in love with a swaggering flirt. It was humiliating. Then clarity hit him. He remembered Han Li being around. Forget that messy triangle. If Han Li could nudge Pang Ge back toward liking boys, anything was worth it. Pang Ge fired back, asking Shilu Ting why she should bother asking Fang Feifei and claiming she was just toying with her. She swore she'd marry Han Li on the spot if he agreed. She told her to quit acting smug and asked if she really thought she was that desirable. She turned to Han Li, urging him to date Fang Feifei right away since Shilu Ting's ego was floating off the ground. And Shilu Ting tossed back that it wasn't her problem. Mr. Pang mulled over whether Pang Ge was head over heels for Shilu Ting, enough to drag Han Li to dinner just to wedge herself between them. Then he decided no, that couldn't be it. He had to straighten Pang Ge out before it went too far, fatherly duty and all. Meanwhile, Pang Ge snapped that Shilu Ting should let her go since she was blocking her from grabbing Crab when Mr. Pang cut in. He casually asked if they were having fun, and she demanded what brought him there. He said he'd heard her new friend was around and came to take a look. He asked if she was Shilu Ting, and she greeted him politely. He smiled, asked where her parents hailed from, and chatted about how they were doing. Han Li groaned internally. Mr. Pang was at it again. While Pang Ge and Shilu Ting blinked in confusion, neither had a clue what made him act so oddly. Mr. Pang wrapped it up, saying he'd let them meet. Then he turned to Han Li, mentioning how introverted Pang Ge was and how she didn't keep many friends. He called both Han Li and Shilu Ting good kids and said he liked him, inviting him to drop by on weekends or holidays anytime, which Han Li agreed to. Pang Ge frowned, sensing something off. Her father was always tough on boys, so why did he warm up to Han Li this fast? He'd only met him twice, and she couldn't help wondering what was so special. Han Li flashed her a grin. Shilu Ting remarked that her dad seemed kind and easygoing, while Pang Ge eyed Han Li's smile suspiciously. She decided it didn't matter whether her father liked him. He could wait. She'd figure out what made him stand out soon enough. Night eventually rolled in. Han Li headed back to his dorm. He asked his roommates why they hadn't gone out and what had them sulking. Qi Xiangbei leaned in and hinted that he should tell them, and Ding Yu pushed that he should just spill it. Han Li urged them to explain what was going on. Qi Xiangbei said they'd been hanging around waiting for him. Then Shan Zihao, some guy from their class, suddenly brought him up earlier, and Han Li asked why. Qi Xiangbei shrugged, saying he didn't know. No reason given. Han Li muttered that Shan Zihao's name rang a bell. Then it clicked. There were 4 big names in the School of International Exchange, and Shan Zihao was the wealthy one. He also happened to be the top contender chasing after Pang Ge. Han Li figured Shan Zihao suddenly brought him up probably because of Pang Ge. He shrugged it off, saying it was fine, he understood, and thanked them for the heads up, while Qi Xiangbei replied that it was nothing, since that's what they should do. Ding Yu mentioned that Shan Zihao didn't share the reason, though he figured it had to do with Pang Ge. Han Li remarked that obviously it wasn't about Huang Wei, since that guy only played dirty behind others' backs, so whatever. It didn't bother him. Qi Xiangbei pointed out that wasn't really the issue, saying he worried someone might die because Shan Zihao hung out with a lot of restless kids, and he'd seen them gambling together before. He figured he wasn't afraid of Han Li being tricked, but rather that Shan Zihao might get himself killed, since if he pushed Han Li too far, that hammer of his could wipe them out in one swing. He mulled over how they'd even deal with the bodies afterward. Han Li glanced at him, wondering what nonsense he was picturing. Ding Yu reminded that they'd already told Han Li what they knew. Qi Xiangbei added that they'd head out, and Han Li nodded, told them okay, and saw them off. He figured they could stay longer next time since he never hurt his friends. Qi Xiangbei and Ding Yu froze, pale as ghosts. Qi Xiangbei muttered that he understood and told Han Li to be careful, not to act rashly if things went sideways. But Ding Yu snapped at him to shut up and leave already. Han Li figured they were scared out of their minds. He then went to boot up his laptop. He mused that Shan Zihao was a tough one, though not someone he'd bother fighting so easily. He messaged Xilu Ting, checking if she'd received the payment, telling her to confirm since he worried he might have messed up, and she replied that yes, she had, and it was a crazy amount. He figured, of course, they'd landed the best price for Seductress's revenge on him, and he didn't expect that paying her counted as a kind of investment. He figured once he opened his own company someday, he might rake in endless experience points. Every bit of money he spent could turn into experience and flow straight into his system. How awesome was that? He typed his reply on the laptop. He told her naturally, as always, that their crew, the Cucumbers, were unbeatable. And once the second wave of manual promotion began, she'd earn even more. She replied that it was her first time making that much money herself, and she used to think a few $100s would make her happy. But now she realized money never felt enough. She asked how much he thought they could pull next month, maybe thousands, and he figured she'd finally learned how vital money was. So his effort to convince her hadn't gone to waste. Back in 2012, the national average salary barely hit $300 a month, and her pay already touched Sayatan's median income. It sounded like a windfall. He teased her for underestimating them, told her to dream big instead of insulting their potential, and asked why she suddenly felt broke, reminding her she was still a college student, so her earnings could have covered several months of expenses. She explained that the sly woman she knew was head over heels for her crush, and her family was loaded. She'd even treated him to crabs that cost over $300, but she caught on fast and ran straight to mess things up for her. She asked if he could imagine her spending $300 per meal. She mentioned her mom gave her 10 grand in pocket money monthly, while her dad was worse. He gave her however much she wanted. Plus, she had her own private stash, keeping all her lucky money since childhood, unlike him, who never even saw his. He told her he'd never seen his either because his parents supposedly saved it, then asked if she wasn't worried about buying her crush's affection. She admitted yes, and when she earned more someday, she'd do the same thing. He teased that she'd just started earning, asking how long before she caught up to her parents since they'd spent decades building their fortune. She realized he had a point, admitting that even if she wrote novels non-stop for a year, she couldn't match Pang Ji's monthly allowance. She sighed that he was right and asked what she should do, and he told her to see it differently. If she couldn't beat her in wealth, she could in beauty. Though he'd never met her, he believed she looked like a fairy. He snickered as he hit send. She paused, picturing herself. The next morning, Xilu Ting headed to school. Every student she passed turned their heads in awe. That made her grin. She stepped into the classroom. Lu Ji blinked in surprise. He remarked that she looked stunning that day. Every gaze in the room locked on her. Xilu Ting turned to Han Li and remarked that he once swore he'd never attend Mr. Wu's class again. He replied that sometimes it was kind of fun listening to the random gossip during those lessons. She agreed, saying it really was quite interesting. Then she tossed out a cheerful good morning his way, but he nearly choked back a laugh, leaving her blinking in confusion. He teased that she seemed to be in a good mood that morning. He pressed if she'd spent the night with Pang Yi. He added, that was nice. He noted how she looked pretty mature in those clothes and that they suited her well. She snapped that it was none of his concern and she didn't dress that way for him anyway. She muttered inwardly that she'd even gone light on the makeup, still puzzled why he acted so indifferent. He explained she was acting off, so he only asked out of curiosity. Right then, Mr. Wu cleared his throat and greeted everyone with a brisk good morning. He checked if everyone was present and mentioned he had something important to share. He figured they'd already heard whispers about it. A stock trading competition was coming up, an exclusive collaboration with Ocean Securities, hosted by Vastnet Finance and backed technically by IntelliTrade Solutions, open to the entire public. It would run through 3 rounds, and he urged them to listen closely while he laid out the rules. They'd better take notes. In short, contestants could move up each round. Those reaching the second stage would control real funds worth $30,000, and the finalists would manage $100,000. The class gasped at the mention of $100,000 in actual capital, but Han Li's mind buzzed with something far more thrilling. Most exciting of all, during the 2-week finals, whatever profits they made from that real capital would be theirs to keep. Mr. Wu pointed out that making it into the top 10 meant not just money but fame. The award ceremony would be in Besden, the capital, packed with celebrities and financial hotshots. He told them to think about it. 2 weeks, $100,000 capital, no risk restrictions. What kind of cash could they pull off with a 50% return? Shi Lu-ting blurted she hadn't expected the competition to sound that amazing. Mr. Wu added that even if they didn't make the finals, joining would still bring experience and maybe a pleasant surprise. He looked around and asked if he was right, and everyone echoed yes. He reminded them to find him to sign up and mentioned that next semester they'd review the trades in class, and high performers could skip the final exam. Shi Lu-ting shot to her feet. Han Li wondered if she was signing up, and she declared that of course. Opportunities like this didn't come often. It was a golden shot at money, and she was sure she'd reach the finals and win. She caught his expression and demanded what that look meant. Was he doubting her? He denied it and told her to go for it, though he silently doubted how someone who couldn't profit in a bull market expected to win when a bear market loomed. Yu Yun nudged him, saying they should get going to register. Han Li remembered that in his last life, Shi Lu-ting's showing had been branded the worst simulated stock operation in the finance class. She'd bled losses for 2 months straight, finishing last with a 77% ROI and turning into a campus legend. Where others quit after major setbacks, she charged back for more, piling up defeats. After relentless simulated trading, she finally proved herself the dullest investor of them all. Then the bell rang, sharp and final. Duan Xiaoyi puffed up, boasting he'd dominate the contest and prove his skills, and his seatmate agreed. If they scored big, they could own the school. Out of nowhere, Yu Yun turned to Han Li. She asked if he could teach her how to build a trading model. He grinned that this was his chance to show what he could do, so he'd better bring it on. But Fang Feifei cut in, calling her a suck-up and insisting he didn't need a competition to prove anything. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaoyi cursed under his breath, wondering why everyone only cared about Han Li, thinking the signups had barely begun. And yet the guy was already stealing the spotlight. Han Li, on the other hand, suddenly sensed someone bad-mouthing him. He remembered how, in his previous life, that same stock competition had been the thing that drew Duan Xiaoyi and Fang Feifei close together. Han Li remarked that Duan Xiaoyi had lousy character, though he admitted the guy had some skill. He, Zheng Lei, and Xia Hongzhuan, none of them made it to the second round, yet each still walked away with a solid return. It topped 20%, landing them as the top 3 in class. He figured that must have been how Duan Xiaoyi snagged Fang Feifei's attention. Well, that wouldn't repeat in this lifetime since it was his rare chance to show off. Out of nowhere, Shi Lu-ting called him a show-off and pressed what he'd do if he lost. Han Li replied that it suited her since she was as fiery as ever. Meanwhile, she was grumbling inside about a swarm of girls flocking to him when she wasn't watching. And as she puzzled over why he was such a magnet, she muttered that Fang Feifei was such a traitor. He countered that since she'd gone that far, they might as well make a bet. She challenged him on what kind of bet he wanted and if he was planning to pull another trick. He raised an eyebrow, asking what she was on about and when he had ever tricked her, adding that since it tied to the competition, they'd bet on who earned the higher return. But she rolled her eyes and said no way, she wasn't stupid. Mr. Wu had already praised his skills. She scoffed that he actually wanted to wager returns against her, a rookie, and called him shameless. One classmate chimed in that Han Li was pretty good, so he should need at least a 10-point lead to beat Shi Lu-ting. But another argued that was too low and pushed for 20 points. Duan Xiaoyi smirked that if Shi Lu-ting lost, Han Li would gloat non-stop, saying with his ability she was doomed, so she shouldn't even bother. But she agreed anyway, saying 20 points were fine. If he accepted, she'd make the bet. She mentioned she'd look weak if she refused, and no way she'd still lose with a 20-point cushion. Han Li nodded, said deal, 20 points, and quietly added that if she repeated what she did in his past life, victory was already his. Yu Yun jumped in, saying he looked awesome, and since there was a bet, there had to be stakes. Shi Lu-ting smirked and asked what he wanted, saying he'd gone easy on her so he could name the terms. Han Li mulled it over. He said if she won, she could ask for anything, and he'd try his best to fulfill it. If he won, she'd have to forgive him once, no matter what happened later. She frowned and demanded to know what that was supposed to mean and what he planned. He brushed it off as casual talk and teased that maybe one day, when she caught him dating a beauty, she'd have to forgive him for breaking her heart. A classmate whistled and asked Shi Lu-ting if there was something romantic going on, while Duan Xiaoyi pried into why he'd even bring up breaking her heart. Shi Lu-ting tossed out why she should even feel sad over him when she's into girls anyway, and threw in that whoever he dates is his own private deal. It's got nothing to do with her. Han Li waved it off like it was nothing and pressed her on what stake she wanted. Her face turned dark, the kind that warned trouble. She laid it down that if he loses, he's banned from dating anyone during college. He started sweating bullets. Then he nodded, saying fine, he'd take it, though he couldn't figure out what she'd gain from keeping him single. It just looked like she was shooting herself in the foot. Yu Yun jumped in, claiming that was way too much since everyone ends up dating someone in college. But Lu Zi countered that it sounded like a solid bet, grinning that Han Li's got girls lining up, so forcing him to stay single would be torture. And if he's off limits, Lu still stands a chance. No way Yu Yun or the others could wait 4 whole years. Meanwhile, Shi Luting figured she hadn't sorted out her feelings for him anyway, so she might as well block the competition first and buy herself time. Han Li threw down that she better not back out, win or lose. She should bring it on. Shi Luting teased if he wanted to seal it with a pinky promise. She rolled her eyes, asking if he was a kid. Their classmates started shouting, one hyping up Shi Luting to crush him, another yelling for Han Li to show her who's boss. Then, out of nowhere, Zheng Lei turned to Han Li and mentioned he wanted to get into trend investing, but had no clue how to spot solid buy or sell points. Xia Hongjuan chimed in that she wanted to ask the same thing, and Han Li remarked that since his future right-hand crew was stumped, he might as well flex some skill. Duan Xiaoyi leaned in, pretending not to eavesdrop while he broke it down, but Han Li added that unless they practiced it themselves, no amount of talk would make it click. So he proposed they try it their own way, and when they reviewed it in class, he'd point out where they could tighten up, asking if that worked for them. Zheng Lei agreed and thanked him. Xia Hongjuan jumped in that she wanted his feedback too and asked if she could join. Han Li replied, sure thing. They could set up an online group. If anyone hit a snag, they could bring it up anytime. Zheng Lei said he'd handle it but wanted to be the one to reach out first, while Xia Hongjuan realized she hadn't even added him yet. Yu Yun nudged Han Li if he was done and complained that she was starving, so they should grab lunch. Xia Hongjuan mentioned it was finished and told Han Li he could leave, adding that they'd head to the canteen later. He replied with an easy okay and told her to message him if she had any questions. Moments later, Yu Yun tossed out the idea of having spicy hotchpotch that day, and Han Li agreed without fuss. She casually asked if he'd walk with her around the playground after lunch, but he apologized, saying it didn't seem right. She teased that she knew he was worried about others getting the wrong idea, but brushed it off like it didn't matter. He stayed composed, and when she pressed him about how he could stay so restrained over small things, she told him not to carry so much weight on his shoulders and promised she'd always wait. Han Li muttered that it was no wonder bad guys always scored true love, then pointed out that with how considerate she acted, anyone could fall for it. If he hadn't seen her true nature before, she could have fooled him easily. Still, she treated him that way because she believed he came from money, and when she found out the truth, she'd probably hate him more than anyone else, maybe even lose it completely. He finally turned to her. He declared he never believed in promises, only in time. She froze. She remarked that Shi Luting must have been right. He must have been burned by some girl before. Then she said she got it and wouldn't let him down, adding it made sense now why he showed no interest in her or Fang Feifei. He was just scared of getting hurt again. He hadn't healed yet, so she'd wait, even if it took years. She told him to come on so they could eat, though she muttered she still didn't buy that she couldn't move him. Meanwhile, Han Li puzzled over why her enthusiasm only grew when he cooled off. The system chimed in that flirting had leveled up to 2, and he frowned, wondering why it happened automatically again. Later, Shi Luting returned to her dorm. She spotted Ham's post claiming he was a 35-year-old man and that the book was actually an autobiography written by him and she. She snapped, asking what the hell he was on about, quickly messaging him to demand what that 35-year-old man nonsense was and if he wasn't supposed to be a college student like her. She grilled him about calling it an autobiography, saying it was total crap. Han Li explained he just wanted more people to subscribe and asked if she didn't think the claim made readers even more curious about the story already. He added that he was just trying to stir interest and boost her popularity. If she wrote more books later, he said she could use Shi Mengjun as a pen name, and fame would follow naturally. She hesitated, wondering if that was really how he saw it, and if she had misjudged him, then messaged to admit she'd been rude before and asked him to forgive her. He brushed it off, saying it was fine, but mentioned he thought she'd mind him using her photos as clickbait for promotion. She replied it didn't matter. If the book ever got published, they'd have signings anyway and show their faces then. She joked that she was pretty, so he shouldn't worry since he wasn't lying. Time slipped by, and before long, November 11th rolled around. Han Li sat through Mr. Shang's lecture, watching as the man let out a massive sigh. He remarked that their next class would be on Friday and told them to spread the word that laptops were welcome since he wanted to check their operations. Han Li remarked that what he said carried weight, and while wondering if he had pulled out of the market just to watch them mess around, he muttered that he acted like some sentimental elder. Students in the top 10 during the first week would move straight to the second round, and with the competition kicking off that day, he needed to stay cool. He flipped open his laptop. He guessed that Zilu Ting had already started and commented that she looked dead set on winning. He grew curious whether she'd regret the wager she made if she pulled it off, but judging from her trades and logic, she couldn't win, even with an ROI target set 100 points below his. He scrolled through the group chat again. Zilu Ting had posted that oversold rebound chances were easier to catch in the previously strong Demon and Bull stocks because market focus stayed high. Such stocks drew investors fast, and big institutions liked to recycle trades. Then she listed 7 stocks that had doubled or nearly doubled in 3 months, filtered out by software. She mentioned buying walking stock and tossed the question to the others. Han Li muttered that her confidence and edge almost made him want to buy in too. He mused if she was some A-share prodigy and how she spotted a rebound from that chart. He admitted he knew she always carried that air of certainty, but the others were just blind bootlickers. Duan Xiaoyi chimed in that it was a solid pick with a steady base and an obvious 15-minute uptrend, calling her brilliant. Zhang Tieshu called her incredible and praised her analysis. Chen Ping grilled her for not sharing sooner and said he'd bought something else, and Fang Feifei declared she was buying in too. Han Li sneered that the fool actually dared to copy her move. Meanwhile, Fang Feifei gushed that Zilu Ting would make her rich. Then, out of nowhere, Zilu Ting tagged Han Li and pressed him for his thoughts and what stocks he was holding. He wondered if she was being genuine. He muttered that since she'd asked, he might as well answer. He only dreaded the chaos that would erupt once they saw that screenshot.